Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Welcome back to the Open Search Anime Podcast. I am your hostess with the mostest, Rhys 2753. Joining me tonight is Fata.
Hello.
Oh crap!
I am all four of us as
Yes.
one combined being.
We are Legion.
All right. Also, we have Random 11
Hello, Heidi.
and Greenline 74.
Hello, everyone. You'll notice that somebody isn't here with us tonight, or today, or this afternoon, or this
Daddy
morning.
Deep Throat is sick.
Yeah, he deep-throated Trump a little too many times and just couldn't recover from the sore throat.
He was spreading the koala chlamydia.
Koala
Right.
chlamydia.
Koalades.
Koala.
Yep.
And we decide because we're hosting the show tonight, we're going to do it our way.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're watching porn. No.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Rhys is the leader, so whatever he says goes.
I'm a little rusty at this, Randy. I will appreciate if you're helping me out when I want like switching windows and stuff, or pull me off screen. I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, he pulled you a little layoffs.
Pull my
Well,
screen share off screen.
You get what you
Okay.
asked.
Not that one. Damn it, come on.
Be clear. What do you want?
Not right
Come on.
now. When the time is necessary.
All right. Just be clear.
Okay. Yeah. So we got a light show tonight since Daddy AC is not here. So if you want to support him and his search for the cure for koala chlamydia, you can do that by going to our support us page and donate monthly. Or you can donate to us directly on the Open Chest Anime Podcast page and the Anime Collector page. Anyway, moving right along, Grok had something nice to say to us about the Open Chest Anime Podcast. Specifically, it's a solid listen. That's the only
Are
podcast.
you saying it like that on purpose?
Why? Grok?
No. Never mind.
What are you talking about? Tell me.
Uh,
Pick up. Oh, right, yeah. I forgot about that because I skipped over the Tenga ad. Yeah, also Tenga. Get off, yeah. Grok says we're a solid listen. I was curious what they had to say, what Grok had to say about us, but they didn't. They're very limited, or it's very limited on like what's available, but whatever. And anyway, jumping right in. So the anime producer for Your Name and Garden of Words and Suzume and all that has been charged with obscene acts against who was charged with obscene acts against 3 minors, was given a sentence of 4 years in prison for committing non-consensual sexual intercourse with 3 minor girls and knowingly exchanging money with a 15-year-old girl he met on social media for obscene acts. Basically, he
Only 4 years?
only 4
Yeah.
years.
Short answer, if you want to get away with the stuff that he did, go to Japan. And have a lot of money
The
to
way
pay off the...
it doesn't sound like it was rape. They were basically coerced. So it's not as bad as it sounds, but it's still fucking awful.
Statutory rape.
He just
right?
paid for panty shots, that's all.
So Itou was charged with violating child prostitution laws and child sexual abuse image laws in Japan, as well as rape. Oh. Okay, I guess there is rape. In the ruling, presiding judge Keiko blah 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 pointed out that Itou repeatedly searched on the internet for minor girls with whom he could have sex, and had them send nude photos and secretly took photos of them during his sexual intercourse. The judge stated that Itou's degree of responsibility and blame is great, since his actions severely harmed the mental and physical development of the victims. The prosecution in the case recommended on January 7th that Itou serve 6 years in jail. The defense asked for a suspended sentence for Itou, meaning he would not serve the sentence if he was good for whatever period of time mandated by the court, following Itou's plea of guilty to all the charges. So the judge thought it was severe, but 4 years was enough.
While you were reading that, okay, first of all, is it a shocker that the person that was involved with creating the grotesque movie called Garden of Words was a sicko? Like,
Producer.
yeah,
Not the
He's
creator.
he was the producer though. He produced it.
What
I'm
about
sh-
Garden of Words is terrible. I'm
This-
a
The
little
feet.
lost, 'cause I haven't
Do
seen
you
it. Oh, feet.
remember?
Oh.
What's the name of the guy?
Whatever the guy's name, he makes shoes.
Makoto Shinkai.
Yeah, Shinkai, whatever. That guy, he has now like beat the charges or whatever against the feet thing. You could blame it on this guy. Just say, oh,
Yeah.
this guy told me to add that scene.
That was a pretty heavy part of the plot. I don't think his producer would add that.
So
I don't know.
Randy,
He seems to have been on board
if
anyway.
you ever get locked up and they're interrogating you, like feet is all it's gonna take. Like they're gonna have the secretary
Yeah, they
come
just
in,
have to
take off
shove
her
the feet.
shoes, and
Mhm.
like stick your feet.
Oh,
in the
come on,
face.
come on, Green Line. No, you gotta get some construction worker guy to put his feet in front of Randy. That'll do it.
And the other issue about that movie was the whole like teacher dating the kid.
Yeah.
The other thing I was gonna say is while you were reading that, talking about like the mental thing, all I kept thinking of was that clip of the I don't know if you guys seen it, the track star that like clobbed her running mate or like
Oh yeah, with the baton.
yeah, with the baton, and she's doing the interview later on, and she's like,
It was
one's-
unintentional.
yeah, no one's thinking about my mental. Why would you say that? My mental health? No. My mental. It's just like, come on.
And like, it was yeah. She literally turned her torso, raised her hand above her head. Oh yeah, that was totally unintentional for sure.
Like this guy raped like kids
Yeah.
and
Oh yeah, I'm
wanted to-
talking about the runner, but yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying this guy raped kids and you know tried to get child porn, but no one's thinking about his mental.
Yeah.
He should only get house arrest or
I mean,
suspended sentence. It's like, okay.
yeah. So I'm reading further down here. He asked one girl, a 15-year-old girl, high school girl, for nudes and paid her $83.
Wow, pretty cheap.
I mean,
think
to be fair, when you're like not an adult, your concept of money is like different.
Whoa, what's that? Get that out of here. What the hell did that do?
And to be fair, if I was like a 16 or 15-year-old girl and some old ass guy gave me fucking $100, I'd be like, sure.
I don't know.
I mean, considering he was convicted of actual rape, like I don't see how they give him only 4 years. It's weird.
Exactly.
Well, you know, I keep forgetting his name. Rurouni Kenshin creator, manga, like,
Yeah.
had enough
but was
CP to like.
Yeah, but that was just child porn, right? Like,
Yeah, and we don't even know if it was actual kid stuff or just drawings. Like we never got that.
I thought we did.
I thought we did, yeah.
Find out.
Oh, we did.
But still, as far as I know, he didn't go to any person. It was all
True.
images.
Fair.
But still, there's if it was involved real children, that real children were harmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out with a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, but like when you start actually, you know, soliciting the
I think he's saying more
actual
directly.
people, yeah, I'm saying this seems worse, and like I can understand that they're
Yeah.
what do you call it? Their culture is more lenient on, images and stuff. And it's like, okay, fine. But when you start soliciting actual action from kids, it's like, well, throw the book at that guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Nah.
we can move on
All right, we're
with
moving
that
on.
story.
The book, is it the How to Draw Lolly book?
Huh?
No,
Throw
the-
the book at him. How to Draw Lolly.
throw the like old women, saggy boobs at him so that he doesn't
Throw the
have
feet
any
pics at
good
him.
images at him.
Show him all the feet pics.
He might like that. He did make Garden Words, so.
Anyway, Johnny Somali pleads guilty in South Korean court after showing up late and hungover.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they got him. Also, he is just the human personification of fuck around and find out.
Bro has been gotten like multiple times at this point. Like,
I honestly think though this is like the
when are
last
they gonna
time, I
throw the
think.
noose at him? Like, I don't know what's going on here, buddy.
I think he's being jailed for like a good 4 or 5 years.
We'll find out. Anyway, on March 7th, 2025, happy birthday to me, by the way. Johnny Somali, real name Ramzi Khalid Ismail, showed up to court an hour late wearing an oversized suit and a MAGA hat, which he was asked to remove multiple times. So, according to a YouTube lawyer, pled guilty to obstruction of business and 2 counts of violating the Minor Crimes Act. And however, Somali reportedly had no idea about the additional obstruction of business charge filed against him and moved to push his next court date to April 9th. Does it have anything? Oh, yeah. And then, so, showed up to the court.
I mean, basically the same thing. He might as well work as, the defendant.
In his minor defense,
With those colors in the back and that hat, he looks like he's applying to McDonald's.
in his defense about the oversized suit, he probably didn't have one. I had to buy one secondhand, and that was the best he got.
I heard he borrowed it from like a friend or something, maybe.
Or something like that, yeah. In
his defense, if you were about to plead guilty, wouldn't you, get hammered the night before because you're like, well, this is my last 2 minutes of freedom.
Freedom, yeah. So apparently he said he was going to stream the trial, but they didn't let him. And just hours before the start of the trial, he went live on Party, whatever the streaming thing is, and got hammered to the point of throwing up at his friend's apartment.
Oh, God.
Just hours before going to court, got hammered and to the point of throwing up. So, yeah. Anyway, I think that's really all that's anything decent about that one. All right.
We got a super chat.
AC was right. We do make money when he's not there.
The cool 2T says, happy birthday.
No, that's my money. Okay, thanks.
While we're talking about your birthday, I would also like to say that there is a previous guest host, whatever, that is also having a birthday today.
Lance's birthday is today. Thank you for reminding me, Randy. I almost forgot. I
don't know if he'll even see this, but if he does.
Lance, if you're out there, everybody says happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lance.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
But also I'm messaging on Discord later, probably, anyways. So.
All right. Yeah.
Unkono says hello.
Yeah.
He got it secondhand because the clothing store got blue. My cousin Vinny. Oh, yeah. The Utes.
Leads me to think Johnny Somali is retarded. Not as an insult. I mean, medically retarded.
Yeah, probably.
That's a good
one. Apparently in the insane asylums, the old diagnoses names stick. So people are still legally in there for retardation or whatever.
All right.
My understanding is that when he got there, they ended up charging him with more charges or something. So I don't know if he even said this, but he showed up with a smile, but then he left not happy because he's getting extra charges. He was like a clown.
You were too happy. $5,000 more.
All right. Green line.
Yes.
Spread them. Pickups time.
I mean, you got it, Chief. So they're not anime, but I picked these up. The Batman animated series.
Is he showing up?
So this,
No, I don't see him either.
He's completely invisible.
so this
Is
is
it the
like I
layout?
want to say like 2007, 8 maybe.
There he is.
This came out. This is the. Oh, he's
Now
here.
you're here.
He actually bothered to show up.
No,
No,
you are.
you.
You were.
Oh, I wasn't there.
We couldn't see you when you turned your camera on while you were still in circle.
Oh, makes sense.
Somehow I got muted.
The Batman. Like I was saying, 2007, 2008. And then in the recommendations from Amazon, it was like, hey, you want Ed, and Eddie, like 30th anniversary? I'm like,
Nice.
I haven't seen that in a minute. Yeah, I'll pick that up.
That
Did
was
you
What's up
say
with the gay
38?
header though?
Gay header. Oh, the 30th anniversary.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
Yeah, it's
rainbow
30.
header.
But it
Yeah,
is rainbow. I
gross.
didn't even notice that.
I thought you said 38th.
That'd be hilarious.
But
I'm not that old yet.
Oh
But,
fuck! 38
30th.
years. Oh my god.
30th anniversary.
Does it also
But-
have the movie with it?
I don't think so, sadly. I
Hmm.
wanted to believe it did, but I don't think it does. I could double check.
Hmm.
I'd have to go online though and see. Hang on.
That's unfortunate.
I like your shirt.
The Cheez-It shirt.
Thanks, I do too. I like Cheez-Its.
Cheez-It fan 69
Buddy of mine
over
got it for
here.
me.
Thanks, I like it too. I put it on. I bought it.
They work as a good padding for
Oh my god.
for buying DVDs and stuff from Amazon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Dyslexic Danny picked up Trigun Maximum Volume 1, 2, and 3 Deluxe Editions.
As in
Cool.
213.
Yes. And then Stud picked up the live action
Detroit Mall City?
Detroit Metal City, thank you. That's what that is.
That looks pretty cool, but it's the freaking live action.
And then Anime Fan 007 picked up a whole bunch of Pokemon manga. Basically 1 through 10 over the course of these posts. And Bobby Hill picked up Moomin the Movie, I think he said later on. And there's volume 1 of Pokemon. Footnum picked up.
Oh yeah, Starbarian Tales. If anyone's seen Harry Partridge's animations like Steven the Lesbian and all that stuff, he made one called Starbarians. And he made a GoFundMe that for like a comic book, and this thing is beautiful. So it's like it's not like a manga size, it's like oversized height and all that stuff, and all the pages are full color, and the art is really good quality as well. So
Nice.
it's beautiful.
Cool. And there's Anime Fan 007 getting the last of the volumes. I picked up the Apothecary Diaries and Dead Not Dead Play Volume 13.
I am still fucking bitter that there's no limited edition for this.
Wait, is part 2 out?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Next week.
Yeah, it is.
But
And
no, next week.
Well, next week, but like it's coming out. It's been announced and it's coming out.
Or I
soon.
guess solicited, I should say.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
then we'd know.
It comes out. Street date's the 25th.
Yeah.
So I picked up those. And Anime Fan 007 also picked up the Rise of the Shield Hero Season 3 Limited Edition.
It almost looks like a steelbook finish if you look at it the wrong way.
Yeah. How many copies are you going to buy for them? 6?
Yeah, we'll have to find out how they send it.
And Riff picked up Ragna Crimson and Suikoden 1 and 2 Remastered.
I didn't even realize this show that I never heard of got a steelbook.
We talked about the pussy hand
Yeah.
over here. Don't you remember?
Maybe.
And we've also picked up Afro Samurai Resurrection and what is this?
Not Kingdom Hearts. The World
Nobody,
Without You.
Yeah, the world.
The end of the world without you.
The world
Or
ends
the
with
world
you.
ends with.
The world
ends
ends with
with
you. There we go.
Yeah, the world ends
Jesus
with you.
Christ! What a name.
All right,
That we
Not
can't
Kingdom
read.
Hearts.
Danny
And
picked
then
up.
Dan, man, absolute like giga
Dan bought the store.
Like he did. Like, where did you go, Dan? I want to visit. Dang.
I like how the number, like even if he had like this set next to this one, it would still be backwards on this set.
Fuck, you're right.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's got them inserted backwards anyway, because like you don't go from 6 to like.
You don't go from 7 to 12 and then 6 to 1, or you don't go from 6 to 1 and then from 7 to 12.
Yes, we all get it. One of them, he put them in backwards. Yes.
This one here probably, because
Yeah.
Anyway, I also picked up Megazone 2-3, the
With
video CD store or one with the
The Medio CD.
I'll have to pick up
Ublat,
it
Deluxe
just came
Edition,
back in stock.
and Vagabond.
When the hell
Ubelblatt.
did they make Ubelblatt in Deluxe?
Yep, Ubelblatt Deluxe Edition, Vagabond, whatever.
Bubblegum Crash just came back in stock.
Huh.
Apparently. So if you were looking for it.
Oh yeah, this is still Danny. Also got Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash.
There you go.
And Time of Eve Complete Collection. Nice.
She's got a robot in her.
And
belly.
one of the Macross movies, I don't know which one.
It's Macross. What is it? The movie, the something love something
But,
something.
like, I'll Remember Love or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Do You Remember Love? That's it.
Do you remember Love? Okay, this is a 4K Blu-ray combo from
Yes.
Japan.
It's very
Record.
recent.
And How to Summon a Demon Lord, Season 1 and Season 2.
How not to summon a demon lord.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. How Not to Summon a Demon Lord.
Wow, can you even read, Rhys?
I cannot. I'm blind. Remember, it's really hard to do that with one eye. Don't forget.
Star Driver.
Like,
wait, is this?
yeah. Holy shit. Bandai.
Yeah.
This must have been a pretty penny, dude.
Where did
I think it's part 2 is one that's like a lot easier to get. Unless this is the easier one to get. I think it's part 2 though. That's the easy one.
And then he's got Rainbow. Nice. Magical Spec Ops Asuka. And Nutbuster. And Yashahime Season 2, Part 1 and 2.
Ooh, they started rounding their corners, I see. Yeah.
Yep. That's classy right there.
Well, I mean, that's Discotheque's argument for the rounded corners, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Ooh, even down here too. Look at that. Nice.
Rounded corners get messed up anyways, though. And also Randy's in the way of that one.
Hold on. There you go.
Oh, crap. We're done.
Wow, you're screwing it up. Jeez.
I thought you were joining. What happened? Where'd you go? There. Restaurant to Another Word, Season 2, Limited Edition. Cute.
Never had a season 1 limited edition.
Oh, I just got another pickup in the mail.
Oh shit! Hurry up! Put it in the channel before Randy posts his thing.
Oh, Randy's already done that. He's already on it.
He posts. You should stop posting that prematurely, for this very reason, Randy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Restaurant to Another World Season 2. Million Arthur and the Master of Ragnarok and Blesser of Einherjar.
Also, if Greenline has a pickup, just turn its camera on. What the hell?
New Game Season 2 and Classroom with Elite Season 2. Holy fuck.
What? Seriously, was this like going out of business sale? Like what the fuck?
He
gets
lives
like
in
proxy shipping.
yeah he
from,
lives in
Lashonski or
South
something.
America or
South Africa.
Africa.
South Africa, whatever.
Come
And-
on, Rhys.
I'm sorry.
Not
And
even
so
the
he-
same continent.
Close. They both have South in it. Jeez.
One's a continent, though. one's a country.
South America isn't a country; it's just a continent.
That's exactly,
South Africa
dumbass.
is a country.
South Africa is not a country either, is it?
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
Not that. That's actually there's an actual country and they call it South Africa.
Yes.
Oh,
And we have a guy in our Discord /streams that lives there.
guys, can I get a
Oh,
stupid
man.
chat to learn geography?
The U.S.
Education system. has
education
failed
system,
him.
yeah, proving its point here.
Suppose the kid from the last dungeon boonies moved to a starter town, and Shikamori's not just a cutie.
Oh, I need to get both of those. Damn.
They're all right.
Oh, they're all right. Okay, so you're telling me not to get them. Is what I'm
Well,
hearing.
I'm not telling you not to get them. I'm just saying I personally thought they were just okay.
Okay.
Nothing to rush after anyway. The ones within and the legendary hero is dead. Yeah. And Tomodachi game or Tomodachi game.
Give me 1 second. I also want to show you guys
Tomodachi
something
game.
on camera while I'm at it.
And then our last crusade or the rise of a new world. Jesus Christ. Ningen Fushin adventurers who don't believe in humanity will save the world. That one was pretty fun. More than a married couple, but not lovers. Parallel World Pharmacy and Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.11 Thrice Upon a Time on Blu-ray.
Jesus Christ.
Shinobi no Itoki and Other Side Picnic. Dustboat Kishbe Rohan OVA series limited edition. Handyman Saito in Another World. Vampire Dies in No Time. 7 Days War. And she professed herself. Jesus Christ! I need a drink of water.
She professed herself.
You gotta do
pupil
the
of the wise man.
She
You need a
sells
drink of brain
seashells
cells.
by the seashore.
Suck my dick, Randy. And the gymnastic samurai and the detective is already dead. Whew.
Like the man went all out. Like I am legitimately jealous by some of these.
I'm not going to zoom in on this, but
I want to pick that up now.
Enver picked up Call of the Night. Please put them on Takamine-san and Jujutsu Kaisen manga.
That's
volumes.
wrapped. I wonder why it's wrapped.
Damn, it even has a
That
parental warning sticker on
that
it.
one's like you gotta buy it online. I can't imagine going into a bookstore buying that one.
Oh.
And Helsing volumes 1, 2, and 3, and Drifter's Ominous 1. Cool.
Ominous
Like,
one? Is that what you said?
I've had issues. Omnibus.
Omnibus.
I've had issues buying No Game No. Well, not like issues, but like I
Yeah,
felt
No Game,
weird
No Life in
buying
general.
No Game No Life, and it's like that one's already like on the edge for me, and it's like this one's full ass. It's like, ugh.
You can't be bothered to go into a bookstore and have some old lady ring you up with the
Nice.
girl's ass on the front.
I'd almost feel better if it's an old lady. If it was a younger woman or
Right?
like a younger girl, then it's like,
Oh, I don't want to get plowed by this freak.
Henry also picked up Gunsmith.
Don't worry,
Mask.
ladies. He has a thing against feet. You're fine.
and he touched her boob.
Metaphorically.
No, physically.
That has a parental advisory too. It's funny.
Danny also picked up Tokyo Underground and Live on the Third, Farewell to Nostradamus.
Is that like Sonic Underground?
I
Sonic Underground.
don't see any hedgehogs.
I mean, they could be, right? Like Sonic. I forget all the names. There's the purple one and the green one.
That the dark haired one could be Shadow. The blonde could be
No, Shadow wasn't in Sonic Under.
Whatever. Anyway,
That was
moving.
before this time.
Who's this again? Enriv picked up the Law of Ueki, Visions of Escaflowne, and Onimusha on PlayStation 4.
Escaflowne.
And we've also picked up Tropic Thunder, The Expendables, The Raid Redemption, Grand Blue Fantasy.
Like,
Relief.
did he get his taxes back or something, or did Africa give him like a?
No, this is Enriv now. This isn't.
Yeah, this is
isn't
Enriv
Dan
now.
anymore.
And
Also, Green Line. Think of it the way I get an order from Rhys every like half a year.
True,
right?
but that's
You get it all
specifically.
bunched up.
Enriv says, "I bought Takmini-san in a bookstore. I felt much anxiety, but I did it."
I
Good
would
for you.
have given
Proud
you
of
the
you.
thumbs up.
What a true.
You're
group.
very, very
Oh,
If
brave.
you remember,
OCA
Enriv,
podcast approved.
right? If you do you remember who was there at the counter to ring you up? Was it a young girl or an old lady? Or was it
Enriv
neither?
also picked up the Ghostbusters the video game remastered.
More like Riz, am I right? No.
Right?
Enriv.
I picked up this classic T-shirt.
Are you glad that you made that purchase for one day?
Yep, I'm wearing it today too.
Yeah, and we're totally seeing it on camera.
Yeah.
It's literally like right here.
So where are you in this picture? Are you underneath the shirt? Is that it?
Yeah.
Are you one of those wrinkles hiding amongst the?
You see this line right here?
Uh-huh.
You
That's
mean
my
the
dick.
one that Random 11's covering? Yeah, I do see it.
This line right here down the middle. That's my dick going to the shirt. I also picked up Jujutsu Kaisen, Shibuya Incident, which is the rest of season 2, and Rise of the Shield Hero season 3, which, by the way, that's gonna be a watch club coming soon, and Spy Family season 2 and Spy Family Code White movie. Standard
I
edition.
tried to pick this up from Walmart yesterday, and they were like, "Nah, you got to order it online." I'm like, "You mother."
Yeah, it didn't come out yesterday. It came out today, dumbass.
Well, sometimes they have early stock. You know, they get things early to stock their fucking shelves, dumbass.
You're just
Sometimes-
being greedy and want things when you want it. You can't wait to have it when everyone else gets it.
No,
Come
I
on,
was.
Green Line.
I had time, and I was like, "Well, I'll show up to Walmart. I have to pick a few things up there anyways, and see if they have it." And they're like, "No, you got to order it online."
Well, the
No,
world can't
I
work
think
on your
that
schedule.
person didn't realize that it was going to be coming out tomorrow and only saw that it was available online to purchase that day.
You mean today?
Today, the next day, by the way.
And I also picked up That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Volume 20. And Randy's showing off his food. Ban him. Ban Randy.
I would included the image of the Pepsi can for scale because
Everybody knows how big a tech deck is.
no, you clearly you don't because there's multiple different sizes.
You could have just put it right next to your mouse.
Actually, it says Tech Deck 57 millimeters, so
I
it's
know.
57 millimeters.
guess-
I know,
Oh, is that
but
a
I still bought this thinking it was the normal size tech decks, and then realized
smaller?
right
Oops,
after I
it's
fucking
not.
bought it that it was the mini ones, and I'm like, God fucking damn it.
But why?
Maybe
Because
it's because he wanted to shove it in his urethra, okay?
This is the one that
Maybe.
I used in the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 game. So I wanted it
Oh.
as a tech deck. And then so I went on eBay and I haggled this guy down a couple $. And I was like, cool.
Did it
It's
cost,
expensive.
like, oh,
How
It was-
expensive?
It was like 60 Canadian dollars.
Holy
so a dollar
fuck,
per millimeter.
And so I was like,
Damn.
$60 is expensive, but
what the fuck?
you know what? I'll buy it. And then after I realized, shit, it's not the right one, it's the tiny one. And then I was sad. And then I looked up
Of course, you're right.
the normal size one, and there is a normal size one on eBay, but it's in a crushed fucking thing, like the cardboard. And
You don't want to take it out and play with it?
You're not gonna shred your keyboard with it?
And the guy wants like 130 Canadian dollars plus shipping plus tax.
Jesus Christ.
And
Could you
then I
imagine wanting one of those?
tried to make him an offer, and he just ignored it. I was sad.
Poor Randy.
Yes.
I mean, if you weren't going to open it anyway, the
Okay.
micro one's fine.
So
Oh, I
fresh
want
from my mail,
large one.
because apparently somebody was like, "Hey, you have mail." Dadon that I ordered back in fucking November.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I am never ordering manga from fucking Crunchyroll ever again. This took months beyond any conceivable reasonable time
You
frame.
should
So
just order it off of
Dadon
Amazon.
Volume 1. Yeah, I should have. It was on sale from Crunchyroll. I was like, hey, why
Oh,
not?
yeah.
I've been watching Dadon. Maybe I'll,
Yeah.
get some more.
I mean,
manga,
to be
but-
honest, that's kind of expected considering how hot shit Don became right away after starting to air.
I get that, but I'm just like it took them like so this is I ordered volumes 1 through 4 and it took them it's March. Like I don't get that. Like I ordered this shit in November. How the fuck did it take you till to March? But anyways, I have an older pickup that I'd like to showcase because I was looking at my shelf. And I didn't even notice this. So for our co-hosts, my fellow co-hosts, what do you remember about Discotheque and their spines? You know where the logo on there for Discotheque and Eastern Star is on their
Usually at the
spines,
bottom.
right?
On the bottom?
They're usually at the bottom, but look at
Oh yeah, so sometimes they do that on top.
it's the only one I have that is on top. It is the only one. I'm looking at my shelf and I'm like,
Yeah,
wait,
'cause you put all of your
What?
Discotheque together, right?
yeah. I'm like, why is it every other release I have from Discotheque bottom? It's on the bottom. This, I don't know. I don't get why it's on top.
No one can give us consistency.
Well, I
Mainly
thought
it's-
Discotheque of all people would. That they're big on giving us consistency. Hey,
Rhys, do you have
we
your
fucked with the
raising
font.
of the Shield Hero spine picture?
No. No, I could grab that, I guess. Hang on.
Raising
I
I
of the
get that
spine
from
here.
Funimation. I get it when it's from Crunchyroll. I get it when it's from Sentai Filmworks. Discotheque was like the only one where it's like, we're going to try to remain consistent. We're going to give you fonts and other bullshit. And
Yeah, even with
Yeah.
Cardcaptor Sakura movie 1, they went back when they reprinted it with the slipcase to make it match the second one that came out later.
yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
the Rising of the Shield Spine. Season 1, Part 1, Season 1, Part 2, Season 2, Season 3.
Its power creeping up.
It is. It's part of the
as high as
lore.
it goes. That's as high as it goes.
I think what triggers me more is the Blu-ray band at the top.
Yeah, they shrunk the Blu-ray brand.
Because at least the text, it's like, well, they're going to have another Roman numeral to add to it. So offsetting the text somewhat makes sense, right? Oh, that's not a numeral. In fact, there's less text.
Ew, they put
I've
both
been thoroughly
Funimation and
debunked in real
Crunchyroll
time.
logos on it.
Yeah, and then just yeeted Funimation.
Wow, disrespect.
Yeah,
All
there's
right.
literally.
No, what are you gonna say?
They did a
I was just
ridiculous-
gonna say there's literally a bigger gap, like with
Yeah.
the lack of logo or whatever.
It would have been funny
Oh,
if they
yeah.
brought it back down to match with this one. So it's like
And you're like, I'm glad I got my standard editions.
I am, because look how much shelf space I'm saving.
Yeah, well, you know how you can save shelf space? You can get one of those binders that holds discs, so they don't even have cases anymore. And they'll have a lot of shelf space left.
You know what they
Oh, you'll
could
be
do
dead
though?
inside.
They like if I wonder if a company would ever do that. Just offer like replacement slipcovers Like when the series completes, you know, just be like, you can buy all of our slipcovers in one go. They'll all be the same, just for collectors. I don't know, for like
They
$5.
like remake them to be like actually aligned.
Yeah, I think fans would buy that for like.
Yeah.
I think
assuming
fans
it's-
would buy it, but I don't think there'd be enough fans for them to warrant it.
You don't
maybe.
think enough people would want to do that?
Yeah.
Well, at least from a corporate level, they wouldn't evaluate it as being worthwhile.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
Before we continue,
Yeah,
Rhys,
let's go
I
with
have
comments.
no. Well, I will do that, but I have something I want to talk to you about first. See how your window is full screen right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make it not full screen
Why?
because it's itching my OCD-ness.
But I don't want to make it not full screen because if I do that, then it's gonna be like that.
Yeah. Okay. And then so manually resize the window to be almost full screen, but a little bit less wide. No, not that wide. A little less wide. Less wide. Less wide. Less wide. Less wide. Less wide. There you go.
Right there.
A little bit more less wide. A little bit more.
A little bit more, less wide.
Less wide.
Why?
Just a little bit. Come on, move it.
I
Move it.
Hold on, maybe. Let's see. If I...
Is
So,
this phone
couple-
sex
there you
right
go,
now?
there you go.
Like,
There.
No, you went back. Motherfucker. Whatever, it's good enough.
What?
Okay. It's good enough.
okay, put the timestamp down as Randy and Rhys phone sex.
Randy's just like harder, harder, harder. Oh.
Okay, we're reading comments. Get the fuck out of
Okay.
here. The vague wording in the law bills are the problem since it makes it seem like even drawings are a crime. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna skip some of those. Hope OG Baki anime gets license rescue one day. I want
Yeah,
the
that would
OG
actually be a perfect one.
Hunter x Hunter to
Yeah.
get released.
We all do,
And,
but there's going to
and
be the
JoJo.
brand confusion thing as to why they won't license it out, probably. However, Baki, I'm pretty sure that's technically like the
If
prequel.
they gave the license to Discotheque, I think people like Discotheque has an audience that is smart enough to know the difference. I think.
Yeah.
I think it would work.
No,
Sorry, what were you
it's
saying
not
then?
about that. It's about the licensor in Japan doesn't want that.
No, I
Because
know.
obviously the fans would
You're saying the licensor doesn't want to license the old thing because they are
no,
They don't
worried
want to draw
about
away
market
from...
technically
confusion.
in Japan, the people who own the IP, they're called the licensor. So they don't
Yes.
want to license it out because they don't want the brand confusion. They want people to buy
This
the
is
new
literally
hot
what I
stuff.
just said. So yes, I agree with you, but I am saying that if they licensed the old series out to Discotheque, I think they could get away with doing that and
Oh
avoid
yeah, for sure.
market confusion, because I think Discotheque's audience is smart enough that they would not confuse things and it would be okay.
Oh yeah, but companies don't think like
Seems
that.
like we're not getting it. Anyway. Talking about the TV anime in those box sets. Not sure what that would go.
The Baki anime though, that one isn't like a brand confusion thing because it's technically still a prequel. So it's actually like valuable to license that.
Yeah. I seen DMC in that movie. Devil May Cry. I even seen Kamen Henta. Okay.
GT Vega, you're
That's it.
starting to remind me of Randy 11 with his usage of singing.
Singing?
You always use scene in like a present tense.
Oh,
Scene.
scene. I thought you said singing.
Scene.
I did too.
Yeah. Good morning, Vernaja. I heard rumors Lucky Star might get a license.
Funimation
What?
still has that.
She was probably in her 30s, but she was nice. The bookstore clerk, nice. Well, hopefully, you can get a first date. I don't. If you're interested in going on a first date. If you're not, if you already have a girlfriend or whatever, then who knows? Rip Dave Mallow, OG Captain Kensai of Squad 9 from Bleach, had passed away. Moment of silence. Yes. Someone else. Maybe he just retired. I don't know. Never mind. Anyway, he has throat chlamydia, so he is not here today. AC is not here. Although he said he may join later. I don't know.
He
But-
was gonna be like in the background for one.
Yeah, he'll probably bitch out and just sit in the background.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now, and I didn't see like anything relevant. But this is like Bryce Pappenbrook's dad, where you're like, I don't see anything relevant, and then you see Digimon. It's like, oh no, he voiced like half of the Digimon. Here's Angemon, Magna Angemon, Seraphimon,
Yeah, Andymon.
Upamon, Pegasusmon, Tokem. I guess he's literally like just all that line of Patamon evolutions.
Dave Mallow also was the anti-Spiral in Gurren Lagann TV. And it was funny because I didn't know he had retired and forgot he did, because when I watched the movies and heard Crispin Freeman, I was confused.
Crispin Freeman replaced him in the 4K release for the recap movies. Okay.
Don Manga Volume 1 to 8 Ultimate Collection box set is $90 on Amazon.
Wow.
I bought all Dawn to Dawn volumes immediately after I saw the trailer of the anime because I knew it was going to blow up and I didn't want to risk the volumes selling out. That's a good plan. Slipcovers are never needed. Booklets are fine.
We're gonna stop.
Well, some people like to see a collection on their shelf, and slipcovers allow them to be seamless. Well, relatively speaking.
An added layer.
You see all spine and no blue.
Yeah. And also slipcovers can have added effects like being metallic, hollow foil, embossed, engraved.
I mean, to be fair, the inserts can do that too.
Yeah. I also am less concerned about special effect ones. I just want it to look consistent. So a special effect one would actually piss me off because I'd be like, they're all like white and then there's like one shiny one. And come on. Why'd you do that? Chainsaw Man box set includes volume 1 to 11, is $55. It comes in a cool art box. Okay. I lost the booklet. That's fine. I lost the slipcover. First world problems.
What?
I guess he's saying.
He's basically saying that the
First world
booklet is so much.
He's saying it's like first world problems, like big whoop, first world problem.
I would be concerned if I lost the booklet, like just having the DVDs like lying around in a big like. Did you guys ever have those booklets of like just DVDs? They used to sell them like to hold your DVDs. It was like a big like booklet of just
the binder.
Like, you mean like a CD case? Yes.
Well, it's not a case. It's a binder.
The thing I suggested to Rhys when he said shelf space.
I have one of those, like a 240 someone. Yeah, I do have one of those.
Yeah, and but you're not using it for your anime, bitch. So save more shelf space.
But then where would I put the cases?
Yeah.
You burn them.
Put the cases.
Awesome.
Like Justin Savakis does that, I guess.
Heathen. Oh man.
So speaking of slipcovers, though, the only one I had to ever like remove permanently is the second Card Captor Sakura movie because I could not, for the life of me, take it off. I needed to like work at it really hard to take the damn thing off.
Oh yeah, it was too tight.
Yeah, way too tight. And so it's permanently like off. I still have it for the record, but it's so difficult to like put back on and take off when I do put it back on, to the point where I thought I was going to rip the slipcase.
But does he actually have throat chlamydia?
It sounds like he does.
We don't know. He may. His throat seems to be sore, at the very least.
Apparently, he lost his voice out to the point where at one point it was like Sunday.
And he did go to Australia, and they have koala bears that are. A large population of them have chlamydia. So, I mean, it's a possibility, you know. Although I don't think he's taken any tests.
Hmm.
So we can't know for sure what it is.
Right.
But he's being a bitch about not being able to speak.
We have a
so
live
that is-
submission from your boy Seb.
That is why he's not here.
Consistency.
Oh no.
That's a you
Oh.
problem, Seb.
Oh boy.
I
It's
I-
even,
for-
it's even better because season 4 looks like it's not even Region B.
man, I want to say I hate the fucking fit, like the age logo for Europe.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's so ugly.
I that's why I'll never import stuff, probably.
Well, that's why the new ones are nice because they don't even have them. Except on the disc, but like, who actually sees the discs when it's in your shelf?
I can't believe AC sucked up a koala. It's not the weirdest thing that's been on the show, so I mean, it's possible. It is possible. We don't know for sure, but like,
Anything is possible if you think hard enough.
he does seem to have a throat issue, and so that is a possible explanation. And so for now, with no evidence to any contrary, that's what I'm going with. That's my headcanon. My brother put all his PS2 and GameCube games in a notebook that held just discs. So yeah, what we were talking about. I hated it because he lost the cases and plastic sleeves in the books. Oh, and the plastic sleeves in the book scratch the games. Yeah, that's like if you get the cheapo ones, and you're not very careful when you're putting them in. Yeah, they scratch the shit out of your disc.
Alright. I think
all
that's
right.
enough stop point.
Moving on.
Let's move right on. So, the GOP Texas bill could jail you for owning or watching Goblin Slayer and more. So the bill would purportedly make it a crime to own a multitude of popular Japanese manga and anime, I guess, including Goblin Slayer, Fruits Basket, and many others. It passed the Senate and will soon head to the governor's office to be signed. Like, it literally could happen. Yes.
Bro, what dark turn does Fruits Basket take that I haven't seen yet?
I don't know. Is there anything sexually explicit involving kids or minors?
Not that I've seen. It
Not-
seems like rather
Yeah,
like
that's kind of weird. I also think that
relatively
it's
wholesome, minus the fact that
it
the
doesn't
characters,
include
go
like
naked when they
anime
transform.
specifically.
It doesn't.
I don't
It's
think so.
fiction.
From what I like researched and from what I saw from other people, it's in relation
Video
to like
games as
AI
well.
generated like kids. I think
So-
that's
Well,
what they're trying to like.
The intent versus the wording is going to be a key.
Let-
I haven't looked at it, but
Let's
that's
read
gonna be a
further.
key difference.
The bill in question, in its own words, creates a new state offense for the possession or promotion of obscene material that appears to depict a child younger than 18 years old, regardless of whether depiction of an actual child, cartoon, or animation, or an image created using an artificial intelligence application or other computer software.
Okay, but that's again, this is an article from Niche Gamer. Are they quoting the
Well,
the
that is in
article, the
quotes.
bill
I think
for?
they are.
Well,
Does
they are, but like, we're taking their word at face value. I haven't seen the actual bill that says these words specifically.
Well, let's see if I can.
But I'm more. Obviously, it's
All right, let's see.
Be
The
welcome to be
craziest
wrong.
part of this whole thing is how Crunchyroll / Funimation is Texas based, so it's like
And
literally, like-
Sentai?
oh yeah, true, and Sentai. So it's like they'll have to like nuke their catalog or
They're gonna move. Because if you're
yeah, I
getting
guess.
so let's finish what I have here.
Wouldn't that be evasion or
Hold on,
something?
hold on. An offense under this section is a state jail felony. First-time offenders convicted under this law to a minimum of 5 years in prison.
Minimum.
Simply for owning or viewing such material.
Minimum.
Now, if this goes through, Funimation and Sentai would be seen as producers or distributors of this.
They're basically cartels.
And that, fuck, dude, if they'd have to move entirely out of state.
I don't think they could though. Like they'd
Yeah.
be like literally death sentenced before they could move out, right?
Right. So, like Goku penis is, Dragon Ball is out of the question, right? That's PG.
Well, time to move to Nevada, I guess, you guys. You're fucking Oklahoma. And like,
Yeah.
I don't know what else you're gonna do.
Yeah,
it's so funny to me that we were just reading about that guy who works with Shin-chan who only got 4 years for the 3 actual assaults.
for 3, exactly.
And then these people have thought crimes, and it's like 5 years minimum.
Nothing nothing sexually explicit. It's not hentai. Like this girl, Goblin Slayer. Did we know if this girl in Goblin Slayer episode 1 was under 18? I would imagine like the Adventurers thing wouldn't allow kids or something. But you don't even see it. You don't see any.
Well, the stupider one is Fruits Basket. I think I know why now. Now that we've read the thing, because they turn into animals or whatever, and then when they unturn it from like back into humans, they're naked or whatever. That must be it. But it's not even like explicit. It's just like implied, like, oh, they're naked, tee hee hee. Like, yeah. That's it from what I remember. So this is insane and unhinged.
Yeah.
Could you imagine like all the wasted resources they'd have to do enforcing this? Which I imagine people probably wouldn't want to enforce it because it's like, bruh, there's way too many people
especially in
own...
Texas, the heart of basically anime. Like
the amount of people that own Dragon Ball Z
they'd have to raid every single house in the state.
Where's Dragon D's nuts?
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Overreach is dumb. This is a thought crime. What the fuck?
Sorry, I'm just reading. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just a very quick skim, but and I've only got through half of it, and I'm not a lawyer, so going through it more is maybe not worth my time. But just quickly, they do say that they're targeting images that depict obscene material, and their definition of obscene material is one. The average person applying contemporary community standards would find that taken as a whole appeals to prurient interests in sex, or B, depicts or describes, penetration and actual sexual acts. So
where's this Fruits Basket reference come from? Like, where's the source on that?
I don't know. So Goku Peen probably not gonna count.
But it's still a kid, and it's still a penis on a kid that you see.
Yeah, but again, just depictions is not enough. It's depictions that fit the definition of taken as a whole appeals to prurient interest.
What about when he
act.
slaps? What about when Goku slaps Bulma's crotch looking for her balls? Does that count?
There.
You know what might count actually, though. I don't know about slapping the balls because they're clothed.
Bulma flashing Roshi.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Bulma flashing Roshi might count. I don't know. Obviously, not a lawyer. I don't know. The idea is stupid. I get they're trying to stop AI depictions. I think they could.
But they're being way too broad with the.
But going after legally produced stuff is.
I think they could be a little bit clearer. Even with the AI stuff, it's like it's so hard to nail down a definition that fits exactly what personally I would think is objectionable, as opposed to like I don't have an issue with.
Mhm.
So I see why they're erring on the side of, well, we'll just get everything, but obviously I would prefer more freedom from people. So I don't know.
Now,
Hopefully it gets
what you
challenged in
find
court.
what you find objectionable is feet, though. So I wouldn't trust your word.
Yeah, well, I don't want to ban feet though. There's a difference between what I personally find objectionable and what I think is objectionable for everybody.
I didn't want to ban feet. I used mine.
Well, again, the
They're
issue,
gonna come
like,
for our feet.
we've
Or
talked
they'll
about it
literally
before,
come.
but like,
they're coming for our feet.
And
so for instance, Hatsune Miku, right? I think canonically she's 16, right? I don't know. Maybe that's not true, but some people think she is not of an age older than 18, at least. And I actually saw a TikTok of someone who made a paper craft model based off of another model, that like a real life model figure of Hatsune Miku, where she's like sitting with her like legs kind of spread out, and she has this like weird face, like the ahigao, yeah, face. I don't know if that face was on the figure, but it was on the paper thing. And the comments were like, she's underage. I was like, okay, this is a fucking paper craft thing of Hatsune Miku, who is a robot, not a person, and you're complaining about like, because then it's like, okay, well, can you think that, maybe this model, this paper craft is a model of her when she was 18? Like, is that hard for you to think? Like, do you have to
Let's do that
assume?
mental gymnastics.
Yeah, it's like it just becomes idiotic when you start doing that, right? Like, if you have an AI,
just put a shirt on her that says "barely legal."
yeah, if you have an AI make an image of a person who is naked, like, there's no, especially one who isn't real, but even if they are real, they don't come with an ID and been like,
Yeah.
I'm actually this age in this photo.
He fires back. He pulls out a little paper wall of it out of her paper pocket and pulls out a little paper ID.
Could you imagine if they started registering fictional characters like in a
Yeah.
database?
But like with fictional characters, the fictional character can age. So like, can we just say that this picture of this fictional character is when they're older? Like,
yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, okay, so now we're gonna get past. Well, okay, fine. Let's assume that we can just know by looking at. But then it's like, what features just say this is a kid, right? Australia famously said if they're an A cup or whatever, you can't do porn. But it's like, well, there are fucking old people with A cups. So you're telling me, like, I can't take a picture of that person because they have an A cup? That, like, it's just idiotic.
I'm not like I can't have sex with this consenting adult who just happens to have an A cup.
Yeah.
Like, what?
And the really annoying thing about it is, like, I want a scenario where the government is not in my business, right? Like, just fuck off, government. But like, I want them to target people who are doing bad things. But I also, like I said, don't want them in my business.
Focus on the things that have actual living, breathing victims.
But then when you try and argue this point, right, because of what we're talking about, it's so easy for people to be like, well, you're just defending, the bad people. And it's like, can you see the minutia of this argument that I'm trying to make? I'm not trying to defend the bad people. I'm just trying to stop stupid rules. Like, the idiocy of these rules is inherent in what they're trying to do, and you can't get around them very easily. And I don't think that we should have stupid rules on the books. That's my point, anyway. It's a really annoying topic.
Let's go with chats before we go on.
Where were we? Goblins rule Texas, apparently. It's so annoying too. Texas has some of the dumbest laws about like parenting and stuff. And then like half the state is Republican, and then there's like some parts of the states that are like super Democrat. And they have control over some of the courts, and it's like you thought Texas was a safe haven. It's not, unfortunately. That will also hurt the voice actor industry in Texas if they move out of Texas. Yeah,
for sure.
Well, because they have they have the union rules there, like the anti-union rules, the at-will state rule, for work at will state, and the income tax rules. You know, if to move out of there would be not beneficial to Crunchyroll. But I mean, if the state is gonna make it illegal to operate, then you gotta move. Texas looked like boy character jumping with penis. The fuck? Come on. It does include anime in the Texas law. Yeah, based on what I read, I don't see a carve out. That's for sure. David Wald is the same voice actor who voiced in anime and supports mutilating people. Okay, I don't know. He would have been in jail by now. I have no clue. Well, Funimation Sony is getting what they want then. They translate lolicon as literal pedo. I guess so.
What was that one anime? I feel like I saw whichever anime we talked about the one time where they translated the one part as like lolicon or whatever into pedo, but that was like in the sub, but I was watching it dubbed and they seem to have rectified it, I think. I can't remember what it is though.
I'm not sure. Ranma is topless in the first episode. I think they're topless in multiple episodes.
Wow, did you just assume the wrong middle gender?
I don't fucking know. Texas could ban all cartoons. Mystery solved. Case closed. No, case closed is a different show.
Yes, Mashal. Thank you.
They would ban Pokemon. I don't see how that would be the case, but skip that. Your 30-year-old VHS copies of Ranma is now illegal. Yeah.
I mean, your Blu-rays of Ranma are illegal, at least in Texas.
She's been around since 2003. Who, Miku?
Just imagine you have a 4K copy, you get 4 times the sentence length.
Is this you guys or is this AC?
That's AC.
Might actually be him.
Ultimately, the issue is that once this is established as law, the definition for what constitutes an illegal image will continue to slide arbitrarily until whoever holds control. Whoever holds control. Yeah. I mean, there is still
define obscene. It could be it's a case by case basis.
Yeah.
Define what you have defined as obscene, what I define as
obscene. It's not the definition isn't obscene. It's obscene where the whole thing is of pure interest.
You get what I'm saying?
Specifically for sex. So it is a little bit more defined than just obscene. But yeah.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. For you, looking at Goku Peen is probably not sexual, but for, some gay guy, it might be. So for you, they won't charge you for having Dragon Ball, but the gay guy down the street, they will.
This is what I've mentioned before. Is like someone who's into feet will really like a foot scene, but it's like feet aren't inherently sexual though.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully someone fucking sues them, and the courts say, "Bad Texas, free speech is better than your stupid law."
good God, that will shake up the industry so hard if that happens.
It's funny that AI is legal. AI is not illegal though. But you can do parody with a lookalike.
I think he's talking about deep fake laws, but he's like, but if you have someone that looks really close to them, that's cool.
Oh, well, yeah, and we've talked about that too. Like there was that whole thing with Sarah Palin where they got a lookalike to do a Sarah Palin porno. And then there's like just people who are not even like trying to look like you, but like the whole emo like scene girl look. Specifically Belle Delphine, right? Like so many girls look like that as like this is like the culture is just to look like this. And so at what point is the line like you look too much like Belle Delphine, so therefore like this counts as like looking like you? And it's like and then if you make an AI of this person that looks like Belle Delphine and it's not actually Belle Delphine, is that AI a deep fake of Belle Delphine? Where's like this is what I was talking about, like just stupid laws, like where you have to make stupid decisions that make no sense to try and make a square peg fit in a star hole, like
where you have to get pegged by a square peg.
Yeah, in your butt star.
Call
it was
chocolate starfish.
Yeah, it was Mashville. High Dive are no better. They have the wrong captions. Yeah, they're no better. They have wrong captions. The whole company should go bankrupt. Game of Thrones would be illegal in Texas too. There's a scene with fucking the girl, the faceless girl, like she becomes the faceless girl. Oh man, I forget her name. Starts with an M. The Stark girl, the one, but not the redhead. She goes topless in the last season, and she would be underage in the show, in the canon of the show.
I was going to say, I hope you mean the show and not real life. That would be
yes.
I believe
she was 18 in real life, but in the canon of the show, she was underage. And also, there are movies that have actual underage topless scenes, like Blue Lagoon has
that was from the 80s or something, right?
Yeah, and there's also, I think there's one called Paradise where the girl from Fast Times at Ridgemont High went topless, and she was not 18 yet. So are those illegal? Like, are those paintings? Oh man, do you remember those paintings in that politician's house? And the paintings in Jamie Lee Curtis's house? Like they have these fucking paintings. I don't know. But then the stupid thing is, like, obviously Texas prosecutors aren't going to be going after those people. That's like, oh well, we're not going to charge you.
No, they grandfather those in because they're like the Goku penis of the world, right?
Yeah, Podesta's house. Yeah, I think it was Podesta's house that I'm thinking of. I blame Vosh for this. Ooh, just thinking of that. Rip AC would say get better soon, but
you're not.
No. But what? Okay. Hello again. You said hello a long time ago. I just finished watching the Yu Yu Hakusho series just now. Ooh. Now you got to watch the Netflix series. Home Alone has a scene where Macaulay Culkin's character screams in the mirror. He has no shirt on. His parents
I guess we gotta go to all the beaches and then shoot the parents that have kids that aren't wearing tops. That
parents contented him? What?
I don't know what you mean by that. How come that movie has not been? Well, because
it wasn't sexual.
Yeah, it's not sexual.
He was screaming because he put on actor. Why was he screaming in that movie anyway? At that point,
he put on shaving cream.
No, he put on aftershave or something.
Yeah. Sorry, aftershave.
But why would he scream?
Yeah,
Because it hurts.
because aftershave
Like an
normally
alcohol or
hurts, but he
something?
didn't actually shave, so like he had nothing to shave. So his pores wouldn't have opened up from shaving. Stop moving around your mic, god damn it. All right, let's move on.
Okay. So we have we're gonna go to the media brand real quick and find the thing for this. Okay. So we have this thing, yes. Japanese monster movie Bakemono, a no CGI horror film. Now, previously on the podcast.
Also, if you guys backed Japanese monster movie Bakemono, no CGI horror film, it is going to start shipping this month. They'll be going out in batches since I have to mail over 230. So it may be a few weeks or longer, depending on where you live, until you receive yours. But they're finally done. I added another bonus to all of them. Festival Q&A in Germany. Thanks for everyone for your patience. So I don't know if you guys backed this. I backed it. It'll show up soon. Apparently, when I originally read this, I thought he was doing 230 at a time. But it sounds like he has to do 230 because 41 backers?
This is a scam.
41 backers? Why did they back so many?
They had one client that probably had like, I don't know, 200 copies.
I guess. Anyway, you can still back it here if you want it, apparently. Maybe that's what happened, is that they've had more after the like this is only the people who bought during the actual Kickstarter, but you could theoretically go here and to Indiegogo. Okay.
Indian Go-Go?
I'm a little bit weirded out about this.
That's the Doug to Naples route. Go from Kickstarter to Indiegogo to back to Kickstarter.
All right, so as you can see here, last updated March 18th. Updates.
That's today.
That's up today. Of course. This post.
These are for backers only. Rhys.
These are for backers only.
Come on now.
So AC got his copy. He just didn't show it because he couldn't show it on stream. And
he could. He doesn't have to speak to show it on stream. He's just being a little bitch.
No, he couldn't show it on screen because there's nudity on the cover.
Well, he's not in Texas.
So that one, ended, already shipped. Japanese monster film, Bakemono, no CGI horror movie, going
The one
from...
you're looking at is the old one. Come on, Rhys.
No. Movie, this is done. Film, movie. 8 days to go.
This is the new one, yes.
This is the one he backed.
Yeah, and this is the one that he said is the old one. Just, come on, let's move on, Rhys.
This is a new one.
He was talking about the old tab. Yes, this is the new one. Okay, thank you. We can move on.
This one is a new one. This guy
has
done this 7 times on Kickstarter.
Have they all failed?
No, they've all succeeded.
Well, then he's got a good business going, right?
So it is a scam after all? It's a front?
Like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's that. I haven't read this one, so apparently there's a store where you pay to shoplift that is returning to Tokyo. So anyway, I should have read this one. I always thought I'd be a great. I always thought I'd be a great thief because I'm often so quiet when I walk up to people. They never seem to notice me until I say hi and startle them, which in turn startles me. For whatever reason, though, I'm just not criminal-minded at all and couldn't piece of candy from a faceless big chain. I'm just gonna skip that part. So this pop-up shop's theme is TOH, which is one of the possible readings for the kanji character for theft. And for 4 days from March 13th to 16th, it will once again open its doors to the public. After going viral last year and drawing enough crowds to make 4-hour lineups at times, it's held by the TBS radio program Noto, Brain Theft, hosted by rapper Titan and Mono no Aware vocalist Shuhei Tamaki. The way it works is simple. Customers pay 1,000 yen, $6.50, 60 cents, to enter the shop, which is decorated to resemble a type of black market. Once inside, they have 60 seconds to resemble a type of black market. Once inside, they have 60 seconds to snatch up whatever merchandise they like. However, the entire place is hooked up with highly sensitive radio microphones, and then if they make any excessive noise, their TOH shopping experience will come to an abrupt end, and they get nothing.
So it's like a claw game almost.
Well, kind of, I guess.
But you're the claw.
There are thousands of items for steal, such as snacks, used books, and clothing. But clothing by Fruit of the Loom. Oh my god. Holy shit. Fruit of the Loom? No! They're giving it away. There's also pillows and mattresses. Walk out with the damn mattress. As you can imagine, shoplifting an entire mattress is pretty tough, but it is possible to take this challenge on in groups of up to 4 people, and for each member of the group, the admission is reduced by 100 yen per person, meaning a group of 4 would likely only have to pay 700 yen each. Yeah. However, in the case of groups, it only takes 1 person to trip the microphones for everyone to have to leave. On the other hand, if the group goes in with every thief for themselves attitude, anyone who manages to exit the shop before the microphone is set off can keep whatever they stole. So yeah, that's already over. But that's something.
Why would it, like, if you were going to go into it with a group attitude, then that's one thing. But if you're going in as a group to do free for all, that's just stupid.
No, it's actually cheaper. That's the point.
To the one person.
One reduced by 100 yen per person.
Yeah, but now your risk goes up.
Yeah.
Because if any of your friends fuck up, you
have
get screwed.
Leave. You have to leave before they get fuck up.
I would rather just go it alone, pay the extra fucking $2 and go it alone, and not have to be like, "Fuck you, Rhys! You couldn't hold in your sneeze, bitch."
I'd probably end up farting by accident or something. Oh crap! I didn't need to do that one.
You cleared your throat. You lost us the game.
So the house in Fata, or in live action news now, the house in Fata Morgana live action adaptation is planned. Team is currently seeking a producer, director, and showrunner. I don't know anything about this. I can't remember what I was supposed to cover about this other than it's a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
We can move
okay.
on.
Cool. All right. Moving into streaming.
I'm super quiet and sneaky, but I have a father. So I'm not criminal-minded? What?
What's this?
Oh, I get it, I guess. You're like, your father has taught you well, so you're not going to be a criminal?
Oh, yeah. Daddy didn't leave me, so I'm not a criminal. Dad came back with the milk every time. Okay, sorry. Sony Aniplex and Crunchyroll announced anime production joint venture, HAYATE Inc. So basically, it's going to be a new.
Hayate!
Hmm?
You gotta make the karate chop when you say it.
Hayate.
Hayate!
Do I have to chop my
Hayate
microphone?
Combat Butler.
Yeah. Avoid the microphone,
Uh,
if you will.
then I don't want to do it. So they're basically making a joint venture company kind of thing. Include employees from Aniplex and Crunchyroll.
Wow. So Sony.
Yep, Sony.
Still, just Sony incest. It's just like okay.
Breaking news: Sony teams up with Sony, guys. Mind blowing, right?
Right.
So they're doing this production business focused on planning, developing, and producing anime content.
Yo,
I thought I noticed you.
Fata Morgana. It's
Wow.
It's being produced in the United States.
Oh right, yeah. This is being produced in the United States, which normally it probably wouldn't be, I guess.
Yeah, so it's ironic because the way it's phrased, pardon my voice, but the way it's phrased, it sounds like they're saying it's going to be a U.S. live action. But ironically, if it were a U.S. live action, most U.S. productions are not filmed in the United States because of tax incentives and whatnot.
Okay.
So it's possible that it's filming in the United States, but it's still a Japanese live action. Either way, it seems interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
I'm just pulling in groceries. I'll hop on from the computer in a second. I'll be back.
Bye. Anyway, that was our appearance from the Deep Throat Collector. So the production for Back to Hayate focused on planning, developing, and producing anime content specifically for Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll?
Crunchyroll. I could have just started saying Country Road, but I didn't think it would be a good idea. So yeah. So Sony are teaming up to make anime content specifically for Sony. Shocker.
That sounds like self masturbation system.
It sounds like I saw people thinking like maybe they're doing this to try and dissuade the thing about like Japan is pissed with Crunchyroll or something. You know, I don't know. I don't take that one very far. Anyway, moving right along. WW Wave Corporation's new OceanVeil streaming platform launches, announces partnership with Ascendant Animation. Yes.
Yeah.
So Ascendant Animation, if you guys don't remember, did license some spicy content like what was it? The Titan's Bride.
Not allowed in Texas anymore.
I don't think
Is that why they stopped making anything?
I don't know. But they also picked up a bunch of these series that are like these like hentai series that air on TV, but the uncensored full penetration versions are online, and like the episodes are like 8 minutes long or something. But yeah. So subscribe at $13 a month using PayPal only. You know, PayPal, who basically doesn't like the idea of adult content. That's the only way that you can pay for the service.
Well, it'll be nice when you literally can't pay for the service because there's no methods.
So,
It'll prevent you from wasting your money.
All right. Capcom to release the entire US Mega Man cartoon in Japan. So previously, they did release it over there, I guess, and they liked it. And so all 27 episodes began airing or are set to release in Japan were set to whatever. And Capcom announced that the first season would be available for streaming, and surprisingly, Japanese fans really appeared to love it. So, which was prompted the release of season 2 and the rest of the episodes in Japan. So, like the cartoon of a Japanese property.
Made by Japan, but released in America.
Yeah, it's finally getting released in Japan.
It's very interesting.
Hey.
The theme song is great, made by what's his name? Washerman. The guy that did like X-Men and Power Rangers, yeah. And also I found out recently, it was pointed out to me, and I was like, oh yeah, the Ocean dub of Dragon Ball.
No way.
When they came back from, so originally Ocean dub was the people that dubbed the first season of Dragon Ball, right? And Ocean Group, and then Funimation did the
Harmony Gold.
Well, yeah, I'm not including those people, okay? And then Funimation came and did the Frieza stuff, and then after that, the UK and Canada went to Ocean and got them to make the rest of the series because they didn't want to keep paying Funimation. So there is a gap. Like Ocean Dub didn't do the entire season, or a series, but when they came back, instead of using the original, whoever did the original music, I don't even know, and they didn't use Faulkner's score. They made a new score out of the Mega Man OST. So if you're listening to the later episodes after Frieza Saga of the Ocean dub, you will hear the music from this Mega Man show.
Well,
AC reminds me, yes, Ron Wasserman. That's who I was thinking.
I thought you were gonna say they did the Dragon Ball opening or whatever.
No. Well, I mean, I don't know.
That was the Rock the Dragon.
No, the Canadian version was just Dragon Ball Z over and over again. We didn't get Rock the Dragon.
Good. You deserved it.
I think ours is better than Rock the Dragon.
All right. Well, moving right along. Take it away, Randy.
Oh, the voice actor for Peter Parker in the new Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man show on Disney Plus is a cuck, and said that he wouldn't have joined the cast if he thought it was woke, so that's how you know it's not going to be woke. And then it turned out to be woke, and then people saw that comment from him and freaked out, and then he had to do some damage control, and so he went on this podcast, I think, whatever it is. He did a video, I'll say it that way, with this TikToker named Straw Hat Goofy, who has had issues in the past with had his own issues with being stupid, and he basically sucks off the Peter Parker voice actor sucks off Straw Hat Goofy in the entire interview and basically begs him for forgiveness and explains something along the lines of he didn't mean it like that. He meant that the show shows diversity and inclusion and all of these problems authentically, so it's not an issue, and it's not woke because it's authentic. It is woke, but it's authentically woke, so it's not actually woke. So don't give him shit for saying the show isn't woke, or you wouldn't like it if the show was woke.
Hello. Welcome. Myself. Why are we using this cringe style?
Because we're hosting and not you.
Yeah.
Now that I'm back, I guess.
Reestablishing the kingdom.
Wow.
So back to the show.
Anyways, yeet.
The disrespect.
You're the guest host tonight.
There's
Yeah,
a mutiny
myself.
going on.
I
Ah,
mean, if you want to keep reading, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll take over. You guys can hear this sultry sound of my death.
is that a threat?
I
What I'm
wasn't.
wondering,
I wasn't reading. Randy was just giving us a TLDR.
Yeah, I know.
what I'm wondering is what did Straw Hat Goofy do? Random? Do you remember what he has said in the past or what he did in the past?
He's done a couple of things that are stupid, namely fighting over other TikTokers, like bullying creators.
Oh, lovely.
He came out, and the one big one was during the strike. It was the actors' strike, whatever it was, where they weren't allowed to do like the press junket shit. He was like, "Yeah, I'm still gonna do the press junket shit." Because I'm not part of that union, even though the union would cover influencers under their under their agreement, it would cover influencers potentially going forward. And the whole thing was like, if an influencer breaks the picket line, then they're going to be barred from SAG-AFTRA for going forward. So you shouldn't break the picket line. And he was like, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna break the picket line because that's what I do. I go to movies, and then people were like, "You're an idiot," basically. And then he was like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that."
Oh, great, nice.
No.
I don't particularly enjoy his content. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
All right. So is that all you got to say on that?
I think this actor should have obviously stood his ground, but I think that obviously his agents and publicists were like, "You need to say something good about
the show."
What I gathered from it is that he was bullied by all the other people involved on the show, and basically all of his lefty friends, bullied him into saying, "Oh no, I should have said I would only work on it if it was woke, because wokeness is wonderful."
Woke is great with the gun on his back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, the little bead of sweat on the picture of Peter Parker there, that's like the sweat from the gun to his head.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he's sweating quite a bit.
Yeah. No, he is.
Really guns. Like many guns to the head.
I still think that they should have just fucking extended the 96 animated series like they did with the 92 X-Men series.
Yeah.
But I think their issue was that they couldn't make it diverse without being weird.
I think that if they went from 92 to 97, they couldn't go from 96 to calling it Spider-Man 2000 because the branding would have just been too confusing.
Well, the reason why, there is actually a Spider-Man 2000, right?
That was the joke.
The game.
Well, I mean, there's also a show that came out in 2000. It's not called Spider-Man 2000, but maybe it was 2001, where Neil Patrick Harris played Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
It was the MTV Spider-Man show. One sec though. So yeah, they would actually. So the reason that they called X-Men X-Men 97 X-Men 97 was because the original series ended in 1997. So it started in 1992 and ended in 1997. And so the original Spider-Man series ended in 1998. So if they were to fit that pattern, it would actually be Spider-Man 98.
Wow. I see.
All right. Moving right along. John Favreau says Oswald the Lucky Rabbit Disney Plus series confirmed, despite Disney claiming it's no longer producing long-form animated content for streaming. Yeah. So that's the thing.
That's the lead-in for the main course.
That's the lead-in for the main. What the?
God,
Is it?
Why did I do? My freaking mouse is double-clicking already.
that's all right. I got you.
But it's a series. It's not long form content.
All right. So the main course here. If my voice gets too hazy, you can let me know. But it's actually a lot better than it was yesterday.
Hold on. Before we go that, it says Oswald the Lucky Rabbit Disney Plus series.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So how is that going against Disney? No, not Siri. Shut up. How is that going against what Disney said about not making long form content?
Long form animated content?
Yeah, I
Well,
think they
it
meant
could be a
like,
limited series, I guess, is what he's trying to say.
no, but I mean, maybe this is incorrect assumption.
Well,
but my
that
assumption
Place does not have a great track record.
Yeah.
on
Okay.
the-
So
on
let me
the
just
Kickplate.
vocalize what I have to say, and they may be wrong. I may be wrong, but my assumption is long form animated content means a movie. Like they're not going to make a Disney Plus animated movie.
Long form.
I
to me
think
says
long
series.
form means that would be feature length. Long form just means it's not short form, meaning it's not like 3-minute episodes.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Okay.
Anyway, so the main course here, though, is this article. Let me make sure I'm on the right mic so you guys can hear the chlamydia in my throat so clearly.
You want me to? I got my stuff back up.
I'll read this one. You guys tell me if it's like nails on it. I should just leave. Jon Favreau is rumored to bring Kingdom Hearts series to Disney Plus as part of Mickey Mouse shared universe. So the general sentiment behind this for me is that absolutely everything Disney has touched has turned into dog shit in the last couple of years. Like Star Wars can't possibly fuck that up. Oh wow, we fucked it up. Marvel prints money. All right, let's not fuck this up. Oops, we fucked it up.
Right. Well, it did print the money for a while, and then they were like, money, who needs that? Like,
Live action Little Mermaid.
Of
What?
every live action.
Yeah. So it's been trash. So the way I see it, the only Disney thing currently that people have an overall positive view of is either the old form content that they aren't making anymore, which is why they're producing Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and Kingdom Hearts, for which, quite frankly, Disney isn't really the draw to begin with. Oh, God. All right. So anyway, a recent claim from Scooper, My Time to Shine, hello, great name, has set the internet ablaze, suggesting that Jon Favreau, best known for his work on Iron Man, The Lion King, and The Mandalorian, has been tapped to build a shared Disney universe, starting with a big-budget Oswald the Lucky Rabbit hybrid animation / live-action series for Disney+. From there, the rumor states that Epic Mickey, Kingdom Hearts, and even Favreau's long-in-production film Magic Kingdom could be in development. While nothing is officially confirmed in any way, the mere mention of a Kingdom Hearts series has fans speculating about what a live-action, animated, or high-budget streaming adaptation could look like. The Kingdom Hearts franchise, a collaboration between Disney and Square Enix, is a long-running action RPG series that brings together classic Disney characters and worlds with Square Enix Final Fantasy universe. With its deeply interconnected storyline, numerous characters, and complex lore, Kingdom Hearts would be one of Disney's most ambitious adaptations if this report holds any truth. Honestly, the story is so fucking convoluted that if you bought Disney Plus for your children, they're going to be lost beyond belief in following the fucking story of it.
right. But I blame Nomura for that, not Disney necessarily.
However, there's a major caveat. Disney doesn't fully control Kingdom Hearts. The series was created under a partnership with Square Enix, meaning that any adaptation would require significant collaboration with the Japanese gaming giant. Tetsuya Nomura, the longtime director of the franchise, has been notoriously protective of the series' story and characters. If Disney were to push forward with a Kingdom
I
Hearts
wonder why.
Yeah.
The story's so fucking complicated. Like, you make one thing like trying to make something fit everything and not fuck up anything in the future.
Yeah.
It's got to be amazingly hard.
And Disney, who's not known for not doing retroactive continuity, would not be a good partner on this. If Disney were to push forward with the Kingdom Hearts adaptation, Square Enix involvement would be necessary to maintain authenticity. But it remains to be seen whether the company would be open to such a project, especially if it veers too far from the games. And the thing that sucks here for Disney is that Disney's the one who needs this. Square Enix doesn't need this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Square Enix is the reason that Kingdom Hearts is good, but Square Enix doesn't need this. You know, Disney needs this so badly that it would like almost be not even worth it to do, because in order to get the capital off the ground, to be able to produce the stuff, to get the rights to the characters, to be able to get the voice actors from, each franchise to come back and reprise their roles and stuff, if they even bother to do that, like all of that would be such an effort. And at the end of the day, to put it up on streaming on Disney Plus just doesn't seem like a good move. Can I help you?
I think they should, if they are going to do this, I think they should ask Square Enix, okay, what's a good like animation studio that you want to do this? Whether that be Mappa, A1 Pictures, and just give them the money just to make a good animated series.
Honestly,
It's
they
not
should
going to be an anime.
Yeah, they should do it.
3D.
They should do it in the style of like Advent Children.
Right, they could do that too.
They've already got the characters from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Granted, that's just Final Fantasy VII, but I'm just saying, like, they've already...
Well, when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, everyone was talking about how it's like, bro, literally they are rendering, like, Woody and all them from Toy Story better than the actual movies themselves in-game or whatever.
Yeah. Well, but that's easy to do when the first Toy Story is from, like, 90 whatever.
95.
I know, but, like, it did look... I mean, from what I could tell, it looked good in general. Like, if they had a whole... What? The
Toy Story 3, maybe. Yeah. Toy Story 3 looks pretty good.
I'm talking about the game.
Okay.
Kingdom Hearts 3. From what I could remember from like the trailers and stuff, if they did that style, no one would have a problem in their cutscene.
Yeah, I just hope that they do a little bit of extra effort on the acting. And the other thing too is that Kingdom Hearts is produced generally for the Japanese version and then translated, right? So, like, to do a series, if Disney's like, quick, we got to get this shit out. We got to get money coming in, right? I don't know. I just think it's. I don't think this is going to happen.
This is not a project that will see fruition for maybe 3 years.
Well, look at how long it took for the fucking third game to come out.
True.
All right. So, adding to the skepticism, Disney recently stated that it would no longer be producing long-form animated content for Disney Plus following the cancellation of Tiana. The move was widely seen as a shift away from costly animated projects that may not be providing strong returns on streaming. This directly contradicts the idea of high-budget Kingdom Hearts streaming series, which would almost certainly involve heavy long-form animation. Again, the difference is CG animation is cheaper and easier to do than hiring talented people to draw a page at a time or a cell at a time kind of thing. However, we previously reported on exclusive rumor that the decision to move away from long-form animation on Disney Plus was not simply about cost cutting, but rather part of a broader effort to phase out Jennifer Lee's hires at Walt Disney Animation Studios. If that shakeup is truly at play, it's possible that some animated projects, particularly ones Disney views as high profile, could still make it under the right leadership. As of now, there is no confirmation There's no confirmation from Disney or Favreau regarding these claims. The idea of a shared Disney universe sounds appealing on paper, especially given Favreau's experience crafting interconnected narratives. However, considering Disney's shifting priorities, the complexities of Kingdom Hearts' licensing, and recent industry trends, it remains uncertain whether this project will see the light of day. If it does, it would mark one of the most ambitious crossovers Disney has ever attempted. Until more details emerge, fans should approach this rumor with cautious optimism. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen, but I do think that if it is being discussed, that it's because Disney is hurting for money, as evidenced by the next slew of articles.
You want me to cover these, or do you want
to? I'll just get through the open tabs here. Legacy Media tries to shift blame for Snow White failures to Gal Gadot instead of Rachel Zegler after Gadot gave a speech at the ADL. Disney puts Snow White tickets on sale just 10 days before the release. And it's not looking good.
On sale as in for purchase, or on sale as in reduced price?
For purchase.
I think for purchase. And it's not looking good. Disney Springs AMC dedicates minimal screens to the Zegler release.
Ouch.
My local theater, which usually has like maybe 2 or 3 screens, for these, just one. Just one.
Disney cancels UK Snow White premiere amid backlash and fears of negative Rachel Zegler press will limit her to tightly controlled press events.
How bad is it to where a Disney springtime summer release, their mega hit for the year, or what was supposed to be their mega hit for the year?
Oh man, for how many years now too?
Just dive bombs into absolute
dive bombs almost a year before it's even out.
Good God. I feel like, and it would have been an absolute nightmare to do that, but like I feel like they should have just recast her. You're like, fuck it, you know what?
Yeah, isn't that fucking funny? Isn't that a fucking funny idea? So Disney canceled the UK premiere. Meanwhile, they're scaling back the US premiere. No traditional red carpet media interviews allowed. Let me explain that again. Normally at the red carpet premiere, all the stars walk out in their fancy outfits, and on their way down the red carpet, the media is like, please talk to me. Please, dear Lord, talk to me. I want to talk to you about your movie. And then they talk to them about the movie. Disney is so afraid of what Rachel Zegler might say that they are banning the press from attending their premiere. So
I bet you Straw Hat Goofy's going to be there.
Yeah. Lastly,
and all the early reviews. Oh, it's amazing! It's the best one ever.
There are no early reviews.
This is my favorite part. Disney Snow White dwarf controversy explodes as little people actors slam the studio. Disney claims CGI characters were always the plan, despite leaked set photos. Dear God.
I will say they do usually do stand-ins, and sometimes those stand-ins do have like suits. Like they try and make them look somewhat like the thing.
Look, they were gonna make a CG black woman non-dwarf, okay?
Yeah, it was supposed to be called Snow White and the Seven Magical Beings or whatever.
Yeah.
This was the set photo that they're talking about.
So hold on though.
Only one.
Just say,
let's just run with your theory.
No, but just let me finish. Let me finish what I was saying. So, I can't remember. Guardians of the Galaxy. The director's brother. I forget his name.
Sean Gunn.
Yeah, Sean Gunn. Played the
mocap
Raccoon.
for Rocket Raccoon or whatever, like the onset back.
Yeah,
action.
and he was in like a suit, and like they also got like some person to play Sonic. Like it's a thing, right? So like I could see it. Although, I mean, in this set photo, none of them are wearing like the
None of them are wearing
or-
mocap suits. No one have any points of reference for the
Yeah.
CGI.
Yeah.
So that is a thing.
Full
That is a thing,
costume.
obviously.
The
full costume I can
person.
the full costume I can see. But that's where you lose me, right? Like, okay, they're stand-ins, whatever they could argue that the animation was going to be all done by hand, and so they weren't really doing mocap, so these people were just kind of standing in for the the eye line. Oh wait, they're supposed to be dwarves. The eye line would be down.
I see one dwarf.
Also, yeah, and also, why not just give, like, if we're talking about giving employment to people with dwarfism, why not let them do the stand-in? Like, you know?
Exactly.
Like,
so
even if you were going to make them CG.
Best case scenario, you have them on the set so that Rachel Zegler can feel like she's acting amongst real things. Best case scenario, right? You don't use the mocap suits because you're going to be animating them yourself. You don't cast dwarves because you hate little people. Best case scenario.
Except for the one guy in the end.
Except for that one guy. He's your token dwarf guy, so you can try to prove you're not.
He's the DEI hire.
Yeah.
You 1/7.
Yeah.
You 6/7 of a seventh. I don't know how you'd even say that ratio. Hate dwarfs.
Yeah. So best case scenario, you cast a bunch of black people, right? At least 2.5, right here, in order to play these roles.
Also, a woman.
Yes,
play,
one of them.
dwarf.
One of them minimum is a woman as well, and then you replace them with CGI. Which one do you think is going to talk like a sassy black girl? Is it going to be Dopey here? Like,
oh no.
Because that's what I'm looking forward to when I don't see this film.
I was about to say, are you going to the opening premiere?
I just think that would be really fucking funny to find out that if we looked up the voices of the characters,
Dopey does Z snaps,
and they legitimately look exactly like each of these people. Yeah, so that would be fucking hysterical. And just a reminder, what's it called? Peter Dinklage had basically shamed Disney for only trying to give dwarves roles as dwarves. How dare you do that? And then a bunch of dwarf actors didn't get cast in the one role that they had a shoe in to get that would have fed them for a month,
Dude, imagine he was just bitter about it's like, okay, I'd like to apply for the role, be cast in the role of Doc, or okay, can I be Sleepy? Can I be Dopey? It's like, I'm angry, aren't I? Or I'm grumpy. They forced typecast him as grumpy.
Yeah, he'd be grumpy for sure. He'd be grumpy.
Oh, 100%.
All right, Rhys, I'm going to let you pick up from here. I'm going to go have dinner with my family.
All right.
I thought we were your family.
I'll be listening to you probably.
Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. He tells his children that when he ever podcasts with us on the regular.
All right. Yeah.
I listen to you probably.
Disney had Twisted-Wonderland.
We'll get to that.
Disney would milk the franchise to hell. Yeah, the Kingdom Hearts.
Randy, is this size okay?
No, you need to be thinner.
Yeah.
Tell me when.
Stop.
Right there?
You can be a little bit thicker if you feel like it, but
wait, do you want it to be at the edge of our video? Is that where you're trying to do?
Because that's where AC's, because AC has a Mac and his aspect ratio on his laptop is taller, so his naturally makes it that big, and so that's what the layout's set for.
Is that why when he got his monitors, he's like, wow, my monitors are exactly 16:9, as if that was something special?
Right.
I guess. I don't know.
So anyway, Princess Mononoke is getting its first ever IMAX screenings to show off a gorgeous new remaster.
Well, hold on. I think you're. putting the horse before the carriage there. We don't know how
Oh.
good this remaster is going to look.
Well, it's a 4K remaster,
Allegedly.
Yeah, we don't know how they remastered it,
We'll
though.
be
That's the
using it
problem.
They
for
had
you-
Miyazaki-kun on a raw cell and got it rescanned.
Well, because Princess Mononoke was composited, at least in part, digitally, right? So there are going to be, and I don't know what resolution when they baked that composite in, I don't know what resolution they output it at. And I don't think they're going to go back and recomposite the movie. So they're stuck at that resolution unless they do like AI upscaling or digital upscaling. So we'll see how good their IMAX remaster 4K is.
It does have this kick-ass new poster.
Also, from my understanding, I know someone in Japan right now, and he's fucking pissed because they're not having screenings in Japan, which makes me believe that the remaster upscale was done by G-Kids and not Studio Ghibli, which makes me think of Funimation when they upscaled and remastered Dragon Ball.
No.
So I
I
don't
was thinking about watching this. I like the poster. The poster's kind of sick.
my expectations are being super low right now. I will buy it, but my
4K?
expectations are low.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately,
it's the very first time a Ghibli first party has gotten 4K. Allegedly.
that's
Huh?
of an older movie because
Yeah.
their newer movie came out
Yeah.
in 4K.
You literally own it.
Sorry. I remaster.
Yeah,
Remaster.
sorry.
There you go. Much better. Proud of you.
I wanted to go see it in theaters. Unfortunately, Canada got fucked. Toronto area, there's like 4 IMAX theaters. They each got one screening at 7 p.m. All of them, the exact same screening. All of them are subtitled, and all of them, a couple days after, I noticed that the tickets were live, and there was like one seat in each theater left with like the shittiest seats, like either all the way to the left of the screen or right up front. And it's like, I'm not sitting 2 rows in on an IMAX screen. No, thank you.
So, that starts on March 26th. So, that's that. Kaiju number 8, Mission Recon movie, North American release date announced. So, it's going to start in theaters screening on April 13th. And it is a omnibus, which will feature a condensed recap of the first season of Kaiju number 8, followed by an original new OVA episode, basically, titled Hoshina's Day Off. That's this guy, Hoshina. So that's coming out on April 13th. Yeah? Anybody watch this one? Or was I the only one? I thought it was pretty fun. Demon Slayer international release dates announced for Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. So September 12th for Canada and the United States. The only countries that matter. So yeah.
You mean just the United States?
Well, Canada too, I said.
No, but the joke is it will become
the
United States by the time the movie comes out.
All right. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Randy.
It was just meant to be a lighthearted joke, Rhys. Come on, you're taking it too seriously.
And
actually, I'm just quickly, I'm super pissed about Donald Trump and his whole like Canada 51st state thing. His whole shit that he's pulling right now is making it so that the liberals are gaining in popularity to the point that they might actually pull off a fucking majority in the next election. And I'm pissed because the polls going into December were Justin Trudeau and the liberals were at like 10%. And now they're at like 60. And I'm kind of a little upset. And I think a lot of that has to do with Trump's whole anti-Canada thing. But anyway, and obviously Trudeau stepped down and there's a new leader. But I don't think the anti-Canada thing is helping the conservatives in Canada. because people think that it's the conservatives are like Trump, so they're not going to vote for Trump and they're not going to vote for the conservatives. So, even though the liberals are fucking terrible and it's basically the same party, it's just with a new guy at the fucking top seat. Anyway, sorry. Mini rant over.
All right. Moving on. Sound Euphonium, the final movie film announced coming out in 2026. The final movie. The final season.
Until it's not the final.
The final movie epilogue edition.
Does she die? Because otherwise it's not the final.
The world has to explode to make it final. All right. We're done with year release news. Going right into anime news. Give me a moment.
Disney Plus also deserved to be shut down since it also used to kill people with allergies before. That's not that's not what.
What the hell does he even mean by that?
He's talking about the guy that went to Disney, the parks. Technically, it was outside of the parks, in the Disney. What's it called? It's like the Disney down.
The resort, like the resort restaurant kind of thing.
Yeah, but it was off the resort. It's in this area called Downtown Disney, and there was a.
We covered this on podcast.
Yeah, and the guy ate that. Someone ate there, and I think it was his wife actually. Had food. They were supposed to be allergenic, like friendly restaurant, and they said we're allergic to this, but somehow it was still ended up in the food, and she went into anaphylactic, and then Disney said she didn't die. I don't think. I think maybe she did.
And then they said we're not liable.
Yeah, and then Disney said they're not liable because the husband signed up for a Disney Plus trial.
Yeah.
But then they backed down on that because there was massive amounts of bad press. Disney Springs, Lady Phoenix is saying.
Like,
yes, that's the name of the
signed up for the
restaurant.
trial. You cannot file lawsuits against
Yeah, because there was an arbitrary arbitration agreement in the Disney Plus terms of service. But I don't think that gets concluded to Disney Plus killed someone. But anyway.
Anyway, Disney Twisted-Wonderland anime teases Heartsiddle, or I don't know. This is based on a
Disney podcast.
Yeah, this is based on a mobile game or some shit. Twisted-Wonderland. It's like what's the male harem series called?
Reverse harem.
Reverse harem kind of thing. Yeah. Whatever. Turkey anime begins bowling in July 2025. Yeah.
I don't think you put enough exclamation mark on that. I think you gotta say it again.
Turkey.
More exclamation mark.
I don't even know. I guess there is one.
Well, there's only one, so that's all it gets.
Turkey. So this is basically fulfilling AC's dream of having weightlifting, bowling, and curling anime. So we're just waiting on curling so he can get the hat trick. Yeah.
We'd need a hockey one for a hat trick.
We got one.
We got a hockey one.
It's Aura. Was it Aura Pre or something? Pride of the Orange?
Yeah, there's another one too, I think. From the
well, I only know of the one.
Yeah, I know the one too. But anyway. Yeah. Bowling on me? I watched the shit out of this. Cute girls handling balls? Hell yeah.
Careful, Rhys.
Dead account? Manga gets TV anime?
You gave that one exclamation and it doesn't even have an exclamation mark in it. Come on now, Rhys.
Bakugo. Oh. From My Hero Academia. Okay. Whatever.
Is that the Japanese Bakugo?
Yeah. So basically the story. Oh, here's some.
Scroll up.
Yeah.
Yeah. when you scrolled past it, this character looked like the guy from Black Clover a little bit for a second, but it looks different enough, I guess.
Asta, I think. I don't
Yeah.
watch Black Clover. I guess I can see it. So always ready for a fight. Destruction for destruction's sake. The online streamer Ringo is a troll, making the worst of boundary-pushing flame-bait content and raking in the revenue from the hate watchers. So it's basically us during the Vic stuff. Right? No? Did I lose everybody?
No, I follow you completely. I think it even, works as a dead account because this account is kind of a dead account, but
Yeah. If you
Your
want
joke
to
is
help,
also dead.
if you want to help us not be a dead account, please send us super chats.
Wow, don't beg for money, Rhys. Come on.
Support
You know
the
what would
podcast.
actually help better than super chat?
Share the podcast.
Sharing the podcast. Yes.
Join our Discord. Like the video.
Like, subscribe, and share
Subscribe,
the podcast.
share it. Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell your dog. All right. Black Torch anime adaptation announced. So this is the one where the manga was basically canceled, and it only got like 5 volumes or something. And
looking forward to it not finishing.
Somehow it's getting an anime, I guess.
Well, they've clearly probably hired the author to fucking finish the story.
So I'm thinking people are hoping that this does well so that the manga can continue again or something. So yeah.
Or just the story in general. It's also got people excited for maybe they can also revive other dead series that were canned prematurely.
Yeah. This reminds me of God of High School character. Is that like the look of it? Anyway, moving on. Suikoden RPG series gets a TV anime and stage play adaptations. I got hiccups. So, anybody play Suikoden?
No, but I have that Kickstarter thing that was the spiritual successor, where the creator died right before it released or whatever.
Oh, right, yeah, I remember that.
The thing is, you're not playing the game, though. You're watching the game if it gets an anime. So I don't know if it'll be the same.
Probably not. Crayon Shin-chan spin-off style of Hiroshi Nohara's Lunch. Or style of Hiroshi Nohara's Lunch gets an anime adaptation. So this is supposed to be Shin-chan's dad. And his...
Oh my god.
And his, your self... Your image of yourself is better than normal, right?
Okay. That's his Chad vision.
This is how he looks. This is how he thinks he looks, I guess, or something. So yeah, that's a thing. And Tojima wants to be a Kamen Rider anime, and the adaptation announced. So I guess that's also a thing. So, moving right along. Konosuba's misadventures will continue at a new anime sequel. So,
yes!
2 OVA episodes for season 3 began screening in Japan, and at the end of it, there was an announcement that it will continue. So, cool. Crunchyroll.
I'm sorry, I hate how there's so many seasons that there's just we have 1 or 2 OVAs, and Konosuba's got an OVA for each season at least. It's
one OVA for each season. So for 1 and 2, and then 2 OVAs for season 3.
Could you imagine if this was 10 years ago, where getting the OVAs was impossible?
Right.
Good God, why do they have to complicate?
Come on, Crunchyroll. Where the fuck is the physical release for the movie?
Yeah,
that too.
I feel like at this point they're just not doing it because the one character is a girl with a giant with a
Chimera, dick. The lady with the dick.
Yeah, and it's
Whoa.
even referenced in season 3. So like having that,
she's haunting his dreams.
yeah, and like they can't
Or
release
he is
season
haunting
3
his
without releasing the movie. Otherwise, that would if people who are just buying it won't understand it, right?
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. Shit prints money. Aharen.
Hold on. You missed one.
What did I miss?
Girl and Panzer Moto Love something.
Oh, I did.
Completely skipped that.
Where's it at?
Above Konosuba.
Konosuba. Yo, Girls and Panzer. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll have to change the order. Girls in Panzer, Moto Love Loves Sakusen Desu. Spin-off manga gets an anime adaptation. Yeah. I didn't watch this. Apparently, you guys liked it. I
didn't watch it.
Oh, well, the
I
podcast
don't watch
watched
it.
it. Somebody on the podcast watched it for a watch club, I guess.
They look
Augie?
weird. Why are their heads like giant? Fucking.
It's a spin-off manga.
They look like light bulbs.
It could
All their
also
heads
just
look like
be
light bulbs.
a bad poster, okay? I don't know why this podcast gets so hung up on like a key visual being like, look how jank this person looks.
I don't think that I think it's fair enough to criticize the character design on a key visual. Like, okay, maybe the pose might be a little off, but the character design of the light bulb shaped head, I think that's staying. I don't think this is just a weird poster issue.
I mean, as someone who has the 6 other releases of it or whatever, they looked completely different before, so that's why I think it could be like just poster looks whack. I don't know. The Konosuba posters actually kind of look whack, if I remember correctly.
No, whatever. Anyway, was there a poster down here? No, there wasn't. Aharen wa Hakurenai Season 2 anime premieres on April 7th. So, there's that. How does that character visual look, Randy?
Bad in Texas.
Touche. How about this one?
Texas would love this one.
Gushing Over Magical Girls Season 2 is now in production. So, we've already announced that, or we've already covered that Season 2 has been announced, but they're now actually working on it. But this
Did
is more
Crunchyroll release this?
Sentai, and they
Or is
didn't
it
dub it,
Texas?
so hopefully
Yes.
they fucking will. Now they're just getting a season 2.
And so we're basically sharing this as a reminder. After we do the watch club for Attack on Titan Junior High, Gushing Over Magical Girls is next. All right. Call the Night Season 2 announces July, new cast member and July debut. So this is also going to Season 1 is also going to be a watch club fairly soon. Because this is debuting in July, there's a chance that Season 2 will premiere at Anime Expo, or there'll be a screening for the first episode at Anime Expo or something like that, whatever. So, yeah. I'm excited.
Good for you,
Rhys. Yes. Freerun Beyond Journey Ends Season 2 anime reveals new visual in January 2026 release. So, Randy.
It's so far away.
Coming! I mean, yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. I'm excited. I can't wait.
Me too, if you couldn't tell.
I can't wait for friggin' Part 2 to release.
Yeah, I'm waiting on that Crunchyroll. Where's Part 2 of the physical?
All right. One Punch Man Season 3 new visual reveals October TV premiere. So, the video doesn't have a whole lot of motion to it. Yeah.
Maybe they just took the fan animations from that one fan studio that was working on Berserk, right?
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. AC thought they took more effort to remove Super Alloy Blackluster's lips than they did animating the rest of the show.
I don't know what they're gonna do with One Punch Man. They kind of fucked it up. Not only did they fuck up the animation for season 2, and it looks like they will continue to fuck that up for season 3, but also the manga just like fucked the story. I haven't read it, but my understanding is like he took the story in a different direction from the webcomic, and then like retconned half of the fucking original content he made, and was like, "Never mind, we're gonna do something different."
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, lame.
So then they're going there. They changed the story. Like, that's my understanding of what happened. And
So we have like 3 different degrees of separation with One
Yes.
Punch Man.
So it's like, I don't know if they're gonna do like it was all a dream, and adapt the manga directly and be like, oh, it was all a dream, and then go back and like do it direct 1-1 for the manga, or if they're just gonna not do the stuff that he ended up chopping off, and just animate the timeline where he didn't do that and he's stuck with the timeline he's on now. I don't know.
So here's a question. What's worse off, Berserk or One Punch Man adaptations?
I'm gonna say One Punch Man's worse.
Really?
Only not because of the well, one, I don't know the source material for for Berserk, so that is helping it a lot.
Well, I'm just saying.
How much of Berserk have you seen, Randy?
I've seen all of the anime.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of it this way, that like you're talking about, like, oh, season 2, like the animation and stuff, which I didn't. I mean, it looked fine to me. Obviously, it didn't look as good as like the season 1.
So
but that was
this is
also
where
a
I was going to
miracle.
get to my caveat, right? Like, yes, the animation specifically in Berserk, the 2016 Berserk was horrendous. But I kind of looked past it and I was able to get over it. Whereas the animation in season 2 of One Punch Man, because I was constantly comparing it to season 1, which was so good. Which, I mean, the original Berserk 90, the 90s Berserk
97?
was okay. It wasn't like amazing. It was like
it wasn't
90s.
God tier, but like it was like.
What did you think of
solid.
the Golden Age trilogy movies?
That I didn't watch. I didn't watch the movies.
It was a mixed bag. Like, they had moments where it looked kind of jank and had some CG, and then other moments where it actually looked pretty damn good.
Correction. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My gripe was the kawaii mouths. It just looked weird. Like, Guts is this big masculine man, and he has this tiny kawaii mouth.
I don't remember the kawaii mouth. I did watch. I skipped through the Golden Age movies and watched the new scenes. So I didn't watch the stuff that was in the.
You missed the Griffith peen.
Probably. I didn't watch the stuff that was in the original series. But yeah, so because I was constantly comparing it to season 1, and because season 1 was so good, and I really like One Punch Man, I was more disappointed with season 2.
That sounds like a you problem, because I find season 2 is
I'm admitting I'm biased
more
here.
watchable than 2016 Berserk.
Yeah, no, I admit I am biased. The 2016 Berserk was also really annoying in terms of the story too. To be honest, like, I don't like the fact that Kosuke's
they completely cut out
or whatever the fuck.
They cut out that
Fugue
one
state.
whole section, and I mean, yeah, just the way it went in general. Even if you had 1-to-1 with the manga. I'm trying to find a kawaii mouth.
Kawaii. Just put kawaii mouth guts into Google. All right, I'll move along while you do that.
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay. All You Need Is Kill science fiction novel gets animated by Studio 4C. So, for those of you not aware, All You Need Is Kill was made into the movie Edge of Tomorrow, starring Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt.
Also
Yeah.
known as
Bro.
the Die Repeat.
What? Why are they making this look like Kaiba or whatever that movie is?
The
No,
real
that's a-
question is, why are they making the main character the woman?
Well,
Wait, what? What?
we got the trailer. Apparently, it still hasn't gotten flagged. So,
Oh, nice.
what happened to? There it is. There it is.
That looks horrendously bad.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the art direction, but it is Studio 4C, so yeah.
That's the thing. The
Kinda
4C
makes
has
sense.
aspects about like they have some stuff that is like really impressive. Other stuff's really weird and
I really,
cringe or bad.
I really do like their adaptation to an extent of Berserk. I did enjoy
Yeah, I was gonna
what
say
they did there,
to remind everybody they did the Golden Age trilogy for Berserk.
Yeah,
which had some janky moments, but like I really did enjoy it. Like,
but it was at least like trying to be true to the vision, though. Like this is so unbelievably divorced from the. Well, here to be fair, I think what Brad said ages ago is that the light novel's the original, and then the manga seemingly is like a adaptation. So in a
Yeah.
way, you could say that's their way of interpreting the text. So this is their way of interpreting the text with the cringe art style. But yeah, making like the female character, like the main character, completely diverges as far as I'm aware, unless the light novel is completely different from the manga in that way. But
because
I read the manga, and this isn't even remotely the same, if you ask me. This is disgusting. It's so cringe, the art style. Oh,
yeah, it could theoretically work if it was like a more goofy like show, like movie or series.
story?
Yeah, story.
A goofier story?
Yeah, but it's like a series, so it's like I can't really get behind when the art style is like butt ass ugly.
I don't
Yeah,
mind the
this is
art
like-
style, to be honest.
So I'm just. I don't
Have
know.
you seen the manga art style?
No.
I'm pretty sure it's literally made by the art is done by the dude who does Death Note.
Yeah. The art style for this anime reminds me of like a Studio Trigger. What's that one? That Star Wars short thing that they did.
Visions.
Visions.
Yeah.
One of the
reminds me
shorts
of
that they
that.
did.
I don't mind it, although there is a question of whether or not the art style fits the mood and tone of the series. Like it is a fucking movie where like the main character dies repeatedly in a mass war against humanity versus an alien. So
I had a similar feeling as Footnote. Like he said, it looked like Kaiba. I thought at first like is this done by Science Saru, the Masaki Yuasa studio? Because Kaiba was done by Masaki Yuasa as well. But yeah, like the design of it definitely reminded me. And I was like, oh, this is done by Science Saru. And AC had written, no, this is for Studio 4C. Yeah.
Damn. 1 sec. I'm trying to upload an image here. Oh, is it because it doesn't accept WebPs? Damn it. Good damn it. I just want to show you what they took from us. Why it's such a crime. Rhys, can you open this if I send you an image link?
Sure, I guess. Open a new tab.
Because Random 11, once you see this, you'll realize what we could have had, how it could have been so much better, and how insulting this art style is. Like, look how cool that looks. Look how good that looks.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not animating that style.
I mean,
But
Death
look how
Note
cool
Platinum End, you know?
Look how cool it could have looked. Like, this could have been done by freaking, like, Production IG.
Madhouse.
Studio Wit, even.
I will say, the art style that they chose does allow them to animate. Like, I get you don't like the aesthetic, but it allows them, because of its simplicity, it does allow them to animate a lot quicker. So
Okay, I mean, you can say that about anything, but it'll turn into Kids Bop.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, if it's shitty animation as well, then fine, yeah, it's shit. But I expect with this style that there is going to be a lot of flashy action animation. And if there isn't, I will be let down.
Anyway, F in chat for all you need is kill. I think the worst part about this is that there's the live, die, repeat, or whatever light novel version, manga version, and now there's going to be an anime version that's like distinctly different as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine if you were excited for this Footnote, or anybody who is really excited for this and sees the art style, though, that is kind of a major fucking letdown. Like, it's like, oh, it looks ugly as shit. Oh no, like the tears.
This could have been like good. Like, I enjoyed it. I think I remember the ending. Like, I didn't necessarily like the ending, but at least like there's a good concept behind it and the way they go about it.
All right. So is that all you guys wanted to say about that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are there any chats we want to go over before we continue? Random 11.
I can't scroll up anymore. I don't know why. This is the...
Refresh the page.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, never mind.
I think that was about where we left off anyway. Twisted-Wonderland is a pretty boy anime. Played all of Suikoden games on PS1. There's like Pokemon only with JRPG companions. Gotta catch them all. Chick with Dick would sell this anime.
For the
I've seen it. They made the weird style anime. Okay. STDs, gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all.
He's sitting here in the background, just so people know. But he's being a bitch, hiding.
All right, moving right along. In honor of Chrono Trigger's 30th anniversary, Square Enix announces plans for various projects that will extend beyond the world of the game. So, where's the tweet? There it is. So, as we mark the 30th anniversary, we would like to express our gratitude to everyone who has played Chrono Trigger so far. And over the next year, we will be launching various projects that go beyond the world of the game. The latest information will also be posted on Square Enix's official X account, so please look forward to it. This was said by Chrono Trigger PR, and Given the vague mention of various projects, speculation suggests that rather than in any new game, fans are instead more likely to end up getting a merchandise line, possible OVA, or a collaboration with some sort of gacha game. Now, AC wanted me to mention that since the original OVA that was made never got a release, if they get a new OVA, there's hopes that we could get the older original one finally released over here or something. But odds are it's probably just gonna be a pachinko machine. You know,
Yeah, if Konami's behind it, no.
Or a pop-up cafe. But yeah, so don't get your hopes up. All right. Anybody have anything else you want to say about that?
No, but I did link you 3 images of Berserk.
Do I have to pull them up? We're gonna
I mean,
screw up Randy's timestamps.
You might as well pull them up if you're gonna bother even looking at them.
I'm not even looking at them right now.
Well, if you do.
Well, I'm not. Throwback retro action game Terminator 2D No Fate announced. So this is pretty cool. This is basically a 2D. We'll look at the trailer. We got the trailer to look at. Where's my media? Media. There it is.
Peggy 16.
Yo, God damn it. I feel like I've come back at exactly the right time to be able to do something. How cool was that?
That was pretty cool. Basically recreated the second movie.
It's like, remember when you were a kid and games on the SNES or even like the NES pretended that they were like movie tie-in games at that level?
I just want to say the theme song is so great.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to jump in with the things I pulled out, but I realized I'd have to go all the way through the Silent Hill. All right, never mind. I thought I was just going to throw in 2 articles.
Oh, hey.
Fuck it, let's do it. All right, moving right into that slot. It's going to...
I've got all the game stuff already in the queue if you want me to keep going.
Well, I'm going to insert this one.
From Chrono Trigger to Chrono Trigger warnings.
Yep. Dragon Age of the Veilguard bombs on PlayStation Plus. BioWare can't even give this game away. Like, could it get any fucking worse? They couldn't even break the top 10 of games from whatever that is, the PlayStation Plus thing. Unbelievable. Anyway,
Like, they could have handed it out for free and people would be like, nah.
Yeah. So,
why are you handing me garbage? What the fuck?
Right.
Yeah.
Look like garbage.
my wife has had such an unsatisfying gaming year that has only been lifted up by Baldur's Gate.
I was gonna say the bear didn't satisfy her needs.
And so now, when she finishes Baldur's Gate, to scratch that itch, she's gonna have to mod my kid's Switch because there's now a Baldur's Gate 3 mod for Stardew Valley. Shadowheart never looked so kawaii. After months of development, a new fan mod has been released that gives Stardew Valley a huge Baldur's Gate 3 themed overhaul of sorts. The ambitious new fan mod, lovingly called Baldur's Village, adds a new map north of the original game's Pelican Town that has iconic NPCs from the Larian Studios developed RPG. Alongside the big new map and village is over 20 new hand-drawn characters, 6 new locations, new shops with special items, dynamic events, and more. The mod will naturally let you romance fan favorite NPC Astarion, though he's currently the only available romanceable character. There's plans to update the mod in the future. Here's the blurb, which is available on Nexus Mods. A new village has recently been built north of Pelican Town, and its new residents seem rather unusual. You can find the entrance to Baldur's Village at the top of the southern mountain map right next to Linus's tent. Baldur's Village is a large expansion mod for Stardew Valley inspired by Baldur's Gate 3. It introduces a brand new village map and NPCs while staying true to the game's original atmosphere. Among them, Astarion features a fully developed personal storyline and is available for marriage. So you're telling me you can't fuck a bear in Stardew Valley?
Well, time will tell.
Yeah. All right, let's jump into Silent Hill F. Let's get this off the plate. So, Silent Hill F gets first details, reveal trailer, and more. It's set in 1960s Japan. This chilling new installment immerses players in an eerie and haunting world where horror and psychological tension intertwine in an unforgettable narrative experience to find the beauty in terror. Following success around the Silent Hill 2 remake, producer Motoi Okamoto is leading the bold new project that aims to revitalize the series by transporting its signature psychological horror to its first ever Japanese setting, blending familiar Silent Hill elements with the distinctive aesthetic of Japanese folklore and fear. To bring this unique vision to life, Okamoto is spearheading a collaboration with acclaimed writer Ryukishi 07 of
Higarashi's author.
Yep. Artist Keira and legendary composers Akira Yamaoka and Kensuke Inage. So hype for that shit. That's like a bunch of good things in one sentence.
Well, when I saw all the things about this, like the headline, well, I wasn't sure what people actually thought about it. I just saw the trailers existed. But then oh yeah, it's by Ryushiki 07. That's the one he's doing. I thought that it was gonna be like, oh no, Sony and like they're gonna make it diverse and all this crap, but especially with like the Silent Hill 2 remake getting rid of all that whatever change, all the changes. But if Ryukishi's behind it, maybe not. Maybe this will be sick.
I mean, the only real change with Silent Hill 2 remake that I really didn't like was I didn't like Maria. I didn't mind what they did to
with the rape scene,
Angela. Oh yeah, that's right. The rape scene of Pyramid Head, raping the mannequins. Yeah, that was neutered beyond belief. Yeah. So Cool T asks, is Silent Hill in Japan now? So I don't know. I don't know what they're doing here. We're gonna watch the trailer real quick.
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい。お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。ひなこ？あ、 天秤にかける価値があるかどうかしっかりと判断しなさい。
The graphics look like PS3.
So this right here kind of makes me think Bloober Team is working on this because it's very similar to parts of Silent Hill 2 Remake. And don't get me wrong, like Callisto Protocol had this too, where you like go through the narrow cracks and stuff. But we have already read that Bloober Team's working on another one of Konami's IP, right? And we had the thing like, well, does that mean Silent Hill or does that mean something else? What else is there? Yeah, it's probably Silent Hill, you know.
When you say going through the cracks, you mean like you're in a tight alleyway
Tight
or something?
alley, yeah.
That they do that nowadays to hide loading screens.
Yeah.
ひなこ、いつまでここにいる気なの？自分でもおかしいと思うの。
So I want to show off a couple things here. This crest up here is kind of reminiscent of oh, actually I don't know what the name of it is. Come to think of it.
Is this Yasuke's temple?
Well, it's kind of reminiscent of like, okay, so if you look at the negative space here, you could pretty much overlay the Silent Hill like save point symbol from all the games besides 2. Like I think it's from 3 onward, they use that circular crest. And it would fit almost perfectly on top of this.
自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
That shit looks so fucking good. That scratches the itch that they have failed to scratch for so many years with Silent Hill.
ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。あなたは誰なの？さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。全部奪ったな。全部私から奪ったな。それではお別れを。
Hearing it in Japanese reminds me so much of Higurashi. Like the way it's kind of like, imagine that Ryukishi 07 also wrote, you know, the scenes for the trailer, so to speak. Like it really seems to me like it's capturing that Japanese narrative styling that he uses in Higurashi.
あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
Damn. Wow. So, I'm excited for this. it is a little bit weird to have it set in Japan. I just kind of look at it as a alternate, like an alternate timeline or whatever. You know what I mean? Like a spin-off, so to speak, right? Alternatively, though, and I'm not sure if I like this idea or don't, because I think that the lore behind Silent Hill is pretty well established in the original games. But I kind of think about it a little bit like The Ring. When The Ring got remade as the American film with like Sarah Michelle Gellar or whatever, and the character and the origin of it was still Japan, but it like the curse got brought to America kind of thing, right? At least maybe I'm misremembering it because I've seen both the Japanese one and the American one, but I'm pretty sure that Samara was Japanese in both, but now I don't remember. Anyway, I feel like it could work that way. Anyway, some interesting things about it are
the original one from America had the girl in the well was American, I'm pretty sure. Because they go to her house and it was like a well on a cliffside or something.
Yeah, I can't remember. I just remember in the Japanese version, they actually tell you how the tape got made. And they left that out of the American one for some reason. The story behind it is that the well, like the house got built on top of the well in the Japanese one. And a kid was staying in the house as like a vacation home or something with his family. And he wanted to record his favorite TV show on a VHS tape. But the channels were different. And he just assumed like same channel as home when he was visiting this, place in Tokyo or, part of Japan or whatever. And so he put in the tape and ended up recording a channel that had nothing but static. And, because it was like directly above the ring, the well, that's how like the tape got made in the Japanese version of it. Anyway, pulling this back, I want to point out the girl's name is Shimizu Hinako, which starts with an SH, which is Silent Hill. So Silent Hill Chan is
down
going
to F.
You ready? Yeah. So she's got a name that has that going for it. Also, and I haven't looked it up myself yet, but I think the kanji for Shimizu Hinako can also be read as deep water. Which
are you on the right lake?
No, I might not be. For some reason, when I came back, my camera was back to being OBS. Oh, yeah, wrong mic. Yeah, she, the kanji that makes up her name, from what I remember seeing, I think it's the kanji for deep water. And Silent Hill always has an in water ending as one of the available endings. So there's a lot of like love for the series kind of just, being sprinkled in. So I'm really excited about it. Also her, I don't know if they showed it in the trailer so much, but you see her with like a flower-fied version of herself where she's like adorned in flowers, and she kind of looks like she's wearing like maybe not a traditional kimono, but like a Victorian dress or something. Anyway. Oh God. Silent Hill F content warning teases disturbing story with gender discrimination, graphic violence, and more.
Wow, gender discrimination. I remember those warnings on games.
It's
bitches get slapped in this game. Shut the fuck up if you want to play it.
1960s Japan. And I just want to remind you that when I played Silent Hill 2 Remake, it starts with a trigger warning. Right? And at first I was like, oh my God, here we go. But then I was like, well, actually, if the content is egregious enough that that crowd needs a warning, maybe
And that
this is a
means
good
they
sign.
didn't
Yeah.
tuck it.
Yeah. So I'm going in optimistic. I think I already pre-ordered it. Was it up for pre-order or did I buy something else?
It did go up for pre-order,
Yeah.
at least in Canada.
Yeah, that was the thing you were looking at that was really expensive, right?
Yeah, it's 100 Canadian dollars
Yeah.
for some fucking reason.
$70 US.
Yep. So hot on the heels of Konami's fully revealing their long-awaited sequel, Silent Hill F. We've learned the game will not pull any punches in terms of graphic content. Well, the big reveal has the game's first trailer, story details, and more. Its official website includes a warning that Silent Hill F won't hold back with its disturbing content. The game contains depictions of gender discrimination, child abuse, illegal in Texas. Fuck. Good thing I don't live in Texas, right? Child abuse, bullying, drug-induced hallucinations, torture, and graphic violence.
Thanks for spoiling the whole game.
The warning continues. The game is set in Japan in the 1960s and contains depictions based on the customs and culture of that time. These depictions do not reflect the opinions or values of the developers or any individuals involved. Pretty broad statement to just claim that for everybody involved, man. I bet you at least one person. At least one person chokes a bitch every once in a while. Such warnings have become commonplace around the world, even in Japan. Like in the case of popular Japanese drama/comedy series Extremely Inappropriate from last year, set in the Showa era of Japan, 1980s. Every episode includes a warning prior to the show. Although this show contains inappropriate dialogues and smoking scenes, we dare to use the expressions used in 1986 in light of the characteristics of this show, which depicts changes in language, culture, and customs over time. Wow. Anyway, that's it, I guess. Glad I was able to slot this in real quick before my walk with the dog.
I thought that the trailer, like at the start, looked pretty PS3-like, but as soon as the plants come in, then they're like, yeah, let's pull out the 4K HDR. Yeah. But for some reason, her skin continually just looked like low quality render. I don't know why. Maybe it's on my end.
So I will say that the Silent Hill 2 remake had subsurface scattering by the time it got to production, or like by the time the disc was available. So I think that it'll probably improve a little bit. I do agree with you. There's a little bit of like softness to the skin that makes it look a little bit.
There wasn't much detail.
Yeah. But weirdly, that actually kind of fits the Japanese setting in some ways. I'm not sure if it's a stylistic choice, but something about it kind of has that 1960s photo kind of look to me.
Well, I mean, I see it kind of more like the Resident Evil, Final Fantasy kind of whatever art style. But the problem is it's not matching the fidelity of the rest of the graphics, so it looks out of place.
I think the irony of that...
They literally just... What's that?
Well, I think the irony of that is that when I look at the Resident Evil art style, the characters are just so shiny. Like they always have sweat on their lip. You know what I mean?
Well, I just mean like the facial structure and how like the females kind of resemble whatever. Or at least before like the latest gens.
I think it's it is a critique. I don't know that it's like...
Well, it's not like game breaking. It's
just
weird.
And it'll also we'll see, how much that holds up by the time we get more visual stuff out of the game.
Not to mention, oh wait, I was about to say PC Master Race just mod a higher texture into it, but I guess it said PS5, which, wow, nice. I'm glad we're cucked out of games from PlayStation again.
It's on Xbox too. So it's not a
PlayStation 5
because I showed you the PS5 trailer. Probably, I don't know. Anyway, Rhys, I'm going to take over these ones so that you don't have to. So Assassin's Creed Shadows creative director says Ubisoft devs are, quote, trying to listen to Japanese fans and assures that they're open to good and warranted criticism.
That's an edit, right? The photo?
It looks so bad, doesn't it?
There's no way that's real.
It really looks fucking awful.
I thought it was from Yasuke Simulator or something.
His hand is clipping through the blade. His sleeves are clipping. Overall, he just looks befuddled.
Head is huge for some reason.
Yeah, it looks so bad.
Excuse me, AC. That is not a blade. That is a practice wooden katana.
Yeah, kendo stick.
And his thumb isn't even going through the blade section. It's going through the hilt.
Through the hilt,
okay?
Yep. All right, you got
Get
me.
it right. Okay.
All right.
I'm glad you're not acting this podcast, Randy.
He's the fucker who gave me his cold from last podcast, bitch.
You're glad I'm not acting? What does that mean?
Yeah, you're using your real voice last time.
Oh, I see.
That's how you really sound like all the time.
Assassin's Creed Shadows faces backlash in Japan over the shrine depiction. Politicians and temple priests blast Ubisoft for cultural disrespect. So the game portrays the shrine in a highly disrespectful manner, showing the protagonist Yasuke entering the sacred site with shoes on, Yeezys, right? Drawing his sword and committing destructive acts. Quote, for us, these scenes are completely unthinkable. Should this be allowed simply because it's a game? Should it be excused as entertainment? No. If something makes us uncomfortable or is unacceptable, we must firmly express that. Fuck me. Did Texas just become the fucking thermometer for the whole fucking world?
All right, I gotta call some bullshit here.
Is it okay because it's just a game? No. Pixels lives matter.
I gotta call some bullshit here. When you're playing Persona, do you take your shoes off? You walk into houses?
It's not a house, it's a shrine.
Okay, but I
think it would be really funny if as soon as you stepped in, he jumps in the air and undoes his shoes before he lands. I think that'd be really fucking funny. It's the least they could do. Hey, remember, Ubisoft is open to good criticism from the Japanese. They're seeking what was the freaking headline? Trying to listen to Japanese fans and want good and warranted criticism. Well, you know what's some warranted criticism? How about the part where you desecrate their places of worship, you dumb fucks? Imagine, I said this before, imagine you could go into Notre Dame in the previous Assassin's Creed game, and there's a statue of Jesus hanging on the cross, and you pull out your little knife and you slice Jesus off the cross. That's effectively what they're doing to the Japanese here.
I honestly don't have an issue with that.
But you can understand. Yeah, the point is,
I would like it if I could go in and burn down Notre Dame, and it stay burnt down, and that be a permanent choice that's made in my save file.
Look, even speaking as a Christian, I think. Is it okay if it's in a game? Yeah. I don't fucking care. I think that, but just to make it clear, the only reason I bring up the Notre Dame thing is because I think it is hard for the average Westerner to wrap their head around why it is such a big deal that Yasuke is able to run into the temple and desecrate it in the way that they have it depicted. So I have to put it in terms that you would be like, oh yeah, I can see why some people would be upset with that, Anyway, moving past this, I saw this thing today or last night, and I just fucking goddamn, this is goddamn. Oh no, I skipped this one. Hold on. Angry shareholders are calling for a protest against Ubisoft, accusing Assassin's Creed Shadow Studio of being horribly mismanaged and hiding information from investors. So they're gonna like get their little picket signs out and stand on the side of the road, I guess. I don't know. And then lastly, Ubisoft is ready to sue players for harassing Assassin's Creed Shadows developers. Fucking unreal, right? Like, in an interview with the French media, an Ubisoft employee whose identity remained undisclosed revealed that the company has a, quote, anti-online harassment plan prepared for Shadows' release. The company has a dedicated team on standby, monitoring networks such as Twitter, YouTube, and Reddit, and ready to act quickly in case of a targeted attack. Fucking come get me, you cowards. Offering psychological and legal support to employees who may be targeted. Apparently, Ubisoft is so concerned about backlash that it has even advised developers not to post on social media that they work at Ubisoft to avoid harassment.
That would be a good way to avoid harassment.
Man, sometimes a company will show you signs. Like, they'll put the tickets for their movie on sale 10 days before the movie comes out, right? Or they'll limit the red carpet premiere scope so that their lead actress can't talk to the press. Or they will tell their employees that the game is going to be so apocalyptically bad that you might as well just find another job and put on your profile on social media that you don't work at Ubisoft. Like,
to be fair, they are giving out early copies to people. And even Asmongold got a copy, even though he's been critical.
Where's mine, you cowards?
I mean, I'm glad he didn't. Well, I assume he didn't pay for it, right? They provided it to him.
Yeah. And he played it today. Although I don't know what his thoughts on the game were.
So when he opened it on stream to get the discount, by chance, did a bunch of money fall out of the case?
You think they sent him a disc? You silly
guy. Just Steam code for sure.
Yeah.
Fucking coward. Send me a disc.
Give me a disc.
But no, I think obviously like actually harassing someone is bad. And
you're stunning and brave, Randy.
Yeah, I know. Really, like against the grain opinion right there.
I can't believe it. I say more harassment.
But like, it's if a developer comes out and says, actually, we are the greatest game ever, and your opinions are just because you're racist. When you get a bunch of replies saying "fuck you,"
a couple of those actually.
yeah. When you get a bunch of replies to those kind of comments saying "fuck you," that's not harassment. That's a disagreement. And if you want to avoid that kind of harassment, yeah, just don't post. Don't let people know that you have the opinion that they're racist if they don't like your game.
Classic random hot take.
Hot take. Harassment is bad.
Just your friendly
super
neighborhood
edgy,
Spider-Man
guys.
letting you know harassment is bad.
Edgelord over here.
Treat others how you want to be treated, kids.
Yeah, so perhaps the most surprising detail, however, is the employees claim that lawyers are already prepared to file complaints in the event of a confirmed harassment situation.
Confirmed. We have a confirmed harassment on Twitter.
Yeah, we have a 2319. Like fucking.
All the cops mobilize. Send the Canadian cops. Send the Canadian
seal
Mounties.
the envelope. Serve it. Cease and desist. Like.
No, send the Canadian Mounties down the border across the states. Because arrest that Twitterer.
And as
The
is
scary
often
thing is
case-
fucking the liberals were putting
Mm.
in a law that would make like disagreements online essentially illegal, and you could
Yeah.
go to jail for them. And it's like,
Wow.
and now fucking Mark Carney, if he wins the election, which I hope he fucking calls an election soon. I don't know if they'd be able to pass a law quick enough by the October, because they have to. Well, there's a scheduled election in October. I don't know if they could pass a full law by October. But if he wins, I expect him to start. So the law that was going to outlaw all that shit died when Trudeau stepped down. But if he wins, I think they'll reintroduce that law.
While Asmongold is playing, the chat just needs to keep sending him super chats or whatever that say these developers are dickless incompetents, right? Like,
I don't think he has. He I don't think he's monetized on Twitch, so I don't.
oh, really? Okay.
He doesn't stream on YouTube.
Anyway,
so
you just
super
get
chats.
whatever your desired streamer of choice is. Get them sued.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gultucci says, remember that Ubisoft is the company that records voice chat and reports you to the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this law.
And they wonder
I like
why
this law that's going to result in you guys becoming the 51st state.
Yeah.
I like it.
You know, they wonder why like gaming like communities aren't as vibrant anymore. You know, they don't have people talking in voice chat anymore. And it's because all these people are like, they alert you and they're like, we're recording this, and if you're harassing anyone, we're gonna ban you, and all of the money that you spent on this freemium game is gonna go down the drain. Yeah, okay, well, I'd rather not call the guy that I just beat a bitch because I don't want to lose my shit.
How dare you? I work for Ubisoft. They're gonna sue you.
How dare you kill me while I was camping?
Yeah. All right. So it says here, as is often the case with statements like this, the wording raises questions about what Ubisoft actually considers to be harassment. Anyway, you guys can move on to that next topic, or I can read all of the Alyssa Mercanti things, assuming the highlights are still there.
Oh boy.
I highlighted them on the plane so that we would do the least amount of reading possible. Let me take a look and see if any of them look dramatically awful in terms of, because I'd love to get them out of the way so that when my voice doesn't hurt, I don't ruin it talking about Alyssa Mercanti. Highlights on this one. Oh yeah, got good highlights. Yeah. Oh, I think we might risk it just because. Fuck it. Yeah. The highlights are only going to get worse. Yeah. Okay. We're going to do it. Fuck yeah. Okay. Let's do it. All right, everyone. I finally worked my way through this topic during a 12-hour flight. Alyssa Mercanti is suing Smash JT YouTuber. I'm sorry. She's suing Smash JT, for some reason. YouTuber alleges doxing and family endangerment. So she filed a lawsuit alleging stochastic behavior. Now, if you're not familiar with this term, stochastic terrorism is a term that gets thrown around a lot. Basically, what it means is expressing ill intent so that the people hearing the message will perform an action you didn't outright call for, but could be implied based on the statement. Such as a king saying, "Won't somebody rid me of this meddlesome priest?" Oh no, the priest got killed the next day. What? Well, I didn't ask that to happen, but it works in my favor, right? So she's alleging stochastic behavior.
During J6.
What's up?
Basically, what they're accusing Trump of doing.
What they pretend? Yeah. When Trump said, "Everyone go home," and then they banned him off of Twitter so that nobody could see the message where he said, "Go home peacefully," right? That thing, yeah. So they're alleging, she's alleging stochastic behavior, defamation, bias-related violence or intimidation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and tortious interference. While announcing and sharing the filing on Twitter, Mercanti disclosed Smash JT's physical residential address to her followers. Whether intentional or an oversight, critics noted the discrepancy in Mercanti redacting her own address while leaving Smash JT's visible.
Damn.
Mercanti, known as a staunch defender of Kim Belair's narrative design firm Sweet Baby Inc., even managed to reference Sweet Baby in the lawsuit filing itself. I think these might be opened in the wrong order, actually. I think this is the first one, but I just don't think this is the second one. I'm going to close them all and reopen them real quick. I said I'm going to close them all and reopen them real quick. There we go. Fucker. Close the other window. Okay, yeah. So it did not open them in the correct order. Good thing I checked. Good thing in my weakened state, I still remembered enough to know. I'm so glad to be getting these out of the way today. All right. So, and then my fucking highlights. Oh, here they are. All right. So, even managed to reference Sweet Baby in the filing lawsuit itself. All right. So, regarding the doxing, Smash JT says, my address is listed in the documents that she posted publicly. There has now doxed me and my family, putting us in danger. This is a screenshot of Kate Bush's husband replying to the fucking post from Melissa Mercanti. Check out page 7, bro. Check out page 7. We know where Smash JT lives, right? Mercanti's legal team also detailed the history of the Gamergate controversies from 2018. That means a U.S. judge will have to take the time out of their day to review Gamergate, but from the perspective of a anti-Gamergator, which is an even more insufferable way to have to review it. The lawsuit itself is a blatant attempt to silence my work covering the gaming industry and a clear scream of jealousy over my success in my coverage of it. Among her claims, Mercanti alleges I defamed her by stating she sucks dicks for money, accusing me of making, quote, factually false statements with, quote, actual malice. Her lawyers argue that this statement constitutes defamation per se under New York law, as it impugns her chastity and implies criminal activity. They also attribute her alleged damages, including harm to her professional reputation, loss of economic opportunities, and mental anguish, to my coverage. Oh, what's this? It's Alyssa Mercanti responding to the question of how did you get into the gaming industry, saying, I sucked dick.
Your Honor, Exhibit A.
Yeah, right? Quote, she even alleges that I targeted her based on her race, gender, age, and sexual orientation. The lawsuit also asserts, yeah, you suck a lot of dick as a gay girl. Like, the lawsuit also asserts that I engaged in tortious interference with her employment, claiming my commentary and promotion of others' critiques had now somehow directly led to her job loss and contract buyout. That's funny. Because previously she had said, quote, after exactly 2 years, I've decided to leave Kotaku and my role as senior editor, right? Also kiss my ass, right? So like she put this out there. She said, you know what? I'm leaving. I'm stepping down from Kotaku. Kiss my ass, right? And then I'm so glad that I managed to do this. This decision was made before the layoffs, but now I'm even more glad that I made it. But in my legal filings, it's Smash JT's fault specifically that I lost my job, the job that I claimed publicly to have left. And then I said I did that before the layoffs. And then I'm glad that I did that, right? So as a direct and proximate result of Tarzia, that's JT's, the T in JT, right? Tarzia's unlawful harassment, Alyssa Mercanti lost her job and her contract and had her contract bought out by her now former employer. So this is Ron Coleman, Smash JT's lawyer. Coleman's response to Mercanti's cease and desist letter was resolute. Quote, "We will not rebut your assertions point by point. None of the statements you attribute to Mr. Tarzia in section 1 of your letter is defamatory under New York or California law because they are either true or are protected opinion or polemic." Quote, "For these reasons and many others, your assertions that Miss Mercanti would prevail if, quote, this matter were taken to court is not only unfounded, but is a transparently empty threat. In fact, as you are doubtless aware, if these claims were litigated in either New York or California, they would not only be dismissed, but it is your client who would be exposed to potential liability under the anti-SLAPP laws in both states. Your demands, in sum, are rejected. There will be no apologies or retractions from Mr. Tarzia to your client. Smash JT has launched a crowdfunding campaign to manage his legal expenses. I've officially created a Give, Send, Go campaign to raise funds for my legal defenses against Alyssa Mercanti's baseless and malicious lawsuit. The amount requested by Ron Coleman is significant, but unfortunately, it's putting my family in a tough financial bind. The initial retainer fee of $25,000 is coming straight out of my kids' college fund savings, a move I never thought we'd ever have to make. Any additional assistance from this campaign will go directly towards the cost." Now, I don't remember where I was supposed to slot this in, but the when it talks about Gamergate, the lawsuit cites Wikipedia as a source. Alyssa Mercanti caught in conflicts of truth as gaming community rallies around YouTuber Smash JT. By filing her lawsuit, Alyssa Mercanti was caught in a potential mistruth that could prove important legally. To make matters worse for the former Kotaku senior editor, the gaming community rallied around Smash JT, helping him raise the $25,000 that he needed. So this is about the... I'll continue here. In less than a day, when he posted that tweet asking for people to donate, he raised in excess of $43,000. Right. And this previous part of the article is about the thing we talked about, where she said this, but then claims the other thing in the lawsuit. Currently, his Give, Send, Go has earned $61,203. So not looking great for her. Former Kotaku editor Alyssa Mercanti's social media content vanishing ahead of Smash JT lawsuit. What? Isn't that spoliation? I can't believe it. How could you do that? You filed the lawsuit, you dumb bitch. The timing of Mercanti's mass deletion of tweets appears suspicious in light of her legal action against Smash JT. Many observers now question whether the removal of so many tweets, some of which reportedly contained controversial remarks, might undermine the credibility of her claims. Various YouTubers, have criticized Mercanti's behavior, as well as her contributions to the gaming industry in light of statements Mercanti herself has made. Many of these are statements which are currently vanishing from cyberspace. Critics claim that her deleted tweets include references to contacting Smash JT's wife in an attempt to disrupt their marriage. Other tweets, now removed, reportedly contain statements implying admissions that she entered the gaming industry by sucking dick. Additionally, she's publicly admitted to past work in lewd entertainment. Mercanti's subsequent decision to remove these tweets raises questions as to whether she is trying to erase evidence potentially relevant to her ongoing lawsuit. Now, I also saw this. I'm going to slot this in here. Alyssa Mercanti said, I don't talk about it because it freaked me the fuck out. I posted I was at this bar when I was in San Diego. 1.5 hours later, he shared a pic that he was there, saying it was busy because of TwitchCon, which he knew I was attending. He lives over a half hour away. Sorry, but I don't know if you know this. Every single person in California that goes literally goddamn anywhere lives at minimum a half hour away from it. So Hypnotic here says the average commute for people is about an hour. Someone who is a tourist, Alyssa in this case, is complaining that someone who is a native to the state, Smash JT in this case, and that they are visiting an event that features something related to the gaming industry, which was hosted at a bar that the person who is native to the state visits frequently. Is she really saying that 30 minutes is a far drive? Does she run the streets of California? Is everyone supposed to just bow down to her and not be in the same place she is when she's in town? Bro, holy shit, Smash JT. You really got a stage 5 psychopath clinger on your hands. I can just imagine her next post. Smash JT has been breathing oxygen. I also breathe oxygen. I can't do this. And this is unacceptable behavior for someone of his age. This is a harassment campaign, and this just further proves that they hate women by breathing the same oxygen I do. Disgusting. Ron Coleman stated that removing potentially incriminating evidence should be viewed as an obstruction of justice. Should any of the deleted tweets have relevance to the defamation case, such actions are complicate legal proceedings and possibly expose Mercanti to further legal consequences. Quote, the continued reckless behavior from Mercanti suggests to everyone that she has either a massive lack of understanding of legal processes, or more likely, this is a desperate attempt to cover up incriminating material. Other figures within the gaming and media circles, such as Kim Belair, CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., Ash Parrish of The Verge, and the organization Black Girl Gamers have also been observed mass deleting tweets. In some cases, these accounts reportedly removed hundreds of posts in a single day. So you can see the number of tweets, plus 21, plus 14, plus 21, right? Negative 29. I guess this is just, negative 18, negative 5, right? I think this is just Alyssa Mercanti specifically. But they're referring to these groups here with the possible of hundreds in a single day. All of these actions have reportedly taken place around the time Mercanti's lawsuit was filed, causing further speculation. Meaning that the people like Black Girl Gamers and all that stuff are deleting their tweets because they will be like, if she's replying to one of their tweets, for example, or they're replying to one of hers and adding her and stuff like that, it shows clear evidence that there was a conversation going on, right? So they're like coordinating their deletion in order to avoid a paper trail, which probably all of this is archived. Stupid idiots, right? Like, quote, these above mentioned accounts have been known to operate within the same clique, often supporting each other over the past year in any public-facing narratives. The synchronized nature of all these deletions raises eyebrows. What exactly are they trying to hide? Is this an orchestrated effort to shield themselves from scrutiny or a response to potential legal challenges on the horizon? Mercanti attempted to justify the vanishing tweets by claiming that it's actually other people deleting tweets, which somehow make her tweets delete too. Interesting that these idiots can't tell the difference between someone removing or deleting their own tweets and other people deleting their accounts and taking their tweets I've retweeted with them. Many of the now vanished tweets that Smash JT highlighted didn't feature any retweets, so it's unclear what Mercanti was referring to here. Gaming documentary featuring Alyssa Mercanti fails to reach $400 on GoFundMe. $400. How much does Smash JT get? $61,000? Ay. Gaming While Black. Oh, that's why. A documentary featuring Alyssa Mercanti that focuses on racial issues in the gaming industry has failed to gain traction in its fan funding campaign. Its official description reads, quote, while the working title of the documentary is GWB, Gaming While Black, the sentiment behind that, is meant to convey how being Black or African American in the gaming space can often feel like existing within an opposing community. What's the difference between being Black and being African American? If you're African American, are you also Black? I understand that if you're Black, you might not be African American because you might be from the UK. I just don't understand why the distinction needs to be made, covering how being Black or African American, just for the African Americans, is that what we're talking about here? It's a unique thing there to be entitled and privileged and yet claim to be a victim, right? So they can often feel like they are existing within an opposing community. Mercanti herself can be seen in the film's trailer giving the old classic, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Honey, they didn't even give you $400 for it. The project has raised a mere $370 out of its $5,000 GoFundMe goal as of this writing. All right, almost there. You guys are troopers. Smash JT attorney Ron Coleman files motion to dismiss Alyssa Mercanti defamation lawsuit, citing failure to state a claim. Coleman's first point zeroes it. It almost seems, dare I say it, it almost seems like the entire purpose of filing the lawsuit was to dox Smash JT and nothing else, as we will see. Coleman's first point zeroes in on the jurisdiction of the case. He notes that Mercanti filed her lawsuit in New York, where she resides, despite acknowledging in her own complaint that Smash JT, real name Jeff Tarzia, is a resident of California. Coleman argues that there are no claims indicating that Tarzia conducts business in New York, making the choice of venue questionable. Coleman cites legal precedents, pointing out that simply posting content online, regardless of its accessibility to New Yorkers, does not equate to conducting business within the state. Beyond jurisdictional issues, Coleman asserts that Mercanti's complaint fundamentally fails to state a valid claim for defamation. He argues that because the lawsuit touches on politically charged culture war topics and includes a significant amount of political rhetoric, it lacks the factual grounding necessary for a defamation claim. As Mercanti is a public figure, Coleman emphasizes that she bears the legal burden of plausibility, alleging all elements required for a defamation claim, including actual malice. He states that merely labeling statements as false is insufficient. Instead, Mercanti would need to provide concrete facts demonstrating that the statements were knowingly false or made with reckless disregard for the truth. Coleman also highlights that the complaint fails to specify any special damages without clear allegations of harm that resulted directly from Tarzia's statements. the case lacks the necessary legal foundation. In his closing arguments, Coleman references New York's anti-SLAPP laws. Tarzia is entitled to compensation, including attorney's fees and legal costs. That's it, right? And last, Alyssa Mercanti legal team scrambles to defend Smash JT lawsuit as Ron Croman's motion to dismiss stands strong. Mercanti's response is an attempt to establish jurisdiction in New York. Wait till you fucking hear this bullshit. This blatant misreading. Oh, I think I lost some highlights here. Her lawyers claim defendant's statements were broadcast from a location that falls within this court's jurisdiction. However, this directly contradicts what Coleman laid out in his motion to dismiss. Coleman previously argued that there are no allegations, all the stuff we just read. Says this blatant representation of facts further weakens Mercanti's already precarious case. Mercanti's legal team attempts to claim, get this, that the court has jurisdiction over the case because Wix.com, which hosts the defendant's website, has its primary office in New York, giving this court authority over the matter. That's like suing me. Well, okay, maybe not me. That's like suing somebody else in California for their YouTube channel because YouTube's in California. Right? Like, that's what they're arguing here. Anyway, that's it. That's where we're at right now on that. It's going to fail. It's going to get tossed out, undoubtedly. California has some of the strictest anti-SLAPP in the country too. That's the real reason she doesn't want it to be done in California, because California's anti-SLAPP is so strong that it's literally written into our state constitution. Anyway, I'm going to let you guys take on this next topic, and I'm going to go walk the dog. I'll probably be out. But I'm glad we got all these done. That was nice. all of these. Fantastic work. I hope I didn't bore you or destroy your ears with my sultry voice. Anyway, I'll pop out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, bye.
God damn.
Freedom, Green Line, take it away.
All right, wait. Sorry, let's just read these two comments here.
Yeah.
Mercanti is that meme of the woman slinging shit over a fence only to have it slung back at her, claiming to be the victim. By the way, she hit her own docs. Musk is an African American. Is he in her documentary? That'd be fucking funny. Is that the difference between African American and black? They had to leave that little wiggle room for Elon Musk. Thank you, buddy. Honestly, this is the worst I have felt in a long time. All right, I'll let you guys go.
Bye. All right. Bring it up. Where is it?
One second. Where am I? I'm lost.
Wait, this is not the thing. Must be. Oh yeah. Okay, part of games. It is.
This
Fair
is
enough.
not the thing.
Fair enough. Continue.
All right, so right now, in the gacha game sphere, so the people that made Genshin Impact have made a couple other games, and the latest one's called Zenless Zone Zero. And in lieu of this SAG-AFTRA strike, which I believe is based around like AI rights, like there's nothing in their contracts that claims that you are protected from us using your AI, your voice for AI. I don't know if they have something. I don't remember if there's something that explicitly says that they can use it for AI. But the point being is that SAG-AFTRA voice actors, like a lot of them are just not coming in to do voice work or whatever it is. So a lot of voice work for all the Hoyo games right now, any of the new patches, you'll either have no voice or you'll have like one or two of the main characters voiced. Like you literally have cutscenes where the character is just not speaking and there's subtitles saying what the dialogue should be. It's really jarring.
Which does happen like from time to time within the games. Don't get us wrong, but like they're like other characters will also be talking back to them. That's the weird part. Other characters will be voiced and they'll be talking, and it's like
the partially voiced games, like even Persona has partial voicing, but it's all or none. Either none of the characters are talking and it's subtitled, or they're fully talking.
Yeah.
So this is like a hybrid.
Whereas this is like hybrid. It's like
and the funniest part is that they'll be talking to a pointless NPC that you literally don't even know the name of, and they have a voice.
And the NPC
but
will have a voice.
The playable character has no voice, so that's why it's super jarring. But anyway, that aside, so that's what this is basically in response to, because apparently Hoyoverse was stupid enough to get Sound Cadence to do their latest game. It seems Zenless Zone Zero, and they're making a statement that is effectively like virtue signaling how like, oh well, you see, we didn't want to I guess I'm getting ahead of it. So basically a couple actors have been replaced. And they've done this previously in the past year or so in other Hoyo games where they'll just like replace one of the voices. And there were the previous controversies like Genshin, how it's like, oh, well, they should have more dark-skinned playable characters in this region. Even though it's like it's a made-up fantasy game and they can just craft whatever they want. It doesn't matter if they're taking inspiration from certain places. It's like they're making their own world, and it's like maybe they're using aspects of those places. But anyway, so you had some people that were complaining about the skin colors, and then subsequently a couple of them got fired because they went like crazy. Seemingly that's the way it kind of looks.
Yeah, I don't think they were working with Sound Cadence though at the time, but yeah, they did.
No, that was for the other games. So Sound Cadence, basically they had, I believe, 2 voices that have been replaced this far for Zenless. So this is somewhat in a response to both the strike and those voice actors, how they're saying, oh, you see, it's out of our hands that we had like these people weren't able to reprise their role, and then they virtue signal about how, oh, we have AI protections here or something like that, and we also have a policy. Where is it? It's in the second last line. Our studio has and will continue to honor legacy casting on all projects we've inherited whenever possible. Keep that in mind. Oh, and always reach out to the actors to reprise their roles before investigating any other options. So with that in mind,
except for Kenichi, which they also worked on.
Which what Greenland's referring to is Kenichi, the Mightiest Disciple, Funimation previously dubbed, and then Discotech made the big mistake of hiring Sound Cadence again to dub it, and they were able to actually get like most of the dub cast back.
Everybody except
for Vic, which contradicts their stupid virtue signal of, oh, well, we like to cast them whenever possible, and we reach out to their actors before investigating any other options. It's like, well, that's bullshit. You didn't talk to Vic, clearly. And they're probably going to say, well, whenever possible. And it was impossible because, who knows, maybe the people who run Discotech, I mean, realistically, Media OCD, I'm pretty sure they're very anti-Vic and all this stuff. So it's probably like, well, that made it impossible. Or, simply Sound Cadence probably has all the people in their ranks that are just like, they don't want to touch Vic. So
Also,
anyway,
with all the
that's
people who backstabbed him are just going to be in the same studio as well. So
I don't think they do studio sessions together. Not to mention that Vic started doing remote recording at the end of his Funimation career. So realistically, I don't even think that would be a conflict.
Okay.
So if you scroll down, I think it should be in the top couple comments.
What are you looking for?
Well, we'll have to see.
I've got these other tweets for Emery Chase. I got those here. Do you want those or?
I don't know what those tweets say. So let's see.
I was replaced as Soldier 11 or whatever.
Because I am unwilling to perform work not covered by SAG interim agreement during a strike or AI protections.
Yeah.
Wait. So they want to do SAG work? Isn't SAG the thing that
they're unwilling to perform work not covered by SAG interim agreement? So
what? They did come to an agreement and there isn't a strike? Why are people not?
I don't know.
So is it because Hoyo's not using SAG and these voice actors that with SAG having protections, they're like, well, why aren't we getting the SAG? I like SAG titties.
But so there's these 5 afterwards. So I'd like to clarify that there's a difference between being struck and not being on an interim agreement. Union projects that began work prior to the strike and non-union projects are not struck, but they also do not offer the union enforced AI rights we are fighting for. Many actors are choosing to voluntarily withhold work on these categories of projects because we feel it is in the best way to support the union's fight for the protections that are critical to our continued ability to create the art we love. I knew that by withholding work, it was possible I'd be replaced, though, of course, I hoped they would choose to leave her silent until I was able to return. I found out the role was recast today alongside all of you.
I find it cringe that it's like, I'd hope they leave her silent. You want people to have a horrible experience.
I loved working on ZZZ and who would have been thrilled to return to the project post-strike with an interim agreement, but I stand by my choices.
If it was a month long wait,
but then says post-strike.
Yeah. If it was a month long, maybe even a couple months, I could wait. But it's this strike has been going on and affecting these games for several months, and it's
at this point you're not even on board. It feels like so it kind of makes sense if they're gonna replace you. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think that you should be able to have your voice turned into AI without your consent and everything.
Right.
But good God, I don't know. They're making such a stink about it, and I feel like there's going to be something that legislation just countrywide that comes out about AI regulations when it comes to using your voice.
I feel like they're going to be
so it's
in place regardless.
You don't have to get on your high horse and be like, oh my God, I need Big Daddy Union to have me covered because I don't know, I have to suck off the union so hard. I don't know, to be in the cult. Whoa, keep that open.
Well, I will say that
Control Shift T, Rhys.
I will say there's reopen the tab you closed.
Tab.
You are closing too prematurely, sir.
Can I close this one?
Yeah, sure.
Probably, yeah.
I will say that there is a benefit to bitching about something that you want. If you don't bitch about it, then people might think it's okay that
squeaky wheel.
But the union.
Well, it's not even about the squeaky wheel. It's about setting the bound. It's called the Overton window, right? When if you never say anything, right, and then someone says, "Okay, I want to make AI voices out of people's voice without their consent," that's they've set the bar on one side, right? And if you don't say anything, people are okay. Well, I don't know where
that
the
might as well
bar
be
is.
it. Yes, you
Yeah.
know, like
Basically,
So
silence
if
is
you
consent.
say "fuck you," no, you can't do that. Now you've set the bar on the other side, and then it's like, okay, if politicians want to make a decision, they might find in the middle. Usually, they find on the side with more money. That's just a thing. But if you don't set your position, then they don't know how far to go out before they start like to try and appease you at least a little bit, right?
Yeah,
So
sure.
there is benefit in their striking, but yeah,
The problem
is
is that
a fine
there is
balance.
a wheel that's squeaking constantly. They never stop. Honestly, if it's
Well,
such a shitty experience working for this freaking thing, like voice acting, where you're constantly like, oh my god, my rights are infringed as a voice actor, and I'm unable to work, and I shouldn't work because all my friends and all this, and the monies and the fare and this. It's like, stop, just don't do it. This is too much for you to bear.
Well, here's the other thing, right? So correct me if I'm wrong, because I was kind of half paying attention at the beginning, but she is on strike on a valid union strike, but the company Hoyoverse is not one of the struck companies, right? That's my understanding.
I think what she's saying is like, there is no strike because SAG-AFTRA came to their agreement, so they have the actual rules in place.
Can you go back and reread?
I think some of the studios that Hoyoverse works with are or are not under strike. I think some
Rhys,
Yes.
go back and reread her first couple.
I
tweets.
think that she is a union person typically, but this studio is non-union, therefore there's no reinforcement from SAG-AFTRA, so it's a personal strike.
I'd like to clarify. I'd like to clarify that there's a difference between being struck and not being on an interim agreement. Union projects that began work prior to the strike and non-union projects are not struck, but they do not offer the union-enforced AI rights we are fighting for. Okay, so yeah, based on that comment, it seems like they are on a legal strike, okay, and there's exceptions to that strike, which are union projects that began prior to the strike and non-union projects, right? Those would not be struck. And so I would assume either Hoyoverse is a union project that began prior or is just a non-union thing. Many actors are choosing to voluntarily withhold work on these categories of projects because we feel it is best to support the union's fight for protections. I knew withhold. Okay, so she doesn't say technically whether or not Hoyoverse is non-union or a union work that's prior to, but if it's a non-union thing, right? They have no incentive to support you, right?
Yeah.
If they're a non-union project and you're working there, and as a union, you're on strike with the union work, but you're doing this non-union gig, the Hoyoverse has no seat at the table, right?
Yeah.
They're not negotiating with you. So they're just waiting for other people, and their financial situation is going to be completely different than the struck companies and their financial situation. So if you're an actor and you're like, oh man, I really want to strike you guys too, even though you're not a union project, just because, I want to withhold my voice while we're uncertain about the situation with AI. Okay, fine, fair enough. You can be cagey with your work, but I don't see how that's on Hoyoverse. If they're a non-union thing, they hire.
Well, again, Hoyoverse works with like different studios. It's not necessarily on. It's on the studios and not necessarily Hoyoverse.
No, it is on Hoyoverse specifically. That's how the union works in terms of the union strike. The sound
they could
cadence.
hire different like studios that are, union or non-union.
No, Sound Cadence is in Texas though, right?
Yeah.
They're not part of the union.
No, they're not.
So an actor can be part of a union, right? And so an actor can be part of a union and then go to Sound Cadence and work for Hoyoverse. But at no point in that chain is there a union thing. And that's why she's saying technically this isn't a strike, and Hoyoverse replacing her isn't like
It was
crossing
Sound
the picket
Cadence,
line.
though, that replaced their characters.
Sound Cadence is the team that makes the audio.
Yeah.
Hoyoverse is the client, right?
Yeah.
So
They're
Hoyoverse
cool.
is the one that says, "Bitch, give me a voice. You're not giving me a voice." And if Sound Cadence says,
since you're not going to give me a voice, you're going to get replaced.
yeah, if Sound Cadence says, "Hey, our actress doesn't want a voice right now," Hoyoverse is going to say, "Okay,
Well, I still need a
we'll
voice.
wait a little bit." And then eventually they're going to say, "Bitch, give me a voice. I'm paying you. That's what you need me to."
But again, what me and Footnum have been saying is that they haven't been giving voices to these characters for months upon months.
I don't think
upon
you
months.
understood what I just said.
Have you been understanding what we've been saying, though, is the question.
No,
Past,
because I
like,
wasn't
20
paying
minutes.
attention at the beginning.
Oh
be
my!
honest. But I don't think what I just said.
There are other games that Footnum laid out is that they have characters that have been silent for months.
Yeah, no, I get it. Sure. And that's what I'm saying. So multiple actresses and actors are on strike, right? So
Right.
if Hoyoverse, as a company, employs Sound Cadence as a studio to make a dub for them, right? And then the Sound Cadence actors and actresses say, we're actually going to be on strike, even though Hoyoverse isn't part of that strike. Hoyoverse is then going to say, okay, you're not going to give me a voice? That's weird. We'll let it go for now. So for months, they've been without a voice, right? It's not Sound Cadence that suddenly puts down their foot and says, bitch,
But
we're
it
firing
was
you.
Sound Cadence that suddenly put down their foot because Sound Cadence are the only ones that so far that have replaced voices.
Well, no, this is
It would be Hoyoverse that put down their foot and made Sound Cadence replace them.
Basically, that's what their letters said, is that they didn't have a choice because obviously Hoyo was saying, yeah, we don't want that actor, and they're not just going to move ahead with the wrong actor or something. Not that they could because they're not acting, but I mean,
like Hoyoverse is incentivized to keep the same dub actor.
Can you explain to me then why in their other games, there are two previous games, there's no voices?
Do we know for a fact that they have? Okay, so first of all, I don't know enough about the other games. Has there ever been a voice for the characters?
Unlike unlike Zenless Zone Zero, those two other games have been out for longer, so they probably have a bit more incentive to not just cut out a long time voice comparatively. Like they'd probably have to make a big scene and make an ass out of themselves, like the ones they did end up replacing. But the other thing is those two games are probably done by other studios, which might have different situations. So those ones might be covered in LA by the union, whatever stuffs.
So like the details matter greatly here, right? Well, one, is it all the same studio? Two, are those projects union projects? It is Zoneless Zone, whatever the fuck, the only non-union one. Again, I'm not sure if Hoyoverse is even the non-union stuff. It might be one of the exceptions, which is a union work that was started prior to the strike. Then there's also whether like they're incentivized to keep the legacy voice actors, right? But if this is a newer game where where eventually it's like, okay, we're losing money because our game isn't being as well received without voice acting. So there's only so much leash there before Hoyoverse says, okay, fuck you, just replace the actors.
They're not losing money over just that, but
well, I mean, they're not. at some point they will lose money because it's not voiced. Whether how much money it is, you know, who knows? But the fact that the lines aren't voiced is where it's normally expected to be voiced, and it clearly was intended to be voiced, is clearly it most likely it will have at least some negative effect on the game.
You're right,
And
and you're
so-
talking to the two people that it's having a negative effect on the game.
There you go. So point proven, right? So eventually,
That doesn't necessarily
Hoyoverse.
stop people from spending money on these games.
Well, sure, but
I'm
there's
kind of
gonna
losing
be
the plot on what the conflict is here. I think you guys are agreeing.
there's going to be a graph, right, where some people are okay with it, and the longer it goes, those people are going to become less okay with it, and some people aren't okay with it right away, and then that graph is also going to have another line where they stop spending money, and those so
well, you could put it this way too. It's like Elon with Twitter. Like, there's people who are supposed to be doing their jobs. They're not doing their jobs. So what do? You cut them out, and then you replace them with people who are willing to work.
yeah, but I'm saying, like, in the sense of, well, there's still people paying money, yes, but would there be more people paying money if there's all voiced lines, right? That's the calculation that you got to do. And so there's going to be a cost benefit on every single game that they have. And also, like, for a more popular, like Genshin, right? If Genshin was on the line, it's more popular or whatever. So maybe they think, okay, well, it's more popular. We don't need to save it, right? But where with Zenless zones, and I'm not saying this is the case, I'm just giving this as an example of why you'd want to have two different strategies for two different games. Maybe Zenless is not doing as well, and they want to make sure that that one is solid, so they don't have as much leash for the voice actresses and actors to go on this fake strike that they have no say in or when it ends, because they're not part of the they're not part of the union issue. So yeah, anyway, I don't see this as a decision made by Sound Cadence unless there's evidence that shows that it was Sound Cadence. But
I mean, Sound Cadence outright claims that it was out of their hands, right?
So, yeah, and that makes more sense to me, that Hoyoverse put their foot down and said, "Fuck you, lady, get out of here." And I'm sure they put their foot down on other voice actors as well.
Well, that was the thing I wanted to go back to the initial post of, because in the comment, someone made a snarky comment saying, "Well, the voice actor for the other character, Lycon or whatever, wasn't contacted at all. So that's contradicting their claim of, like, oh, we make sure to reach out to all the actors before blah, 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 blah."
Oh yeah, their later statement, which which I think you read already, but anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to show the evidence, or at least what the person's comments wording was, so I'm not misquoting it or whatever. But Rhys is asleep at the wheel. But
Rhys boy.
Yeah, that's my name.
That's your cue.
What's my cue now?
Go back to that tweet I had you unkill, and go in the comments, and then let's see, before investigating. Yeah, it's the very first comment. Appreciate this statement, and always reach out to the actors to reprise their roles before investigating other options. Can we take this to mean that Sound Cadence's official position is that Lycon's former voice actor is lying about no communication since October? Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I mean, no communication. It could be. This is, again, I don't know. I don't play these fucking games, but
man, October's a while.
What?
I said, man, October's a while. Like, I thought it was only a couple months for Zenless or whatever.
Is Lycon's former VA or whatever the fuck on strike?
I'd
wasn't
have to
sure. I
assume
don't think
so,
but maybe.
Okay. Well, I could see a situation where if the voice actor is on strike, like the other lady, and the last thing you as a company heard from this voice actor is, I'm not taking any work until the strike's over, even though you're not a company that would be normally struck, I'm not taking any work. I don't think I have to make an effort to reach out to you. Like, I'm sorry, guy. But obviously, we as you, I did hear you mention Vic, like, and with Bleach too. I don't know if that was Sound Cadence, but where they didn't reach out to Yoruichi, like clearly they don't really give a shit.
No, I'm pretty sure that was Bangazoom.
Yeah. But so yes, to confirm my little disagreement with Greenline is just whether or not it was the decision of Hoyoverse, and I think
Well,
it
I
only
find
makes
it
sense that it is
incredibly
Hoyoverse.
asinine for them to make this decision with Sound Cadence and not make these decisions with Formosa, whatever the fuck it is that they work with Honkai Star Rail as well as Genshin Impact. It's like, why?
Well, wait a couple
Why
weeks.
haven't you forced? I've been waiting for months, dude. I will gladly swallow that pill if it means I could finally actually be immersed in these fucking games. It's
Well,
the
I
fact
mean,
that
like,
I
so
haven't been.
this voice actress was fired, right? But like, we don't know who replaced her yet, do we?
I'd assume
Probably.
we
I
would
need to
know
look it
because we
online.
know she is replaced instead of just silent.
Well, what I'm getting at is, like, it takes time to sign a new person, have them record voices, have that get updated into the game, right? And so if a voice actress wants to go online and as soon as they get their pink slip say, "Hey, I was fired, give me pity points," then you'll know they were fired right away, and it won't be for a while that you'll get the the voice lines in the game. Whereas other people might not want to come out online and say, "Hey, I was fired," and they might not be so petty about it. And so you might not find out that they were fired until new voices show up in the game that aren't them.
Okay,
Right.
I got an answer for you. Just from looking at the Wikipedia for Formosa or whatever, they're located in California. It says Union, SAG-AFTRA. Oh, it says SAG-AFTRA independent. What does that mean? Do they have a union and non-union branch?
I don't know.
Either way, I can only assume it's because they have some sort of union thing, so they can have like an official organized strike or whatever. Unlike Zenless.
Again, the studio could be like the studio could be generally a union studio, but employ non-union work on the side too for different projects, specifically international, like working with Hoyoverse, and then also whether or not it's a union project that started before the strike, that would be in the exception version of their strike, right? So
now
whether
put
or not
it this way too.
and if they are actually struck, that would actually make more sense as to why they wouldn't have replaced them, right? If they are working with a different studio where for whatever
that's
reason
what I'm saying is that
falls under the strike, then they're not going to replace the actors because
not
no
to
one's
mention,
going to
here's
replace
the
them.
thing about the other games is you have significantly more characters that are like not stepping down, but stepping away from doing the voices. So you can imagine that has way more leverage than, just two people in Zenless who aren't even like particularly like important or big characters from what I can tell. Like they're not like in the main group of few. So yeah, this is going to have a lot more leverage, so they're not just going to replace all of them because that would be kind of hard to cover up. If I had to guess, anyway.
Yeah.
I
That's
just find it
about it.
bizarre that they haven't replaced the studio. Don't replace the actors, replace the fucking studio if it's this much of an issue.
Yeah, but okay, well,
Well, they're too deep in now, right? They've got
But-
however many years with all the character voices. It would be a pretty big undertaking to redo every single character, every single line, especially when there's already like a 16-hour side quest that we have to do and all that.
if they replace the studio, and in the scenario where the studio that they are currently working with, not the sound cadence thing, obviously, or it seems like the sound cadence thing was just a couple actors, so you can replace those actors. But in the other games, if the work was union work and it falls under the strike terms, and that project is considered struck work, right? If they go to a different studio, they would have to go to a different studio that is specifically non-union and hires actors that are okay essentially crossing the picket line, because that, like, yeah, okay, you might have fired them, but like that's still essentially, union work that you're now taking away from union actors. So those actors that are going to take that work are essentially saying, I'm okay never being in SAG after, right?
I mean, that sounds like a benefit to me, but anyway, I think that's about wraps that up.
Yeah, I think that covers most of that.
There was a YouTube video that speculated that Union was trying to cut out non-union actors. Part of the contract was that only union actors could work with that company after a
I
certain
think
amount of
that's
time.
most unions in general, but yeah, they want to get rid of the non-pure bloods, is what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds accurate.
In other words, if the company wanted to hire non-union workers at some point, those workers would have to join the union. Otherwise, the non-union work, or otherwise the union wouldn't work with them. Yeah. Well, yeah. In most situations, the union wants a monopoly, and I think it would make sense for me to like, not 100% knowing everything about the situation, but Texas not being specifically Funimation and Crunchyroll, not that whole situation, not being union work, and then the people wanting to unionize but also not wanting to get fired, and they put out that weird like non-committal, I think it was a year or two ago, that like non-committal let's unionize thing. I could see them saying like, well, if we sign this, it'll be a union, but you can still hire non-union. It won't be exclusive. And then over the years, if any company agreed to that, over the years, slowly constricting that so that you push out, yeah, exactly what you're saying, push out the non-union work and require everyone to be in the union. Imagine the OCA podcast without voice.
Right, yeah. Music to your ears, I'm sure.
I don't think the union can force a foreign company to hire them. Not that there is other English-speaking countries out there.
Honestly, right now, AC is actually on strike. He's protesting the union, the OCA union. We're the unionized OCA podcast.
And I mean, yeah, they could go to like, they could go to Canada, although Canada and the US are close enough usually that I don't think Canada would, if it was a situation of like crossing picket lines, I don't think anyone in a union in Canada would do that. But maybe the English-speaking Asia countries would. They'll simply never use union voice actors ever again from the start to the finish of the project. Yeah, probably. It's pay gig. It's pay. Do you mean it's like non-union? Eventually, they will only hire native speakers and then use an AI to translate that voice in other languages.
Yeah.
I mean, if the laws let them, maybe it'll. I think the AI voice. Are we covering it? Where Amazon's doing the.
No, we're not.
Yeah, so we might cover it eventually. I don't know, but
Yeah.
Amazon was going to do AI dubs of their shows, and I mean, AI voices are getting better, but they're still not 100%.
Yeah.
I was thinking like relatively recently before that came up, I was like just thinking about like XYZ types of shows that will never see the light day, like never get dubbed, and suddenly that pops up and I'm like, well, I guess every show ever made will get dubbed now.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, eventually like the biggest thing will be when you can do it at home. That'll be great.
Yeah.
Like you dubbed that one show, the couple clips.
Tomo-chan is a girl.
Yeah.
Mom, can we watch the Tomo-chan as a girl dub? We have Tomo-chan as a girl dub at home. Tomo-chan as a girl dub at home.
Honestly, the couple clips you made were okay, but
No, one of the
I
clips
still
he made
get
was
comments
okay.
to this day over people's reactions, like on either side, like, "Oh, the AI sounds like ass," or "Oh my god, the AI sounds so much better." And the other
One of the clips
comments
sounded
that are like,
fantastic. The
"Man,
other
the
two
English
sounded like
voice sounds
ass.
awful."
yeah, it's not 100% for sure. But when it gets there, that'd be great. The thing that I will like is see, I don't know. I get that voice actors don't want AI to replace them, but like, there's things that I want that can never happen without AI. Or I'd have to hire a sound-alike to like record lines, you know?
Yeah.
And
Imagine
here's the
bringing
thing,
back like a dead voice actor.
That's what James Earl Jones did. He signed away his rights. For Darth Vader and stuff.
And it still sounds kind of janky, like remembering what they did in Kenobi.
His real voice near the end there was getting probably worse than AI from at least like if you're doing like his iconic voices. But
yeah,
there was oh man, I just blanked on whatever I was going to comment on. What were you guys saying?
Using AI at home. There's some
Oh,
things
to
that
do
you
things
can't
that you can't do.
Like there's some things you can't do with or there's some things that would never get done.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember now. So, Persona 3, they made that remake, and I've been painstakingly waiting for a mod to bring in the old dub and just put in the new game, but they add a couple new lines, and you literally can't like fill in the small gaps without using AI. And then it's like, oh, well, that's stealing from someone who could do the work. It's like, no, they're never getting hired again, clearly, because they've been replaced. And especially when one of them's Vic Mignogna. And can I even legally pay for like an official voice actor to voice a character that they have voiced previously to unofficially do other lines? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's illegal and sketchy. So it's like,
It's not illegal. It might be against the terms of the contract that they signed. There's no law there's no copyright law against it, but it would depend on their contract that they sign with whatever company. I know there's some people that are fucking anal about it. The guy that voices Jack Skellington on Nightmare Before Christmas is like, no, I cannot voice the lines outside of anything official from Disney, and it's like, okay, but then you go to other actors and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do the voice, blah 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 blah. It's like, why is he so anal about it? Like, the only one I know for sure that Disney was like, nah, you can't do anything else is Snow White. The voice actress for Snow White, they specifically told her like, we don't want you singing in other things. We want your voice to be magical and only Disney. But for the most part, I don't think. I don't know. Well, one, I don't know how enforceable that clause would be if they tried to add it to many people. I also don't know how popular that kind of clause is. Certainly, going to conventions, a lot of voice actors and actresses do the voices without issue. So
It's
now
funny.
they might
go
have a
ahead.
problem recording a line that you're going to commercialize,
Right.
but recording a line
Like,
for
hey,
you.
say this sign for me, or say this line for me, just for me. But I'm gonna record it with my phone camera. Like, I'll be back here. You know, obviously I can't reuse it because of the background noise, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's something like that that is not commercial in nature, that I
Yeah.
don't see them having an issue with it.
Say my name in this setting or something.
So Greenline made a like the Fooly Cooly video. He brings up offhandedly like, oh yeah, fun fact: this character was voiced by Sonic the Hedgehog at one point or whatever. And I'm like, which one is that? Is that the best one, which was the one that played like Sonic and Shadow in the Shadow the Hedgehog game or whatever? Which it was that guy.
Yeah.
And then out of curiosity, I'm like, he's still kicking around. What else does he do? And on his Wikipedia, it showed they did voiced in like some fan animation series or whatever on YouTube as Shadow, and I'm like, that's kind of
Sus.
that's something. Like, it's interesting. I mean, if you're a fan, it's like, wow, you get the authentic experience. I don't know how like sketch that's going to be for the Sonic team, but I mean, hey, it's interesting that a voice actor actually was willing to do that.
Yeah,
But
for sure. That I didn't even realize that he. I think it's Jason Griffith.
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Earlier when I was saying like stuff that would never get done without AI, that what I was specifically thinking about recently, I've been watching One Piece, where people have taken One Piece and edited it down to mostly, as best they can, match the manga beat for beat, as opposed and cut out all the filler, kind of like Dragon Ball Kai. But while I was watching it, I noticed that there's an issue in the translation for one of the lines from Blackbeard. Specifically, if people know the point in the show, they're on the island called Jaya, and Blackbeard is looking at Luffy's wanted poster. And there's a power system for people who don't know One Piece, there's a power system in One Piece called Haki. And the word Haki basically just means like vigor or like willpower, but more like vigor. And so it's a normal word in Japan, just like vigor is a normal word in English. And so when Viz was initially translating that line, and seemingly also Funimation, although Funimation should have known better. But when Viz was translating it, Haki wasn't a thing yet. Like Oda, sorry, I might have missed this part. He mentions Luffy's Haki while he's looking at the wanted poster. He's like, he says something. There's two different kind of translations. One translation says his Haki he had a lot of Haki for someone with this low of a bounty. And then another translation says he had a lot of, or like he was very bright-eyed, is I think the way Funimation translated it. He was very bright-eyed, but his bounty is he says something like he's very bright-eyed, but I'm surprised his bounty was actually this high. And so it's like two opposite reactions, right? One saying his Haki was higher than this bounty would imply, and the other one saying this bounty is higher than his Haki would imply. But either way, Funimation didn't translate the word Haki as Haki. They translated it as bright eyes, and they reversed the meaning. So and also the voice actor for Blackbeard is dead. and they replaced him with a new voice actor. So to fix that, only that line, and to make it make sense in the rest of the context, and not have to replace all of Blackbeard's dialogue until they switch the voice actor, AI is the only solution. And now that voice actor happens to be dead, so he's not going to probably complain about it. But that would be a good solution for a good use case for using AI, is to go in your own little edit of One Piece, fix that little line, right?
Yeah.
So you can have something more authentic to the original manga.
Who's the voice actor that died?
I don't know. Google Blackbeard's original voice actor. He's dead though. Anyway. There are a lot of niche anime that will never see a dub. Publishers don't think the Western audience is big enough to make their money back. Like that show that we're gonna do for a watch club.
Gushing over Magical Girls.
Yeah.
Even though it will sell like hotcakes anyway, because sex sells.
It's not good enough for a dub, apparently. The same for old anime. There's a lot that never saw.
Well, and
an
it's
English
Sentai
dub.
Film Works.
I'd love to see all of Shin-chan dubbed.
Good fucking luck that
movies
didn't
and all.
sell well at all for Funimation. That's why they stopped it.
That is an issue, right? Like shows like not like Shin-chan is obviously super long, but what's that one Gintama, right? That's a super long show, and I think they've only dubbed the first season.
Well,
I
Sentai
mean-
had it
And
for a
then for
bit,
some reason
and then
the third,
Funimation had
fourth
some for a
season.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I'd
it's
love to see like Gintama dubbed, like all of Case Closed. Could you imagine just AI dubbing all of Case
That's
Closed?
not going to do that. There's no way. No way.
there's definitely
I know, but we might get to there.
there's
At some point in our
definitely like
lifetime.
a use case for just the brute force and making it easier to churn out content that AI grants you. So I think it's inevitable. It's just whether or not how much people get paid for using AI. I think that's all they're going to negotiate, basically. We shall see.
Yeah, we shall see.
Before we move on, since we are now done game news, can you please bring up Kawaii Mouth Berserk?
Yes. Do the honors, Rhys. You got this.
Okay, hold on.
Kawaii Mouth Berserk.
You'll
Like
see.
for guts?
Yep.
Good.
I mean, I think
Kawaii
multiple
mouth?
characters, even like Griffith had it, but
Kawaii Destiny.
Guts
Oh, you mean
was,
for like Studio 4C?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, were you not paying attention earlier, Green Line? You missed the
I
whole
was, but that
conversation.
was several fucking hours ago.
All right. Guts Autumn Scene 1.
That's why I was like, oh, when we were
There's-
first talking about.
There's that one, I guess. I don't know how that's Kawaii Destiny.
Well, no, you gotta show the comparison.
It is a bit plumpy.
I couldn't find a good one, okay? Google only had so many images.
Can we just tap to a new window? Yes, I can.
Why don't you just, like, I don't know, screen share
Okay.
your tabs?
Present. Share screen. Window. Guts. Alright. There's that one. And then we got that one, I guess.
And so this is, like, probably, like... I mean, this is probably fan art, but this is,
This
like...
looks like fan art, yeah.
But that mouth is not... Like, that's closer to reference, if you will, compared to the kawaii. Like, for some reason, it's, like, drooping down, and therefore the actual bulk of the actual lips, like, or is, like, the droop, so you get this small section on the middle, and that's what I call the kawaii mouth. His mouth just looks tiny. because that's like the dominant part of the mouth usually, or whatever. And if you go the Reddit one, I mean, honestly, that one, it's weird because it's like, yeah, maybe that's not the best one, but I mean,
All right, I regret looking at kawaii mouth. We can move on. I think we get the point anyway.
Thanks.
You better.
Share screen.
Hashtag free guts from the kawaii mouth syndrome. How's
You
he
know who has a
supposed
kawaii mouth? Charcat.
Who?
Hold on.
Charcat.
Got this one here, real quick. Girls.
Do you not know who Charcat is?
Oh, you mean Shar Aznabel? Shar Cat?
Your avatar.
Yeah, Shar Cat.
Oh, is it
That's how they
Char?
pronounce- That's how they pronounce it in the dub, anyway.
Whatever. I haven't watched. I watched subtitle. Okay. Char.
Oh my gosh. I wonder if the newer, like, the new cast pronounces it Char in the current anime that they come out with. I thought you meant like a cat that's been charred to death or something. I'm like, huh?
Oh my god.
What are you
That went
talking
dark.
about?
No, that cat would not have a kawaii mouth.
Okay, I'm gonna get back over to here.
Well,
what
I'd
I'm
like to
doing.
continue these arguments. Can we move
Or
on to release?
Whatever it
news?
is, yeah, that. All right. Motherfucker.
Wow, you had one job.
Okay, go for it, Nakamura-kun. Manga new edition among latest 7 season announcements. So, new edition for that. I can't date my student, can I?
Ooh.
So,
Is this Garden of Words again? God damn.
except they're both adults now. Just
Oh, okay.
Now. Keyword now. So he's groomed her.
no, she's the teacher.
Oh, shit. Oh.
So it is Garden of
Damn.
Words,
I mean,
except
the
now
guy.
he's legal.
I had teachers in high school who was like, if only.
I'd allow it.
Yeah.
Muka the cat and his forever family. I guess. Let's make a harem in a zombie world.
Okay.
And
Damn.
then-
Those are some thick knees.
I was gonna say thick
Oh
thighs
God,
as well,
I did
but
not
yeah.
notice those. Jesus Christ. Thick thighs and thick knees. Look at the freaking.
The frickin'?
Like her knees are broken. What the holy crap?
It looks like she's wearing knee pads under her skin.
It looks like she has two
Look
knees.
how her skin, her thigh tapers down to this, and then just.
Oh yeah, like there's no mass between that. Like the joint is just.
It's like your legs are broken. Ugh.
You know what that looks like? It looks like someone
Oh
took
my
one
god!
What?
Well, look at the next one. Is it
No,
that
no.
like?
Let Randy finish his statement.
I was gonna say it looks like someone took one of those like drawing figures, like a Figma or something, like a
Oh yeah.
Body Chan or whatever, and was drawing off of that. So there's like the ball joint on the Figma that they're trying to like draw.
Well, the knee's too
draw over top
low.
of.
It looks like there's two knees almost, like a top knee.
Well,
like,
a double
slight knee.
jointed knee from a Figma, you know, that would fit.
Good lord. Ugh. All right, my cute cousin always gets her way.
Is her way pregnant? Like,
Is her way in the ass through the ass? I guess.
Yeah.
And it's just a dream, right? Gay.
I'm not gay, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Gay.
Texas might have to look out for that cousin one. I mean, Alabama's probably all over it, but
Yeah, Alabama's your best bet.
they'll have to escape to Alabama to watch read that one.
Crunchyroll's gonna go to is Alabama.
I think we only got one winner out of all of these.
I think too, honestly.
Anyway, moving right along. So so moving on to solicitations. The Colors Within Blu-ray DVD combo. This is from the director of A Silent Voice.
Man, I hate the design of the side characters. I mean, the front one's not all that much better, but like, man.
Yeah, they're pretty atrocious.
God.
I've seen a bunch
Oh
of like.
no, the piano person. That's rough.
I've seen the
Oh.
I've seen this advertised in like because I go to a bunch of like Ghibli movies when they come to theaters, and so I saw this advertised like months and months and months ago. So it didn't look all that great, but seeing it solicited, yeah, it's.
Who would want to see that? Like,
I don't know. I want to get the. I think it's out.
the bro
it's
on
in-
the
I think
left
it's
is
on
playing
stock
the
now.
theremin. Do you guys know what the theremin is?
Nope.
Yeah.
It's-
If you know the Star Trek, the original Star Trek theme song, that was a theremin.
The thing
Ah.
here.
Yeah.
you don't have a cursor to us, but yes.
Not the guitar. The
I did
thing
wanna pick
in
up,
front of the other one.
Is it Spirit Cat Anzu? I think that's in stock now. I need to pick that up.
All right, you
But-
can move on from the AIDS Within. Oh no, there's more AIDS
Nope,
Within.
the Steelbook version. Do they look as AZ in this one? I don't think as much.
Not
Surprisingly.
not as much, but you're also
Is
not.
the concept that it's like the special club for music or something like?
I don't think so. No, I think it's about like just these girls wanting to have a music club.
Unique literacy. Yep. Unique literacy in this world. Yep. That's the Autism Club.
You know what's crazy? It has a dub, but Gushing into Magic
it
Girls
does.
doesn't.
Well, yeah, this is G Kids.
It's not the same publisher.
I mean, it's a movie.
It's a movie.
Oh, also include with this Garden of Remembrance. That's like a half-hour thing. Also from
Okay.
Naoko Yamada.
Is it the same like continuity, or is it just
Oh, no,
we just
it's
slapped
just a
this
short
in?
film. It's just a short film they slapped on.
Maybe G Kids should release Gushing into Magical Girls.
Although I'm
Yeah,
sure,
they got the G in their title already.
I'm
and
sure Sentai's gonna get to it.
it's not as if G Kids is actually for kids. They got Evangelion and stuff.
Yeah, they put out Kick Heart. No, not Kick. Well, they put out Kick Heart, but Mind Game.
All of Yuasa stuff.
Yeah.
Angel Heart.
So Angel Heart. We're into.
Is this a City
this-
Hunter spinoff?
This is a City Hunter
Yes.
spinoff. So Discotheque, I guess, skipped April.
Dude, that's
So-
like
Damn.
$1 per episode ratio. That's not bad.
Well, this is
What
I'm
happened to April?
not signed in. So when I bought mine, it was like 40 some bucks, $44 or something like that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I usually go off the the how many dollars per episode
Price per-
ratio.
Price
And
per
Aniplex
episode.
has a horrible like $10 per episode ratio typically or whatever. So $1 per episode ratio.
And this is
Pretty
50
good.
episodes, but it's Japanese only. So it's, I don't know how
Yeah.
much.
City
that
Hunter
would-
was also Japanese only though.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like,
Well, one of the-
Aniplex-
But I want to
newer
know
series, I think, had a dub. I think.
why did they skip April Heart?
well, I don't know. There's like it was supposed to be like every other month, and then you're just like, oh, February. I guess we're just skipping April. Here's May.
Oh, you mean the month?
Yeah.
You missed my
I-
joke entirely, Rhys. God damn it.
Like they said previously that it was going to be bi-monthly. So like December, February. They should have had solicitations for April, but they didn't. So
This-
here
this
we
is
are.
AC,
not
when
to
you're
be-
watching this, I hope you got my joke. I hope at least one person laughed at it.
This has got to be what is it? Because of the media OCD getting Animago thing.
I don't know.
Why?
Well, why would they switch to bi-monthly?
Well,
Oh.
yeah, they did that. That was freaking last year when they did that. I mean, they covered
I
that.
know. I'm just.
I'm
saying
pretty
that-
sure we covered it on podcast, and you probably weren't there when we did.
Wow, shade thrown.
Well,
Moving
no,
right
I'm
along.
just saying that's the correlation.
Flame of Recca complete collections SD on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I'm probably picking this up at some point.
42 episodes.
Damn, I didn't realize there was 42 episodes. Shit, it's a lot.
In
Pretty
SD. And then Professor Layton and the Eternal Diva. This is a movie.
A
Yeah.
movie?
Did they dub this or no? They didn't dub this, did
This was. If this was
Mm.
released previously by a different company that they read and they
Oh,
rescued it, so
they? Okay.
There's English, Japanese.
Yep.
So it is dubbed.
You picking this up, Rhys, since you're a Nintendo fan?
no, I don't know what the fuck this even is.
Oh, it's a-
Remember, Rhys
they're
just
video
recently got into gaming. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, right. I keep forgetting.
No, I'm not picking this one
Rhys.
up either.
I was just about. This is gaming. Or you didn't pick it up.
This one's 26 episodes.
He's gonna pick it up and then be disappointed that he can't put it in his Switch. Not that he would have played it.
I'm gonna pick it up and then put it back down. And not
Yeah.
buy it. So yeah, Street Fighter the animated series. Yes. Lupin the Third. This is the 2014 live action movie.
Now, I know you're going to pick this up, even though this movie's probably not super great, and you're probably not going to watch it.
I've already seen it like 10 years ago. I'm not buying it.
Oh, you're not? Wow, I'm genuinely shocked.
10 years ago. Holy shit.
Despite the fact that you're a completionist and you want every Lupin, and it would go great in your collection.
I mean, maybe at some point, but probably
Ooh,
most likely
Green
not.
Line putting the Uno reverse on
Right.
Rhys, getting him to buy stuff.
Next up, we have Android Kikaider. That thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
cool. The thing that all of two people are going to pick up.
Special
same with this one.
Investigation Rover Jan person.
Yep. All of two people are going to pick this up.
Yeah.
You don't like Pink RoboCop?
I actually offered like a friend of mine is like, hey, are you interested in this shit? I'll pick it up for you. And he's like, nah, not really. Because he could stream a lot of this shit anyway.
Also for the discotheques like Urochu Kidoji, Legend of the Overfiend.
Oh, right. That is
Yeah, Random 11, you'll have to buy it for science to find out if it's got crushed black on it.
Crushed black? I'll buy it for science if he wants to point out to me.
Yeah.
If he wants to point out to me what scene it's in, is like, which one is
The whole movie. What scene? The whole fucking thing.
Okay.
There's 4 hours and 5 minutes of it.
Damn,
I don't know if I could last that long.
to be
Rookie numbers.
He's not
To be fair-
edge line.
It did seem to be greatly solved by watching it on the YouTube stream as opposed
To Twitter.
the
Twitter
the
stream?
direct clip as opposed to the stream, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It still does look kind of dark.
Also too hot for Crunchyroll, Kekko Kamen, the original movie collection.
This
Oh.
Green Line is definitely picking up, right?
I like this isn't even dubbed and I'm still debating whether to pick this up. Because I'm curious on how much they're gonna show. Like
Well, I was gonna show these releases on Media OCD since they hadn't gone up to on Amazon yet. But
Uh-huh.
if we were gonna do like the show like last week or something, but since this thing here that says all 3 original movies included, that's not present on the actual cover.
Oh, so what you're telling me is I need to go to Media OCD?
Well, we've already seen the cover, but I was just saying, like, this cover is too hot for Amazon. That was the joke I was trying to go for. Like too hot for Crunchyroll. This cover's too hot for Amazon. They had to put this thing on it.
It's also too hot for Texas.
How long is this? Oh, Green Line. It's only 3 hours and 55 minutes. You might hold out on this
Yeah.
one.
Okay, I'll be able to last a lot.
You won't have to call a doctor then. Oh my god, this is it.
Rick and Morty, the anime, you know, their favorite franchise.
Why do we have to include this?
It's not even on my anime list.
Damn.
But for some reason, it is on Anime Planet. All right. So Crunchyroll.
I mean, I guess it counts. We just don't like to.
Crunchyroll rescued Log Horizon from Sentai, I guess.
Why didn't Sentai keep it? That's so fucking weird.
I guess Crunchyroll had the gripped the balls of the licensors and said, "Hey, we have season 3 now.
Yeah.
Give us seasons 2 and 1."
They previously released season 3, so here's.
I'll be real. It's kind of a good thing because look, we're getting a re-release with the slipcase, and I'm so torn on it. I hate it and love it at the same time because you can complete your collection and have 3 individuals, so it doesn't look wonk, and it has slipcases.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to buy 2 individual seasons just so I can do that because I already have season 1 and 2 collection. So it's like I'm cutting myself.
Did they have limited with Sentai?
No. You're thinking of World Trigger, maybe, which isn't even a limited. Now that I think of it.
Yeah. So, season 1, season 2. They got a nice spine configuration going on over here.
Just watch as the rising of the spine hero.
And then they're re-releasing season 3.
What was the first release of season 3 like? Like what?
It was this cover, but it didn't have this kind of spine on it.
And it was
I think season 3 even got like an essentials release or something. Maybe I might be missing.
Man, this is.
No. I don't think it got that one. How old is this series? Does it show how old this series is? No. Like, I know it was released before, but I mean, it didn't have this matching spine on the slipcover. But it was basically this image. Anyway, moving right along. My Hero Academia Season 7 Part 1 is coming out. So, this is also including the OVA for Season 6, Heroes Battle, UA Heroes Battle. Now, also, for those of you who don't remember, Season 7 started with 4 recap episodes, which were called My Hero Academia Memories. So, actual Season 7 was only 21 episodes. And this is including 1 through 12 of those 21. So we're getting the OVA and then these 12 episodes. So part 2 is only going to have 9 actual episodes. And
so they're just not putting the Memories episodes on DVD?
Well, let me finish. So the theory is because the Memories episodes were on the final 2 volumes of the Japanese release, they're going to include them with part 2.
That's so fucking weird. But okay.
I would have how I would have done it because season 7 started in May, so there was how I would have done it. I would have put the OVA for the 4 episodes of Memories, and then 9 episodes, the first 9 episodes. So you have 10 episodes of new content, 4 episodes of recap, and then the next set would be 12 episodes. And that would be split with the opening and ending changes. Right? Since, the first opening and ending for season 7 only went for those first 9 episodes. So
I mean, if I was in charge of making this DVD, I would put those Memories episodes as like a special feature.
Well, yeah, of course. Absolutely. That's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But,
so I don't really care about the opening and ending. But I mean, I would have put them on the first disc. Like.
Yeah. Because I mean,
Seems
they
weird.
they were intended to be watched before you start season 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's what that's gonna look like. So when part 2 comes out, it's only gonna be like 9 episodes of brand new content and then 4 recap episodes.
Wow.
But yeah, I would have had it,
Speaking of weird releases, next tab, Rhys.
One
Rhys
Piece.
needs
Yeah,
to
that's so
linger.
weird. Oh my god, that's so weird. What the hell?
Um.
That's One Piece. Oh my god, it's so weird.
This is still Wano. Oh, never mind.
You're supposed to fill us in on why it was so weird. Please inform us.
941 to 952.
Yeah. The weird thing was
His foot's on
I guess
fire.
it's not on Blu-ray yet, but they released the dub episodes of Egghead up to 10,
Like
18.
current.
Yeah, current basically. But it means that the latest voyage that will be comprised of the latest dump of One Piece episodes, dub episodes, is going to have an oddly
Simul dub.
large amount of episodes on that disc or in the package. So, like normally, I was numbering them out. I think it was like on average each voyage was like 16 sorry, 13 episodes.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 12 to 13 episodes usually.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, so they're 13 to 14 episodes on average for the last 6 releases.
This one's 12.
Yeah, so that would be a low one. Although it's go back up to the number. So 941 to 942.
52. That's
Sorry,
5.
50. Yeah, 52. So that's 11,
12.
not 12.
No, that's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 52. That's 12. 300 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess okay. I guess you're right. I guess it's a fence post math there. Anyway.
Oh my god.
So I think it's go to the back of the show the back.
Yeah.
It doesn't say it. Interesting.
What are you looking for?
Okay, so I don't know how they're gonna handle this. I don't know when. So basically, at some point between Wano and Egghead, One Piece switched some in Wano. One Piece started putting out these special episodes that are basically just filler recap episodes, and they've labeled them as special episode like number. So on Crunchyroll, when you're looking at the season,
Do you
it's
think
like,
they'll even bother releasing those on discs?
well, they've been releasing them as part of the dub collection. So if you buy them, like if you buy the Voyage digitally, which you can already do on the Microsoft Store, it's included in that list. But they're not included in the episode numbers. So, like for instance, season 15,
like the runtime of special features, if they're having them be as special features.
Yeah, I don't know if they count them as special features or not. But so season 15, Voyage 1, the episodes is 1086 to 1096, but it has 2 specials, special 11 and special 12.
How many voyages is 14 gonna have?
16.
Jesus Christ.
So
Wano took 4 years to complete. The episode number that it finished on was 1085. So it's a lot. But anyway, so there was 13 episodes on that disc. So the last couple. So again, I don't know about that specific voyage. Maybe it only had 12. But
How about we worry about it when we get to it?
Well, I'm just about to finish my point, Rhys. The latest one would be 17 episodes, which is a lot. So I don't know what they're going to do for that.
And since are they still doing the? They're doing like the skinny packs in the slipcase, aren't they? For these,
I have no clue. I haven't been buying them.
I mean, since it's got Blu-rays now, it might be thicker.
Why? I mean, the skinnies can hold the thin pack. The two thin pack can hold 2 discs each.
I guess that's true.
But if they're moving to 17, that would require 6 discs basically.
Actually, wait. No. But DVD, they'd need 3 discs for the DVD part.
That's what I'm saying. 6 discs total. 3 DVDs, 3 Blu-rays. That's what Funimation has been doing. Instead of having like
thin packs can have 3 discs per thin pack.
No, they'd have to change it from thin packs to a regular DVD case. That's what I'm trying to get at. They'd have to change the style of the packaging.
They could do triple thin pack. They've done it before.
And just make it a thicker release, like the Gunsmith
like the
Girls,
collections,
like the one for Gunsmith Girls that they had 3 thin packs in.
I didn't realize the Blu-rays were so far behind the dub digital releases. It's pretty crazy. So I guess we'll find out in a year when they catch up to the.
That's for a year from now podcast to worry about.
Yeah.
Right on. The awesome newbie adventure, trained to death by the most powerful party, became invincible.
I don't know if this is that one show that my brother read the manga of, and he described it to me and said it was hilarious because
I actually want to pick this up because I've seen some funny clips.
Jesus Christ!
It's a long ass title though, but yes, they did dub it, but it's not dubbed on Crunchyroll. At least not yet.
The dub's not on Crunchyroll?
Yeah, or I mean, maybe it is now, but I looked for it earlier, like weeks ago, and it wasn't on there. So
Osan, the newbie collector, the newbie adventure.
Anyway, moving right along. Pokemon fans can pre-order a new Detective Pikachu 4K Steelbook at Amazon. Why would you show the Amazon listing? Is it because there's art? Whatever. So there's a new Pokemon Detective Pikachu 4K Steelbook.
yeah,
For anybody who wants it.
Just an FYI that does have the dub on Crunchyroll now currently.
okay. It didn't when I looked at it, so I was like, "What? This is getting a dub on disc, but there's not one on the website." So
Anybody have anything to say about Detective Pikachu's new 4K Steelbook?
nope.
Just
got
that it
it.
doesn't come with the card. The original came with the card.
Oh,
They're cheaping out
Boo.
on.
what? It came with a
service.
Mewtwo live action card.
No, it was a Pikachu live action card.
Oh, okay.
The one that Rhys gave me?
What was it, coffee break?
I don't know.
I think there was a variety, wasn't there? Or was
There
all
was-
the same one?
There was a few given out at the theater, and there's actually no, sorry. I think the theater was always Pikachu. Then there was packs that you could buy, that had a ton of live action cards, and then there was the Pikachu that came with the disc or the Blu-ray. So I think it was only a Pikachu on the Blu-ray.
But were they all the same art, or did they have like different art?
It was different. It was a different looking Pikachu than the one you got from going into the theater. It was a unique.
But I'm talking about like the different ones between, like, was there a variety among the ones that you got in the in the Blu-ray releases.
My
Or-
understanding is that the Blu-ray release, the only one that came with the card, it was all the same Pikachu
Exact same art and
with
everything.
the same art on that one card.
Okay. Okay. Sailor Moon.
The travesty.
All right. Fan requested 16:9 format. Yeah, fan requested, huh? Everybody requested.
For the
crop.
audio only people, we're talking about the Sailor Moon movie collection.
Yeah, this is the Sailor Moon.
Yeah.
This is
The
the
movies.
re-release
The
trilogy.
theatrical movies that were in. I'm
The
pretty sure they were in widescreen. Right?
New
They're-
3-film collection for the movies that came out between 93 and 95.
I mean, I like the cover.
The cover looks
Yeah.
great. Yeah, I like it too. And then apparently Kaneko Video. I don't know if they. Yeah, I guess
We've
this is
covered
just-
them 700 times. They did the 4K scan of the Super Mario Brothers movie. They
Okay, whatever.
used to be called Femboy Films and all that.
Oh.
I
So,
know.
a bit of confusion about this. Sure, 16:9 is absolutely not fan requested. But you must understand 2 points. JP remasters of these anime films are never done in 4:3. So a full screen HD version just does not exist. 2, intended aspect ratio for these films was and always will be 16:9. What else we got? Is there more
Well,
picture? Is it
Read
nice
their
to-
follow up.
Yeah. Not to say having more picture isn't nice to have. It's why we always offer our film remasters at 4:3 to allow you the choice to watch however you wish. But the official remasters are not doing it wrong either, per se. These movies were all meant to be seen in the ratio they're doing. Getting mad at publisher for sub-quality release. The single versions of these films from Viz look a lot better. Single versions look better.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get cucked when I saw it said like, the new version. But I guess mine are good. Better, I should say.
He's like, but getting mad at for not including a version of the films that simply does not exist in HD, and they physically cannot release it is a bit unreasonable.
So was the Viz version not HD?
No, I'm pretty sure the other one probably. I'm kind of confused now, honestly, because he just said that the HD versions have only ever been done in widescreen. I almost feel like it's going to be the exact same thing. It's just this time they're virtue signaling. Oh, it's in 16:9, but I guess the old one must have been in 4:3.
Yeah. So 4:3. 16:9.
Now, in defense, I know Randy's like, bro, what the hell? But I'm pretty sure the whole point of this shot was the focus is on the rose. So, like, even though technically you could see the eyes, it's not important information. So, as for the
It
intent,
just seems like so much to animate that you're just chopping off. Like, how can you? Like, I get open matte, but like, I'll open that to a 100% fill of 4:3 frame. That's insane to me. Anyway, that seems insane.
I mean, this is also just one frame. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the whole film was released in 4:3. So unless they were doing pan and scan,
I know. I'm just
conversion
saying
of 4:3
for this shot. I think it's reasonable enough to say that you could argue that that is intended to be like the 16:9 ratio, and that's the focus of the shot.
If it was always intended to be 16:9, why did they make it 4:3 in the first place?
That's what I'm saying. So
I don't know.
Okay, so just to be clear, right? This shot seems to be 100% 4:3 and then cropped down to 16:9, right? Other shots to convert the film that was apparently intended to be 16:9. They eventually converted it to 4:3 because that's how we got this shot. It was released as 4:3 at some point. So it's possible that not every scene was full 100% open matted to fit the 4:3, thus requiring them for some of the scenes to actually crop the widescreen down to 4:3 as opposed to giving you more image, right? So I don't know, but if the whole film is open matted to 4:3 so that when they release the 4:3, literally no scene is a cropped version of the 16:9 film, then I think it's insane if they only ever intended to release it as 16:9, because that's so much extra animation that they have to do.
Once again, this is only one frame. I know the rest of it's 4:3. I'm just saying that the rest of the frames of the rest of the movie, for all we know, doesn't have an egregious, like, oh, their entire face is drawn and cut off.
It's not about what's getting cut off to change the focus. It's about what got animated in those sections of the frame. That would just be of wasted animation if they always intended to cut it out. That's what I'm
saying. I'm saying the rest of the film, they might not have all that waste. That's all I'm saying. Maybe
I don't know how you
really
can say. Okay, again, we're going to assume for the rest of this conversation, because I don't want to keep bringing it up. Assuming the 4:3 release is not at all at any point a cropped version of the 16:9, and the entire film is just open, added as if they uncropped the 16:9 to 4:3, then yes, this scene, it still works as a cropped version, but they're animating all of that extra animation. At any point when a body flings by the scene, if anything touches the edge of the screen, they're animating extra cells, extra bits of the cell, I should say.
They animated this kid blinking, and now we don't even see it.
Well, here's another thing. When you're animating, you typically, like, as you're saying with, like, open mat, you have a bigger picture and then you kind of crop it into where you actually want it. For all we know, for this scene, they actually made it really freaking wide. And then when they zoomed in, they cropped it. But because they cropped it down on the masters, they can't decrop it. So then when they went to do the 4:3 or whatever, they chopped off the side. Or wait, no. They chopped off the sides when they did the initial transfer or something. So they couldn't.
No, they haven't chopped off the sides. That's what I'm saying. Like in this frame, if you go back and forth, there's no sides chopped off on this 4:3. Like go back to the 16:9. Like look at a very, very tiny amount. Like look at on the right side of this frame.
Look at the railing right in the bottom corner.
Yeah, whatever that is in the bottom corner, there's you can see a line. There's like literally a line, vertical line, like a millimeter off. And so that got cropped out.
Yeah.
So a very tiny amount of the screen got cropped horizontally, right? But then they made up so much on the vertical. Like that's, and again, I said I wasn't going to say it again, but like if every scene is like this, where they're not cropping the 16:9 down horizontally to make the 4:3 output, if all of the scenes are just basically vertically uncropped 16:9, that's insane. Literally insane.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I get like you would do a full picture, like especially if you're gonna do like camera movements, or if you're gonna have like, I don't know if they did it for these movies, but like you can, when you're doing cell animation, right, you can have these advanced rigs where you put the cell above on a top layer, and you have a bottom layer that moves separately, and you can move the cells independently on a rig and have it like and do like a parallax scan, like pan. You could do a zoom, like all these things in camera.
If they were panning down from the top, that would actually explain if they were like blinking in the scene and everything.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So if you're doing like camera movements, it makes sense to animate more than what you would see in one specific frame. But generally, that's not going to apply to the entire movie. So at some point, there should be a scene where that 16:9 frame gets cropped horizontally down to a 4:3.
What
you're
if
gonna release a 4:3.
they made it with the intent of 16:9, but they made like a really big 16:9 canvas that they chopped down to 4:3 because it's like the 90s or whatever, but they printed that version to masters. So then when they cropped it back down to 16:9, they had to go back in.
Sorry, say that
like
again.
they intended. Okay, so they
So
start with a
they
really,
created 16:9,
really big.
they cropped it to 4:3, and then they're cropping it
Printed
back
it-
to 16:9, but they're
Yeah,
cropped.
well-
They're
Yeah, I was
cropping
gonna
it
ask what this
4:3.
is from. Like, is this from like a Japanese home video release? Because it's like, how did it go from being
This
widescreen?
might be the
'Cause this
US
is like,
Blu-ray for all we know. I want to check mine.
sadly, this is the one film I don't have. I don't have the R film, unfortunately.
Like if you remember when they did the Dragon Box, the Orange Box re-release of Dragon Ball Z, they were saying that we're gonna switch it to widescreen, but don't worry, guys, they did open matte, and so there's extra information on the side that was never really intended to be seen, but it got added there, and so we can actually extend the thing. It's not all getting cropped away, right? And then it turns out actually there was a little bit, but it's not a lot. It wasn't enough to save the thing. Like, you still have fucking Krillin's face getting chopped in half in the cut, right? It doesn't make sense for them to add all of that extra open matte if it was never intended to be 4:3. Now you could make the argument that, well, they drew it 4:3 because they knew eventually it would go to TV, but the theater, they made it in such a way that it would work in 16:9 for the theater. Like, you can make that argument.
Like,
but I still want the whole 4:3. Like, the same thing happened with Transformers, right? The Transformers movie. I want the 4:3 version. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I feel like it probably happened, is they did it like a 4:3, and then it's like, oh, but we crop it in as a 16:9 for the theater release.
Yeah, and I can see that like making sense to me. That makes sense, where they intended it to be 4:3, so they framed everything so that it would work in 4:3, and you're not going to lose like crazy
because they
information.
understand that when it goes to home video, like back in the day, it was only 4:3 as far as I could see.
So they understand it's going to 4:3, so they make it in 4:3, but they make it in such a way that they know it's also going to get
that when you crop it in,
16:9.
it gets you what you want. So
Yeah,
that's
you're not
probably why they
losing it.
animated the eyes then.
Yeah. So that makes sense. But then in that scenario, release the 4:3 version. It's not like, oh well, it was never intended to be seen by 4:3. No, it was clearly as if it was Dragon Ball with like, oh, it's open matte. No, this was created, and in this scenario, if it's true, this was created with the intent to be seen at least at some point in 4:3. So it's not like, oh, it was just some extra
in
bit
the sense
of
that
the
we're
frame.
because it was made for home video. This is the only thing that I can assume is it was made for home video, and that's why they,
I don't think it was,
cassette.
because
on
I
cassette.
think it was made for theater.
No, I can't see it being made for theater this way, because theaters would have had it in widescreen, wouldn't it?
It was in widescreen. That's the whole point.
Well, yeah. So they
So
crop
for
it
home
in
video,
after the fact for
on cassette. It would have been seen this way as we're looking at on screen.
Yeah,
Correct.
well, that's what we're saying, is that they started off. This is the starting point because they know it's going to be like this for home video, but they're designing every shot so that they have the important information within that 16:9 like frame. So even though you get the eyes cut off, that's what I was saying at the start of like, I feel like the intent of the shot is to emphasize the rose. So like they designed it that way, even though you are losing information.
I mean, it looks like we're gonna have to pick this up. By the way, I think we get cucks both ways. I don't know. It's weird.
So Old Man brings up a point. Friends, MASH, and Seinfeld was filmed on film in widescreen, then cut down to 4:3. So was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And stupidly, they edited the 4:3 video on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But anyway, when they released the widescreen version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I think this also happened to Friends as well.
It's in widescreen. How it was intended, and you get like people on the production crew in the shot.
Yeah,
like...
yeah, you get camera crew in the shot because it wasn't intended to be in widescreen. But they just filmed it in widescreen because that was the film that was available to them, and they or like the film was better quality or whatever reason they did it. And that also led to them having to like redo a bunch of shots, like the FX in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and there was this whole thing where like there was a scene shot in daytime, but they had like this effect to make it look like nighttime. And then when they did the HD release, they forgot to go back and change it to nighttime again, and so the scene's like completely weirded out because of day. Anyway, so yeah, so I could see that being the case where in that scenario they're filming widescreen, intending it to get cut down to 4:3, right? But just taking the extra step to also make sure that the crew people are out of the way, so that if they ever release the 16:9, it would be clean. That's essentially what these people did, but in reverse, where they were filming in widescreen, intending it to be in widescreen, but knowing eventually they'll release the full screen and keeping the edges clear for that release. That makes sense to me. But again, if that is true, then release the full screen version. Upscale the whole thing.
Cut.
It doesn't make sense to only upscale it in full screen, like in widescreen. You know that.
Okay, so here, this whole situation, it's literally a 1-to-1 repeat of the Dragon Ball Z situation. It's all contingent on Toei being stingy and not wanting to do their own like remaster or whatever native scan.
Well, I mean, based on that one comment, it seems like they did actually do it, but that Toei's just did it and capped it at the 16:9 instead of doing the whole.
Well, who did the Dragon Ball the Dragon Ball Z widescreen?
That was Funimation. Funimation did that. That was based off of a print, on one of the earlier prints that they got for the TV release here.
Well, actually, you remember
went back and
the
rescanned
freaking Sailor Moon, how we got the complete ass releases until Japan finally. I don't even know what they did because it's still upscaling as far as I can tell. To have like a better upscale and quality release. But Toei did not do like a native scan for Sailor Moon. And I'd imagine if there's any company that has like really good archival whatever masters of their stuff, it's Toei, because they're literally like one of the first animation companies. You'd think that have some system down. I don't know how they don't have all the reels for Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball Z, etc.
Well, I mean, Dragon Ball Z was in the 80s, so maybe you could argue like maybe they were stupid, but Sailor Moon was the 90s, right? So
okay, Dragon Ball Z was 89, so it was virtually like the edge of the 90s.
Was it? I thought it was 86.
86 is Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball Z is 89.
Fair enough.
But
Yeah.
but hold up. You got to understand, Random 11. Toei has animated since the like 60s, 50s even. I don't remember. Like they've had more experience than like any other studio to realize, maybe we should archive our stuff because they'd be the first to realize degradation exists, right? That's my math.
Yeah. You'd think. Who knows though?
So anyway, I still blame Toei. They're gay.
Yeah, I'm sure. There was tons of things on the film that was never meant to seen, though, because they knew but okay, so with Friends and having and Buffy with the production people in the sides, right? They weren't putting any extra effort into capturing those edges, right? So they got cut off, and it's like, okay, no big deal. When you're animating stuff, there's so much more effort into drawing all of that section of the drawing that's just going to get cut off. So you're not going to waste time and do that unless it's intended to eventually be seen. Again, there's some wiggle room because sometimes you have a panning shot, or sometimes you the registration is a little off on the camera, so the camera might be moved a little bit, and you want some
That's why I think this one
bleed
shot
section.
is like way too little to go off of. Like if we actually saw it in motion,
I'd have to look at the whole film like frame by frame. Well, not frame by frame, but like scene by scene, and go back and forth and just double check. The one thing that you would be looking for is if there was ever a scene where the widescreen got the sides chopped off for the 4:3 release. If there is no scene where the widescreen got the sides chopped off, then it's 100% they intended it to be 4:3, a release eventually. And that's the only thing that makes sense, because like I said, with Dragon Ball Z, yes, there was some wiggle room, there was some bleed, open mat, if you will, right, in quotes, but it's not enough to fill a whole widescreen version of the show, right? So I don't think they would do that intentionally to then crop off. It's too much to do extra if you're just going to crop it off. And whereas in the show, in the shows that filmed on widescreen, they weren't doing any extra work filming it on widescreen versus filming it on full screen. The only difference would have been which camera they used or which film stock they used, and then they cut it down later, and it would have actually given them more wiggle room in the editing process to reframe a shot if they didn't quite like a framing. They could shift it left or right. So there's actually a benefit for filming in widescreen and then cropping it down later, whereas there is no benefit to doing a whole full screen if you're not intending to ever release it. If it's only intended to be widescreen, you're never going to animate that full screen shot. Just doesn't make sense.
It does seem like an error to say that it was intended to be done in widescreen if it was clearly also intended to be in 4:3. Like you could say it's intended to be both, to work.
Yeah, it was I think that makes the most sense. It was intended to be both, right? They made it for film and theater release, just like Transformers. They
So
intended it to be in the theater.
So Kaneko's
also
tweet that's
intended
saying
it to be a home
it's
release.
intended and always will be intended as 16:9 or as only yeah, that's kind of
that tweet by them seems weird. I wouldn't agree with it. No, I'm not an expert, maybe they know more than me, but it seems like too much to cut off if they didn't intend to release it as 4:3. Like that had to have been the intent, just like Transformers. I think 4:3 is called full screen because 4:3 was what we had in TVs. Yes. If you bought a widescreen movie, it was letterbox with black bars on the top and bottom. Yes, that is why.
There is an anamorphic widescreen, yes. It is a 4:3 image that is later stretched to fit a widescreen TV. I don't know that it applies to this. So
I'm pretty sure that's the way that was it standard definition video is processed in general. Like
what?
That's how they achieve 16:9. Like on your DVD, it'll say anamorphic widescreen or whatever, because it's using that to achieve the widescreen. Even though it looks like normal widescreen, it's stretching it instead of, I guess, a native 480 widescreen. Because full screen is 640 pixels wide, whereas widescreen 720 pixels wide.
I'm not sure, because there is also a aspect ratio called anamorphic, which is even wider than widescreen. So,
Wider than widescreen?
But yeah, there is.
Is that taking widescreen and stretching it to the 21:9 then?
Like cinematic widescreen.
Yeah, it's cinematic. Something.
Ultra wide.
I don't know what the exact ratio is. But I do remember anamorphic widescreen being used for home releases, so maybe I'd have to look it up to know exactly. But we're not. Yeah, take it to safe to say we're not talking about anamorphic widescreen right now.
Wait. I'll look into the movie as homework or whatever.
It's odd that the Viz release was better quality though. If was it HD? Was it widescreen? Was it full screen? Like, we need answers.
I don't know why you're saying the Viz release. Both of them are Viz releases.
The previous Viz release.
The individual release, I should say. The individual release was better quality as opposed to the collection.
I mean, it seems the equivalent as the Dragon Box version's better than the current Blu-ray version, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if they released the individual movies as HD widescreen, and they're just putting all three of those into a collection, why did Viz say the fan requested? Because it would have already been out, right? So if it's not new, why is it?
I don't know. They probably thought that this would have been a superior way to view it, or maybe because they already released it.
If the only difference is they're now in a single package as opposed to individually sold, it's not really any new.
Actually,
I don't even know why they. I don't even know why they would have encoded them. Like, just put them all.
I know why. Probably. So
trying to put black bars at the side.
No, season 1. Okay, so remember when season 1 and 2 and 3, like, the video quality was ass and everyone hated it?
No, I don't watch
on Blu-ray. Like, the collectors were like, "Wow, this looks awful." And then season 4 is when Japan's Blu-ray masters were starting to get sent over to Viz or whatever, because I think Viz was doing a shitty upscale of their own previously.
Oh, okay.
So then those complete they've done each of those seasons was 2 parts. So season 1 part 1, part 2, yada yada. So now that they have the complete seasons, they're re-released with a new master for season 1 and 2 and 3. We've covered this a couple times before. So you can get the higher quality Japanese scan, and it actually looks better. So I think they're basically doing that with the movies. And they're pretending that it's fan requested because that's the only HD proper whatever master that Japan has given them. Right?
Yeah. So one is their upscaled version, and then the other one is the Japanese upscaled
They're re-releasing it, A, to consolidate it, but B, to quote-unquote upgrade it to have better quality, so they don't look like a laughing stock.
But in this case, their better quality is apparently worse quality.
Well, I think we're looking at the individual releases Blu-ray right here. Like, I feel like it looks that standard def, if I'm going to be honest. I hope it's not the case, but I can't help but feel like that's going to be what happens.
Well, you let me know if the individual ones that you own are full screen or widescreen.
Yeah, I'm going to try and check that after the show.
Anyway, that basically comes down to they should fucking scan the whole thing, release the 4x3 with an optional widescreen, just like they do for Transformers. If it's there, why not release it? It's stupid not to.
Yeah.
Cropping is bad. Do not crop. That is...
Yeah. I like Brad's suggestion where it's like you hit the crop button on your TV and there you go. You got your widescreen.
Some TVs have that feature, yeah. If you really
or
care.
VLC.
Yeah.
Yep. The zoom button.
There's a ratio button.
Or that too, yeah. One of our TVs has it's called a zoom button. All right.
My monitor doesn't have it. Well, maybe it does actually. You could definitely do it in Windows.
So you guys think we're done with this one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I hope to God we are, because I could have easily stepped away, washed my balls, and then come back, and we still would have been talking about the
why
stupid road.
didn't you? You don't like talking about Sailor Moon?
No, I can. I don't mind it. It's just like, this is easily a 10, 15-minute conversation that got turned into like half an hour.
Yeah, I had nothing to add to it, so I was just scrolling Facebook the entire time.
It was only a half an hour. I'd say that's a plus.
That's a win.
All right. Well, moving right along. If you want to support us, you can not buy stuff at Stealthweave right now, but hopefully in the future
It's
that
a
gets
good thing we plugged it.
Good thing we plugged it. Keep it in the public consciousness.
AC's not even here to receive the plug.
Same with the buying stuff off the OCA podcast store.
Beautiful plug. Don't buy our stuff right now.
So Kaiju Rondaseru just might be Japan's cutest backpacks ever. Oh my god, it's like you.
Oh, it just looks like anime backpack.
Yeah. Like, these things are already expensive. Now these freaking cat ear styled ones are probably gonna bump the price up.
Did you want to buy one?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
You talk like you're upset that you were going to buy one.
No, I'm just saying, like, these things are already expensive. So now with these cat ears things.
Yeah, but how'd you find that out?
Holy fuck!
That do seem expensive.
$600 for a backpack.
Yeah, next time I see those elementary anime girls
steal their backpacks.
walking around, it's like, wow, she's rich, I guess.
Yeah, her parents paid out the
loaded
backpack. Anyway, moving right along. Dragon Quest slime sandwich modes are drawing near in Japan. Ooh. So, make a slime uncrustable.
Shaped bread. I guess that would be cool to
saw
like
a video
toast it like that.
I saw a video online of someone opening up an uncrustable and it had crust on it.
They got some other slime stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
stackable butt plugs?
Yeah. All right, moving right along. That Cheetozord recovered previously has sold at auction for $87,000, almost $88,000.
Whoever bought it should eat it.
Should.
Yeah.
And then spit it out because it's too hot. Because they buy it and you should eat it. Okay, I'll eat it. And then oh yeah, I don't like spicy things, and they just spit it back out.
Imagine going through all of your Cheetos and like inspecting each one, and like, who's doing that? Just eat the fucking thing.
Well, clearly
I don't
not,
look at
'cause you
my
get
Cheetos.
Something like
87,000.
this, I've never seen one that had like branches off like that.
But how
Yeah.
It's
often do you
probably
inspect
fake.
your Cheetos before you eat them?
Bro, they probably
Yeah.
super glued a couple together, sprinkled on some dust to like cover up the super glue.
Yeah, that's what
Because
I'm
they're not
thinking.
going to inspect it after the fact for authenticity. Get it PSA graded. That would be so funny. A PSA grade Cheetos-ard.
Do an X-ray. What are these things at the joint where these are? That's not Cheetos. What's
Oh
that?
my god.
Oh no,
He
we
would have
cover-
like taken the dust and like mixed it in with the super glue before putting it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like now
don't-
you
I
see
don't-
that. See how it's darker here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we
Concentrated
covered
Cheeto.
it, but ESA got into some trouble because they authenticated some beta cards that were being
For
sold.
Magic.
No, for Pokemon.
Oh.
Like weird ass fucking cards that one of the original Pokemon illustrators was selling, and so it got authenticated through him, and maybe that one was real. But then a bunch other ones started showing up on the market, and they all got authenticated. And someone, like, I don't know if you've heard about this, but in order to stop things like counterfeit currency, and or like printing
Are you
a
talking
note,
about the core paper?
I'm just realizing
Core
Cheeto really
paper?
is in here.
What? Well, what were you gonna say?
In order to stop that kind of thing for crime fighting, they put like little yellow dots on when you print something, it'll print little yellow dots on the paper with exactly the date encoded in the dots, the date and the model and your like IP address and like all this shit, all this information is encoded in every page that you print in these little yellow dots. And so this person took a really high res scan of this one of these PSA authenticated cards, alpha cards or whatever, and looked at those yellow dots.
Shifting the goalpost. It was beta, now it's alpha. No.
I honestly don't know if it was alpha or beta, whatever it was. These proto cards, okay, and figured out that it was printed recently. It was like printed last year, so it literally couldn't have been a legitimate thing, and PSA had authenticated it. So it was this big scandal.
Oops.
Damn.
So if PSA authenticated a Cheeto Charizard, I wouldn't put much stock into it.
Are you saying that insert Pokemon company here like made a fresh batch of an old card?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Hmm.
I'll tune in next week. I'll put a article
Tune in
out
next
about
week.
it.
That's a good one. Moving right along. Great. Japanese puffed corn snack to be sold for 110,000 yen as work of art. Yeah.
But is
Do
it
we have a picture?
$80,000?
What?
That's the thing. That's art.
Oh,
But
it's
is
like the banana
is it-
taped to the wall.
Does it rival Cheeto Charizard?
I don't know, man.
That's not the one, is it?
I'm guessing this is just like a what are usually like 10 cents for this thing. Imagine like paying for one Cheeto at a time.
All right.
Yeah, that's a thing. Up.
I hate magic so much right now.
I'm glad I'm not even participating in Magic.
No.
Why
How do you
does the
do,
counter
fellow
scroll
kids?
seem so fucking accurate?
Is that ableist?
It has to be fake. Like I
I mean,
can't.
they did make Aragorn black, so I don't know, man. It's
Like
probably real.
I'm sure they will make those cards, but those cards have to be fake. Those cards have to be mock-ups, right? Like
No, when they announced them, it's probably on their site if we look it up right now.
Look it
the
up.
fish
Please put them-
behind Mr. Krabs are like blurred. Like
It's doing like
I'm getting a headache looking at that card.
No, that's actually how it is. Like
In the show.
What? Like it's like twisting the camera. Like he's delusional, or like what the fuck is happening? I always just remember this packet going with the Subarashi.
They are also apparently making Marvel cards with Spider-Man
Yeah.
on them.
They
They
already
are-
made Marvel cards
Oh.
for Secret Lair, but yeah, Spider-Man is coming out.
Forest Mountain.
Well,
So
Oh, crap.
just to remind you all,
in before they start making Pokemon ones.
These are all like existing cards, but they're basically skins for the existing cards. So it's not like, oh, SpongeBob's part of the Magic Universe and he has a
No,
set.
this one literally says SpongeBob SquarePants. This one literally says Gary the Snail.
Yeah,
This
you
one
see what
literally
says under it?
Sandy Cheeks.
See what says under each of those names?
I can't read. Why can't I stream it? God damn it. Yeah, I can totally. Whatever defector might.
Yeah, that's the actual
The
card
Raging
name.
Isle. Okay.
Is
So
that what
that's how
they
it
did
works.
for Lord of the Rings as well?
Okay, that one has a bit of an exception. It actually had an entire set, but the thing is, the little symbol on the bottom, it's a triangle. It's usually a oval. The triangle indicates universes beyond, so it's like the non-canon whatever stuff.
Oh,
And
okay.
Lord of the Rings was an entire set based on that. However, they made an entire set that's universes beyond, so it's like it's not canon to the universe, but they are actual like individual cards.
Why isn't there a
Uh,
David Hasselhoff card?
Don't know, but are these secret layers or are they just regular?
Yeah,
just
yeah,
gonna be a
it's
set?
secret layer. They never
Oh fuck! Okay, damn.
there's a reason there's only 6 of them here because
Well, 6, 5.
wait, what's the
7.
token?
Huh?
Go up. There's a
The
token.
hamburger?
Oh,
Food?
it's just a food token. Lame. I mean, it makes sense, but
Night's Whisper. That's pretty good. Force of Despair. Betrayal.
Counterspell's got to be my favorite, alongside Inevitable Betrayal. I think that's what that is.
Yeah.
Well,
The thing
if
is,
you're
the
a fan of
lands is
SpongeBob
probably
and Magic.
these are probably 3 separate secret layers. Not to mention, they sell secret layers as foil or non-foil. So there's basically 6 different variants.
Did you
So
look
that's
up Footnote
fancy.
if these were legitimate?
I don't see them on the site, so these must be upcoming, but they probably were announced on like an official source.
I think Rhys said, "Why isn't there a Hoff card?"
Yeah, a Hoff card. Like an actual, card like these ones. Just
To
for David Hasselhoff.
memorialize his place
Yeah.
in the movie.
Yes.
I don't know.
Eh,
They would probably have to pay him money. To
they
do
probably
that.
would.
They have
But-
Ghostbusters. Oh god.
Did-
Hatsune Miku. That one was. Oh, that one looks like a horror.
Don't call her a horse. She's just 16.
Horror.
Moving right along. And whatever.
Texas will be mad at you.
Jesus Christ. Japanese parenting app has a demon call your phone and scold your misbehaving kids. Eat your fucking food! a good or a good demon doesn't misbehave. I'm sorry. Why did nobody laugh at my jokes?
I was trying to send the Miku in chat.
What is this? Oh.
I feel like Japan really relies on like the scaring the kids into behaving ethos.
Yeah, you know how everyone says like, "Oh, I have Asian parents" or whatever. It's like they're strict or whatever.
Well, it's just like they have so many like man, what's the word?
Yokai?
Just yokai, yeah. Right? Like, oh, don't lean over the pond, like the kappa will come snatch your soul away. Like, you know. Don't go out in the forest alone. The bird yokai will come and claw out your eyes.
Yeah. Kids who. Okay, so let's read this one, I guess. When your kids
You
are acting
really
like
have to.
devils, Onikar Denwa dispatches a demon to set them straight. Only I can be a devil. It's been around for a while. Denwa has just received an update that gives a particularly terrifying visual element, just in case the concept of little monster being upset at your kids wasn't. So the update is in collaboration with Japanese comedian Kintaro, who's famous for her extreme facial expressions. Kintaro has recorded 5 different messages for Onikar Denwa, all of
Only
which are
5?
presented as an incoming phone call for extra authenticity. When you show your kids the screen and have them answer the call, golden scenarios are kids who don't listen to their parents, kids who don't go to bed, kids don't eat their food, kids don't fight with their siblings, and kids who don't keep their promises. Good demon always keeps his promises. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Is that supposed to be her? Jesus.
Old man says he's seen scarier people at his local Walmart. That's the ticket. You behave, otherwise we're gonna go to the Walmart.
I feel like some of these would be great for the thumbnail if we ever got back to ever doing thumbnails.
There would be anti-thumbnails. Like, don't click on me.
Yeah.
So apparently, March 24th is when the SpongeBob one launches.
Ah.
It's around the corner.
Right around the corner.
I'm ready.
There's also a Final Fantasy. I don't know if it's an entire set of for Magic.
All right. So miscellaneous news: a Hokkaido man arrested after asking convenience store to lend him money. It's been said many times before that Japanese convenience stores are amazing both in the quality of food they sell and wide range of services they offer. During a simple trip to the corner store here, you can pay your bills, send a package, buy concert tickets, make high-quality copies, print out photos and government documents, do some banking, and even get some reading in.
Did he ask for this money while he was holding a knife?
We'll get to it. Some chains even offer money lending services, but taking advantage of those requires registering your ID and bank info with their official app in advance. You're not supposed to just waltz in and ask the clerk to hit you up with some cash, as illustrated by an incident involving a 33-year-old man in Asahikawa, Hokkaido. On March 4th, the man entered a Silkmart in Ashikawa, whatever, at about 10:30 in the morning, and asked the part-time clerk if he could borrow some money. The clerk then notified the manager, who called the police. Like, okay.
A simple no would have sufficed.
Yeah,
Jesus.
simple no would have sufficed. Like, Jesus. Officers quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the man on suspicion of a crime, known in Japan as, I'm not even reading that, Kenzobutsu Shinyu, which translates directly to building intrusion, and is similar to crimes like criminal trespassing or unlawful entry in other countries. No injuries or damages were caused by the man, but entering a store without a legitimate purpose and then refusing to leave if asked can lead to Kenzobutsu Shinyu charge.
Did they ask him to leave?
The man did not. I don't know. The man did not know the store employees, had no money or weapons on him, and was not intoxicated when arrested. He admitted that he had entered the store with the sole purpose of asking for money, and police are currently investigating his motive in more detail. I'm broke. What's up? I'm no master detective, but I'm guessing his motive was that he needed money. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Oh my god. Meanwhile, readers of the news were left wondering why this incident resulted in an arrest when a simple no would have sufficed. Randy, did
That's
you write
exactly
this
what
article?
I said.
Did you write this article? Who wrote this article? That doesn't say Randy. No, Master Blast. Randy, are you secretly Master Blaster? There's a labor shortage going on, and we got guys doing this. Was he just too persistent? Why wouldn't they just lend him money? You remember police back in Osaka with a big sign saying they don't lend train fare. Is this a good reason to arrest someone? Why don't they do this to all those harassing customers too? The details of how the man asked for money weren't released, but it would seem as if the man was still in the store for the time it took to call and wait for the police. He was not taking no for an answer and likely acting belligerent to some degree. If convicted of Kenzobutsu Shinyu, the man will face up to 3 years in prison.
That's insane.
Or a fine if anything. Hopefully he won't get the latter because that guy clearly has enough money trouble as it is. Good Lord.
In Canada, we have homeless people walking into a McDonald's asking people for money. So that law would help with that problem.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we get motherfucker. Foreign tourists arrested in Japan for striking convenience store clerk over 3 yen bag altercation.
Damn.
So I'm guessing they're charging 3 yen for the plastic bag, and the foreigner was like, "Fuck that! Just give it." Self-checkout registers are supposed to be a win. I got hiccups. I'm sorry. I gotta hold my breath for a second.
You want me to read it?
Go ahead.
Do it, bitch.
Self-checkout registers are supposed to be a win-win. Shoppers can quickly pay for their items and be on their way. And store staff focus on tasks that can't be effed for I think it meant left for customers to handle themselves. However, the potential drawback is that some shoppers, either by accident or on purpose, might not properly complete their self-checkout transactions. Such a situation recently occurred in the late night hours at a convenience store in Hokkaido Prefecture, leading to a violent altercation with a foreign tourist. Yeah, that 5-finger discount doesn't work there.
At around 1:40 a.m. on January 27th, a convenience store clerk in the city of Sapporo's Kita ward noticed that a customer using a self-checkout register had rung up his purchases, paid for them, and then taken a plastic bag from the rack next to the terminal.
Oh, that's rough, though. The 5-figure discount on the bag, that's rough. Damn.
However, the bags aren't free, and customers wanting to use them have to include the total number they're taking during the self-checkout procedure, with each bag costing 3 yen, approximately 2 cents.
Shit.
Jesus. It's unclear whether the customer, later identified as a UK national tourist, intentionally avoided paying for the bags, or whether he was unaware that they weren't free to use. Either way, though, customers are supposed to pay for them. So a 48-year-old clerk who was working a shift at the store followed the customer out to the street and called out to him to address the situation. At some point in the interaction, the clerk says the other man struck him, opening a cut near his left eye. Ooh.
That's crazy though. Like, why are you punching the guy for yelling at you?
Over 2 cents. The British man then left the scene, but the clerk contacted the police, who were able to locate the man and placed him under arrest for suspicion of assault. Following his arrest, the man denied intentionally striking the clerk, saying, "We were arguing. I didn't strike him, but when I pushed him away from me, my hand probably hit him." Yeah? Pushed him away with enough force to cut him open. The exact course of the conversation the two engaged in prior to things turning violent is unclear, as whether the men could understand the language the other one was speaking, as is whether they could. Yeah. Nevertheless, the incident highlights some important things to remember when traveling to Japan. First, the chances of a convenience store clerk trying to shake you down for extra money, and that you don't actually have to pay, are low enough to be. Wait, what? Convenience trying to shake you down for extra money that you don't actually have to pay are low enough as to be effectively non-existent. And even if one of them were running such a scam, it's a safe bet that they'd be asking for more than 3 yen. But what if the clerk hadn't just asked the man to pay for the bag and immediately said he was going to call the police? Calling the police over 2 yen? That's all the more reason to remain calm. Generally, level-headed people in Japan realize that the language barrier and differing social norms can sometimes lead to foreign visitors inadvertently breaking the rules. But in a case like this, where there's no malicious intent or damage caused beyond 3 yen, the cops aren't going to put you in handcuffs to spend all night interrogating you, provided, of course, that you haven't escalated the situation by doing something like causing personal injury to someone. If you let yourself get worked up enough, though, to the point where you're professing your innocence, Jesus, I need some spell checkers here. Your innocence, and by saying that you didn't hit anybody, it's just that your hand did the damage, the situation is going to end badly for you. So dealing with the situation without even shoving anybody is probably the best course of action. Of course, if the man knowingly stole the bag, the method for avoiding this altercation becomes even simpler. Pay for what you're supposed to pay for in general. In general, Japan is pretty accommodating of honest mistakes, especially from foreign tourists. But shoplifting and assault, even relatively minor instances, are things that the locals are unlikely to give anyone a pass for. I'm tired. Yeah.
One more article.
One more. I accidentally took 3 bags from Walmart. Am I a criminal? Do I get 5 stars in GTA?
Ignoble.
Nobel Prize were awarded to Takanori Takebe for butt breathing study. Butt breathing technique in first form, silent but deadly. All right. Yeah, I did. I already did. Thank you for telling me to. I already did.
But seriously,
this research from an expert at Cincinnati Children's and the Tokyo Medical and Dental University might save lives someday by helping people when they cannot get enough oxygen via their lungs. Yeah, just push it through their sphincter, through like 30 feet of intestine. Yeah, totally.
Well, I mean, in order to get to the lungs, you have to go through all of the intestines, through the stomach, up the sarcophagus, and around the little flap, back down into the lungs. Right? It's pretty far.
I don't know how useful this is going to be. You know,
I feel like there are other holes that work better than.
They feel like they can just do the thing that what's his name did. Yeah, trachea. Yeah, cut open the throat a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a far more useful.
I mean, to be fair, the tracheotomy is an invasive procedure where they literally cut through your muscle and skin. Yeah. Whereas shoving something up through your butt isn't. Well, I don't know what
I think that's even more invasive, to be honest.
Yeah, but you're not cutting anything, at least.
You're still getting something fucking far up.
But yeah, getting spit roasted and then like have that spit roast then go down into your lungs. It seems a little intense.
Yeah.
On one hand, Takanori Takebe, MD, PhD, would prefer to be remembered for.
To be fair, I don't think that's their strategy here. I think it's something else.
Oh, Jesus, we got a lot to read. Fuck. Would prefer to be remembered for his multiple breakthrough contributions to organoid medicine. However, he may never be forgotten for his work to demonstrate that people can breathe through their butts. Takebe's unusual.
I would be a fly on the wall when he presents this to like the board of directors or whoever you would present this to, and like. And he tells them, I've made a breakthrough. People can breathe through their butts. And everybody's just like, what the fuck?
How about just beat on the fly on the wall for when he gets the inspiration to even look into it?
Right.
Takebe's unusual insight about an alternative way to deliver oxygen to the bloodstream inspired headlines when a successful animal model study was featured in June 2021 on the cover of the journal Med. His team's findings have since attracted attention from media outlets, including the New York Times, New York Post, Science Now, and the Canada-based science television show The Nature of Things. So, yeah. That's, I'm guessing they're shooting bubbles up the pig's ass or something? I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Now, Takebe has received the ultimate snarking scientific honor, an Ig Nobel Prize. It's a satiric prize. Okay.
It's like the raspberry.
It's like the Razzies, yeah.
Yeah, the Razzies for Oscar. The
satiric prize has been awarded to 10 researchers each year since 1991. I kind of want to see what those are now. By the scientific humor magazine Annals of Improbable Research to honor achievements that first make people laugh and then make them think. This year's prizes were presented September 12, 2024 at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology by actual Nobel Prize laureates. Takebe is a native of Japan who holds academic posts in Tokyo in the United States at Cincinnati Children's. Takebe is Director for Commercial Innovation at the Center for Stem Cell and Organoid Research and Medicine Custom, for short. In Japan, he's a professor at the Tokyo Medical and Dental University Institute of Research. On the side, he began thinking several years ago about an odd eel-like fish called loach. Sometimes this freshwater bottom dweller can wind up in water that's running low on oxygen. When this occurs, the fish augments water breathing via its gills by gulping surface air directly to its intestines. What if people could do something similar? Well, it appears quite possible. There are multiple health conditions that can threaten lives by disrupting their lungs' ability to transfer oxygen to the blood. Disrupting our lungs' ability to transfer oxygen to the bloodstream. These include injuries or inflammation affecting the airway, pneumonia filling the lungs with fluid, and so on. During the COVID pandemic, many patients died in part because there was a global shortage of ventilators, says Takebe. Enteric breathing could serve as an important alternative oxygen delivery route. Further confirmation is needed, but our initial studies indicate that our ventilation system is capable of supporting patients experiencing severe respiratory failure. The butt breathing concept involves delivering a liquid called perfluorocarbon
Perfluorocarbon, yeah.
that can be loaded with much more oxygen than water normally carries. When delivered through a rectal tube, the lower intestine can absorb oxygen from the liquid and send it directly into the bloodstream. Okay. So you're not getting spit roasted, thank God.
No, you're just getting a oxygenated liquid enema.
Yep.
How fun.
Much like receiving an enema. Randy, did you write this article? Takebe and colleagues have shown that this method has helped rodents and porcine models survive low oxygen conditions that would otherwise be fatal. Since the initial studies, Takebe and his colleagues have co-founded a startup company called Ava Therapeutics. That's not getting the damn robot. Get the damn ball liquid.
Get into the enema bath right now.
To further pursue human clinical trials in Japan, in June 2024, the company announced providing the first dose of it to a healthy human patient. Lucky you. More research is needed to evaluate and fine-tune the delivery system, particularly for sick people in multiple settings. Goals include learning how much oxygen can be reliably delivered, for how long, and whatever receiving the liquid poses any unforeseen risks. The good news, Takebe's ignoble honor, comes with a monetary prize to carry on the work. A single banknote worth 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollars. Ignobles officially say that it adds up to about 40 cents in U.S. currency.
That's crazy.
Thank God we don't have any followers in Zimbabwe. Make it like he's donated $1 trillion. Oh, great! Oh my God! Oh wait, no, it's like what, $5 or 95 cents? I think that's it. Is that it? That's it.
Yeah, the amount of inflation is almost crazier than butt breathing. The funny thing is, South Park kind of did something similar where they had people eat from their ass, right?
Oh,
I don't know if you remember that episode.
I don't think I've really watched South Park that much.
There's one episode where I think it started just as a trend. I don't remember, but people started. I think it was for weight loss, maybe, or they thought it was more healthy if you ate the food with your ass.
Ate through your ass and just shit it out right away immediately. Anyway.
No, well, that was the thing. That was the whole joke. So people started eating their food with their ass, but then they started shitting out their mouth.
Ugh.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if you breathe with your ass, do you get a lot of farts?
You just fart through your mouth. Oh wait, no, that's just called burping. Butt breathing? Oh wait, no.
Behavior or you'll become like the people from Walmart. It's worse than any yokai. Butt breathing. So is there a penis vagina breathing too? No. Portland, people eat from the butt and he got sick. Run outbreak.
Good for them.
Maybe that's the source of the South Park episode. I don't know. Sounds dumb.
All right. Well,
That's the show.
that was fun. Claps for everybody. Yay. No? Okay.
2:22 in the morning.
Do we know if we're doing one on Sunday, or has our
If
Lord figured out
I
that?
believe
If
the current plan is Sunday.
if Age Daddy gets better,
Okay. He should get better by Sunday, but yeah.
that's
He's
hopefully.
better now. He's faking it.
Okay.
You know, I can come in and talk with a weird voice too. You know.
Oh fuck. Do you know how I'm supposed to end the Rumble stream?
He said just leave it.
Oh, he did? Okay. I guess. Alright. Well. Goodbye. Oh, we got 27 viewers. What the hell?
Oh, nice.
A lot of them are Twitter.
Whatever.
Oh.
Alright.
Twitter counts the viewers weirdly. I think it like if you scroll past it, it counts as a view.
Well, now they got 28. Nice. Alright. Leave a like and subscribe. AC should be back next week.
And until next time, guys.
Bye. Oh no.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless night.
Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of